Hello everyone, welcome along to Sebring for the second round of the 24H Series Esports powered by VCO. I'll put my teeth in, shall I? And we'll start this again. 24H Series Esports Championship Round 2, powered by VCO, and we are at Sebring for the MAHLE 6 hours. 6 hours of endurance entertainment for you, and I'm sure many of you are already in the scheme of things with endurance racing across the board. If you want to follow the timing, very, very important, timing71.org/racespot. It's myself, Ben Kotsenjuris, Somil Aurora, and David Haynes in the pits for you. Arjuna on the cameras today. And it's only a couple of moments before we'll get the 6 hours underway. There is the layout of the Sebring circuit, 5.7 kilometres in length. And the weather, pretty fair, pretty much like you would expect Sebring to be in Florida at this time of the year, with a humidity of around 47%. And we'll be discussing what that means for tyres and fuel for all our different classes in a few moments' time. This is the second round of the championship. Sebring follows Imola, and then we move into 2021, where we'll have 4 rounds of this championship, starting off at Silverstone, Monza on February the 14th, Barcelona, and then we will have a 12 hours to finish the series at Spa-Francorchamps in the middle of April. And here are the classes for you. The GT3 class, Audi R8s, actually 18 kilograms of ballast on that car. We do have Ferraris and Mercedes in the GT3 field, but honestly, not many of them. Audi very much the car of choice at the start of the championship. The 991 class for the GT3 Cup cars of Porsches. They've actually been reduced on power to change the have a difference between the GT3 cars and the 991 class. So the Porsche 991s are just slightly down on power. And then the GT4 class is BMW versus Porsche, with the TCR class, the fourth of our classes, which mirrors very much how the real world's 24H series is run. And they are expecting to head to Sebring next year, so this is a great opportunity to get a bit of experience in the esports world. GT3 category last time out at Imola was won by MSI Esports, ahead of the Williams Esports Chill Blast team and Leo Racing in third spot. And it was Inertia who took the victory in the 991 class ahead of Williams, but it was a good day for Inertia with a 1 and 3. Expect some comebacks from the likes of Burst and YMCA. In the GT4 class, a very close category BMW versus Porsche. The pendulum may swing the different way this time, but it was SRC Squadra Corsa who took the victory ahead of Pure Sim Esports. Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab in third position. Actually, the second of that Squadra Corsa team was much higher up for most of the race. And in the TCR class, Sim RC ahead of MSI and Pure Sim, all in the Audi TCR RS3. So that's how the championship looks coming in to today. We've just got a couple of moments left of the qualifying, which is going on as we speak, and we can bring in my co-commentator Somil Arora. Somil, looking forward to 6 hours after so much endurance action on iRacing across the weekend already.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on in the world of endurance racing on iRacing. It's been a very packed weekend, and here we are then for the 24H Esports, the second round here in Sebring. The first one, Ben and Imola, it was quite entertaining. We saw lots of drama in each and every category. Here we are then at Sebring, back in North America for the second one, and from the looks of things, everything seems to be just so tight at the top of every category. MSI Esports, well, they won the race last time out. Mark Perez behind the wheel of that car as it stands with 22 seconds to go in qualifying, but they had a lot of competition from the likes of Williams and Leo Racing Team, so certainly it's rather tight at the top.
And this is a very different circuit, of course, to Imola. We did see a lot of issues with traffic at Imola. It's not really a place designed for endurance racing with all its sweeping turns. But here at Sebring, the opportunities around the back of the circuit slightly more open, and you can see a little bit wider at points as well, that perhaps will allow traffic to pass more freely when we've got 4 different classes.
Yeah, exactly. Sebring is always known to be a rather good circuit for multi-class racing, and we've seen it time and again with all the IMSA races that we've had here over the years, but there are still certain spots on the track where things can go horribly wrong, and you could end up seeing a couple of cars crashing. Hopefully we don't see that. That's the last thing we all want to see right here in a very strong and competitive field like the one we have here for the 24H Esports, but nevertheless, never say never.
David Haynes down in the pit lane for us, all the way from Australia. David, a couple of changes in the balance of performance. Most notably, perhaps, the pendulum slightly swinging towards our Mercedes and Ferrari competitors with an extra 5 kilos on that Audi in the GT3 class.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a balance of performance update there. Not a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, but I think it really will help the Mercedes when it's combined with the move from Imola to Sebring. We talked about a bit more open here, a bit longer straights, not quite as twisty as specifically the middle sector was at Imola. That's normally where the Audi gains a lot, is through the corners. Mercedes maybe slightly better traction off the corners, a little bit better in a straight line. I think we could definitely see the Mercedes mix it up with the Audis here. And then of course that other balance of performance change ties in with the character of Sebring here. Just had to clip the wings ever so slightly on our Porsche Cup cars so that the GT3s are able to get around them on the straights.
We do have Ferrari entered into the series, but actually nobody choosing to use a Ferrari. So it's 14 Audis and 3 Mercedes. The 3 Mercedes being run by Inertia, the 79 machine, the 78 from Ronin Simsport, and then Glacier Racing in the 42. David, how does the GT4 category stack up, this rivalry between Porsche and BMW? Is this more of a Porsche track than a BMW track?
It's always hard to know until you get towards the end of the race. You see the tyre wear and all of that come into play, but generally speaking, I still think this is a BMW track. The turbo inline 6 for the M4 GT3 just has slightly longer legs, even though it's been clipped a little bit as well, compared to the naturally aspirated motor in the Cayman. Conversely, the mid-engine Cayman just a little bit better through the corners and the changes of direction.
BMW 5 kilos heavier than the base weight, and 2.5% off the power and off their fuel capacity, which means 5 BMWs play 8 Porsches. It's quite spread out, Sumil, but it was BMW that eventually prevailed at Imola. What is your feelings on how the BMW versus Porsche battle in GT4 is going to play out here at Sebring?
Honestly, that's one thing that gets me really excited for this particular weekend. I was actually wanting to tune in, wanting to know more about this because, of course, as David mentioned, BMW, they still do have the advantage in terms of straight line speed. But in Sebring, we all know there are so many corners where the balance of the Porsche could pay off. And honestly, it's all about how the teams make it work towards the end.
Right then, let's take a look at the grid for round 2 here at Sebring, and it is Manti Racing on the pole position. Ronan Simsport in the Mercedes there in 2nd position. MSI 3rd position, our winners from the first round, and then Leo Racing, they were on the podium last time out, in 4th. Inertia Racing in the 2nd of the Mercedes, so their one-lap pace is much better. MAHLE Racing in 6th position. That's a Williams Esports car, effectively. Williams Esports Chillblast only 7th spot, 2.5 tenths down with Arta Yoke, and then Glacier Racing in 8th. Biela Racing in 9th position, Racecraft 10th, and Red Camel Esports down in 11th position, with Manti Racing number 9 in 12th. And then MSI Esports 43, 13th, Biela Racing 45, 14th, Leo Racing 21 in 15th position, and then Riley Sim Racing in 16th spot. And finally in the GT3 category, EFP Car Collection once again at the tail end of the field. So 991s then will be the second grid away, and it's Williams Esports Ben Q with Josh Thompson on the pole position, Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com in 2nd, Auris Racing Team in 3rd position, and then HM Engineering. Burst Esports in 5th, Go Team Racing in 6th, YMCA Esports in 7th with Kimo Rovanpera, and then GTL in 8th spot. Inertia Sim Racing Imprimo FI in 9th, and then XVR in 10th spot. WIP.com in 11th, and then Atlantis down in 12th. And finally, straight on to our starting grid for GT4 then. BMW ahead of Porsche, actually looking very strong. SRC Squadra Corsa, the winners last time out in the pole position. Pure Sim Esports 2nd. The best of the Porsches, then BS Competition in 3rd, and SRC Squadra Corsa Black in 4th, E-Game Racing 5th, DRE Endurance in 6th, Torque Freak Racing 7th position, and then Hell Races in 8th. So that's 4 BMWs in the top 8 positions. Team Viking 9th, Butler Powell 10th, Leipert in 11th in the last of the BMWs, and then SRN in 12th position. And then we go to TCR. Remember, they're all in the same Audi. HM Engineering on the pole position. They finished 4th last time out. Frozen Speed in 2nd. SRC Squadra Corsa in 3rd. And SimRC, the winners last time out, in 4th. Pure Sim Esports 5th. T3 Esports in 6th. Husqvarna in 7th position. Tencent in 8th spot. Team Mad 9th, Kinetic Racing 10th, MSI Esports 144, 2nd last time out but only 11th on the grid here, and then Impulse Racing in 20th. And there is one more TCR, Simsa Esports down in 13th spot. So we are missing 1 or 2 from the 991 category and the GT4 category. Usually it's 13 in the subclasses and 17 in the main class. But any particular surprises for you there, Somil?
I'm actually quite glad to see Team Manatee Racing on pole position. They weren't quite the most competitive team the last time out we were here, the number 8 Manatee Racing car, but here they are then all of a sudden getting in and taking pole position with Tim Matska behind the wheel. They had a DNF the last time out. Who knows, perhaps this one could be a whole lot better.
The first look at the Sebring circuit then, 5.7 kilometres, characterised by the long back straight, very, very bumpy, and that final corner, which is very tricky to really master, as is, to be fair, the first corner as well. The middle part of the lap, much more sinuous, a bit more follow your leader and be patient. And all of these drivers will be very used to this track. It's somewhere where they've raced many times before. There's been 5 NEO Endurance Series races here over the years of different lengths. So the organisers also happy. Just a reminder, we have real world organisation monitoring the driving standards as well as the in-game driving standards as well, such as the organisation from NEO Endurance and powered by VCO as well. Thank you to our sponsor MAHLE for sponsoring this particular race. And the cars now getting themselves into grid order. They have to leave quite a gap to the safety car along this back straight because of a slight glitch in the protocol of the car going into the pit lane. So that's why they're hanging back a bit, and you can see the 991s further back. So round this final turn, need to get themselves in a decent order. Already Manti trying to get a little bit of speed now, decides to back off to try and make sure this is nice and neat. There was one race director that said you had to follow the grid lines, but that's not being followed here today. And off we go, and racing in chill class for Williams on the inside line, the very inside line. They were trying to make up early progress, but have been blocked. And it all looks pretty clean. Remember, there's 6 hours of racing. There's no need to go hell for leather through the first corner. And indeed, everybody being respectful, leaving room for each other. Mercedes in the mid-pack. That's the first of our Mercedes in, I think, 5th position. The 991s head off into the first corner. Williams leading that one nice and cleanly. And again, no issues there. Just getting my timing screen up because it seems to be inverted. And good to see everybody behaving themselves. Tricky cars, these 991s to be driving, especially around here with all the bumps. And now, there is drama for BMW of Sim RC being heavily punted into the wall. Didn't catch exactly who that is. It's a Squadra Corsa, sorry, not Sim RC, who's now going to have to wait for all of the TCR cars to go past. Now he'll get a chance to feel what that BMW damage-wise has taken, but it was a heavy impact in the wall, Simmel, and that car will be certainly heading to pit road.
Yeah, it was Ryan Barneville in the BS competition car who made contact with Alex Tarantino in that SRC Squadra Corsa black machine. Alex all the way at the back of the field in the number 4 GT4 machine, and for him it just starts the race in the worst possible way. But what's going on in the GT3 category right here? Manatee Racing under pressure from Ron Simsport. Mercedes versus Audi. Ben, this should be fun.
Of course, one lap pace is one thing, but then the full stint pace is another, and then what they do in the pit stops is another thing, whether they need to take tyres, exactly how long they can go on fuel to match and get that hour in. With 6 hours of racing, that's kind of crucial. Mercedes looks like it's being able to hold a tighter line through the final turn as we have a look once again at what happened. Not really BS's fault there, Somil. It just looked as though Squadra Corsa just came across their bows.
Yeah, two people sharing the same space on the same time at the same track doesn't quite work out. BS competition car on the outside line, and then, yep, that's what happens. The SRC car just ran out a bit too wide, and BS competition was just there at the wrong place at the wrong time, I guess, and eventually that was quite a hard hit.
And of course, I would suspect that the BS car would have had some kind of spotter chatting to them. Oh, and there's contact further back, and 2 Audis go into the grass. One of them, the Euronics car, this is actually a replay, and the other one is the MSI, the second car, and that was more of a driver error from the offending. Oh, and another bit of contact as well. So the second Manti car, the number 9 machine going into the wall as well. So race control have got some serious work to do after just 1 lap of racing.
Exactly, it's all breaking loose over here on the very first lap in Sebring. There's so much drama going on. MSI esports car that did got hit around was number 43 machine, not the team that won the last time out at Imola. So they're quite fine. They're doing quite a decent job right now. But there's drama everywhere, and there's one more place where we could see all of that, because Ron and Simsport, now that the Mercedes seems to be more favoured with the BOP, now that this seems to be more of a Mercedes circuit, they're right here in contention, and Tim Martzke has a lot to look out for in his mirrors.
Yeah, Mercedes was definitely holding a tighter line through here last time, able to lean on that left side just a bit more. The Audi looks better this time, able to pick up that last apex. And now it's just a case of being patient, and if you really feel like you're being held up, then overtake. But in these sim races, you don't tend to be held up that much because everyone is such a high level.
Exactly, but what's going on here? Inertia Sim Racing having a bit of an off in the third sector. Let's take a quick look at what just happened. So they're going side by side through the middle sector. Okay, door-to-door racing as you normally expect the Porsches to do. And then they just get tapped around, Ben.
It almost looked as though he was just starting to lose the rear end and it slid into the competitor, which then turned him around the opposite direction. We go back to our 991 class, the battle for third position. Burst holding on ahead of Ori's Racing right now, and Carlos trying to get the switch back, which ultimately ends up putting you on the inside line for this corner. And a nice setup. That's exactly what you want to be doing here at Sebring. You're not necessarily making the move straight away. You're planning your moves. And it does look like Burst at the start of this race struggling a little bit. And that is change of position for third in class.
And now riding on board with Jordan Weeks. He just recently came into the HM Engineering squad, a last-minute replacement, because one of the other drivers wasn't quite available. And he has a lot to prove. HM Engineering, of course, a growing squad. They've done quite a few good championships. They've had good results, quite a few places with the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car. They wanted to prove quite a bit over here, but our leader, Josh Thompson, they were in a class of their own the last time out, and they already seem to be imposing their dominance right here.
3.2 seconds to the good over Carlos Fonosa. In the Ori's Racing team that's now been released, but it does kind of show how Anders Dahl was struggling on those first couple of laps with Burst Esports. He is still kind of a bit of a roadblock for everybody else behind him, as we now switch our attention to the GT4 class with Ryan Bernveld in the BS competition number 489, trying to go around the outside of Pure Sim Esports. That's not going to work, but this is the car that was involved in that first lap accident. So probably not carrying too much damage, really, after that first lap clash.
No, if anything, it would be slightly cosmetic, to be honest with you. There was not a major impact for the BS competition car. So, yeah, they would be fine. And also, they would have the advantage in terms of straight line speed, even with the BOP, so they'll just be catching up on the entry to the corners. But in the Porsche, it just glides past in the corners. That's what you see with them. But the BS competition car is closing up. And on the whole then, SRC Quadricoaster have done quite an excellent job, because while one car got crashed out, the other machine, the 446 with Emanuele Petri, has put in quite a shift. 3.3 seconds the gap already, but here comes BS around the outside of Sunset Bend. Probably not the best idea, Ben.
Does look like Porsche struggling in the early stages in GT4 around here. BMW's definitely stronger in qualifying. As I say, 4 of the 5 cars in the top 8 in qualifying, and now still all over the back of the Pure Sim Porsche, which is 3.4 seconds back from the leading Quadricorsa BMW. Now there's an overlap and the inside line for Burrows Sud, and that should easily be a move. And indeed, BS Competition go up into second position now. You just got to kind of settle the car down, because there's so many sinuous left and right hand turns. It's very, very easy when you're offline to be really compromised until you get to this point where you're back onto a bit of a straight before the big braking zone down at, I think they call it turn 6 down here, or turn 8. And already starting to show a little bit of a gap between BS and Pure Sim.
Meanwhile then, this battle for the lead has become ever more exciting. Manatee Racing are defending hard from Ronin Simsport, as they have done from the very beginning of this race, 9 minutes in. But look at a familiar face in the background. That's a blue and red MSI Esports blue machine. The number 3 car, the number 44 car, I beg your pardon, in P number 3. That's Mark Perez. And these were the guys who won the last race at Imola, so they certainly know exactly what they're doing. But of course, a couple of Mercedes in the mix this time out, with the BOP going in their favour. Mark Perez would want to make it the double for MSI Esports. But then again, it's not just a 3-way fight for the lead. It's going all the way back to P number 6. So we've got Maniti, Ronin, MSI, Leo, Inertia, and the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, all there or thereabout fighting for the lead. And now we run on board from the perspective of Arthur LeHouk, and just take a look at how close all of them are. I have a gut feeling, Ben, that these guys will just stick together for quite a long time, till we go very deep in this race, in fact.
Yeah, it really depends on how much pace they feel like they're losing and whether they can really make a difference by diving down the inside. Interesting penalty investigation going on, David, about the start of the race for the TCR class. Any further kind of information on what Kieran Harrison's been up to?
Well, as always, the penalty sheet and the stewards very, very busy at the start of the race. And of course, there's a couple of things on the first lap that we caught replays of. The race control have been asked to look into. One of them, you rightly point out, is a protest about the start procedure from our TCR leader, Kieran Harrison, in the HM engineering car. Race control haven't got to looking into that one yet, but the fact that it is on the sheet would suggest someone thinks that Kieran Harrison maybe slowed up the field unduly or put the power down too early before the start zone near pit in. We'll know more about that one later, but what I can tell you is there's a time penalty for the number 83 causing a collision on the first lap, and that's relay sim racing. That was the 2-for-1 strike down at the hairpin here that we saw, where they sent two other cars spinning early in the race. 15 seconds stop and hold for Andreas Lakem. They are going to serve that at their next pit stop. They've got 90 minutes to do so.
And they are at the tail of the GT3 field as well, holding on to the tail, but 16 seconds back from our leaders, and that is the double strike. I think that's quite a lenient penalty for effectively causing damage on two cars, which, as we know, Somil, might never be fully repaired.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing in an endurance race like this one. And it may not really have the biggest of impacts in terms of lap by lap damage, but when you consider the kind of impact it has on a cumulative basis throughout the race, it does turn out to be quite a bit. Again, you might just end up losing a couple of hundredths of a second, perhaps half a tenth somewhere here or there, but throughout 6 hours of racing, it could be enough to cost you at least a couple of positions there or thereabout, depending on how close the grid is. So yeah, certainly that is a big downside to all the cars involved in that accident, and certainly a penalty was coming. But what's happening here with the TCRs? Jürgen Frank is the driver we are riding on board with. Jürgen, of course, also racing the VCO Pro Sim Series. Man quite popular in the TCR division. Currently, of course, in P number 4. So the TCR cars, almost always, they do tend to form a big pack. But here come the GT3s swarming past. And that's a sight I love to see. Traffic going side by side at Sunset Bend. Now that will be something very interesting.
Yeah, and that is causing a couple of overlaps between our top three. Dino Lombardi, I think, holding on to third position, but we are seeing Marc Perez losing a couple of spots because he's been compromised by the traffic and almost boxed in. So Perez now down to 6th position, and the Williams eSports car also not having a particular good run of things. They're really having to choose which way to go around, and Perez on the outside line there, so he loses a spot to Inertia. The Mercedes on the inside then, and Artur Liuk, I think, is the one that's really benefited from that, because he's up to 4th position behind Dino Lombardi in 3rd. There's still the second lot of GT3 cars to get past the TCR cars, and they are at the back of shop there, now finding their way through. Chaotic stuff so early on in the race. This is not even 15 minutes in, they've caught the TCR cars. And as we said at the top of the show, so hard to clear traffic in the middle sector.
It is. I mean, we have seen so many accidents happen here between classes in this particular middle sector. Can really go wrong at times right here. But yeah, thankfully, all the drivers are keeping it clean so far. And just coming back on the point about the competition in each of the classes. And I mentioned that all the GT3 cars in the top 6 are just so close to each other. Marc Perez almost hitting the HM Engineering TCR car. And it's so interesting. Marc Perez was riding in P number 3, and in a matter of minutes, he's fallen down to P6. So that's how close everyone is. And now that they have to navigate their way through traffic, it just becomes all the more vulnerable, all the positions for these drivers. So that's a bit of a hidden art in endurance racing. More than one lap pace, more than how consistent you can keep it, how quick you are in traffic really defines you as an endurance racer. And now then, familiar face on screen, Red Camel Esports. Remember them from the last time out?
Red Camel Esports, or Red Camel as a team owned by the owners of the 24H series, and a nice switchback move there, trying to get past MAHLE Trogan in the MAHLE Racing team car. It's Jorn, I can't even say his name, Zotauch, who is doing the hassle and actually didn't manage to find a way through. I thought it was a very intelligent passing move, but didn't quite work out. Further back, though, Biela Racing team trying to go around the outside of Leo Racing. And again, this is all because they've just been slightly held up by a TCR car at the wrong moment. One person's got a bit more momentum than the other. The EFP car collection in 14th position. That's the number 11 car. Heady heights for that car that really spent the whole of the first round at the very tail of the field.
And just look at how high the Biela car is riding the curbs. They're really attacking. The Biela Racing Euronics team desperately want that 11th position in the back for them, and they're doing all that they possibly can for that. But here comes then the Red Camel Esports car has at last made a move on the MAHLE Racing machine, and Sammy Matty Trogan loses a position. But knowing Sammy, he's the one who tried to attack and get that position back instantly, which is what he does, but still not quite good enough to get past Jorn at this particular instance. Of course, Sebring being Sebring, there will be other opportunities coming in before we end the lap. But of course, Red Camel making the move and definitely, let's say, having a far better start than they did the last time out on Imola.
And the more they struggle, the more they squabble, the more Glacier Racing comes into this little battle, which is for 8th position. Mikko Ruskala in that Mercedes, and does look much more settled, I have to say, than the Audis. We do know that the Audi is a tricky car to master. Mercedes much more of a comfortable car, but ultimately the Audi really the choice of car for this series, with 14 of the 17 entries in the Audi R8. But now we focus our attention on the GT4 category, and once again Porsche versus BMW. It's the Pure Sim Esports Porsche, the leading Porsche, in 3rd position. Matthew Turnbull now having to defend from DR Endurance.
Now actually, a very good thing would be to stick by with them for a couple of laps, or maybe even a lap, just to have a look at where the BMW gains and where the Porsche has their advantage. And you might notice mid-corner, that's when the Porsche really zooms past. They really do tend to have a lot of balance and they can glide through over there. But on the straights, it's just the raw power of the BMW M4, even with the BOP cuts, that they're able to claw back. And on the corner entry, the BMW almost always looks far closer. So this kind of battle at a circuit that's so evenly balanced out like Sebring should be one that continues throughout. And that's the kind of beautiful thing that we love to see in endurance racing.
So pure speed, one thing, but then we have to consider what the strategies are going to be like. Of course, the GT4 cars, they can go quite a lot longer than the GT3 cars in terms of stint lengths. And then, so they don't tend to, correct me if I'm wrong here, Samuel, they don't tend to double stint tyres because they can go an hour 20, I think, on fuel. So that's a very good idea. Let's head down to David, who's in the pit lane. He can tell us a little bit more about the stint lengths for all the different categories.
So here's what we expect to see from pit stops from strategy across our 4 different classes. Slightly confusingly, some of them have some different pit stop rules as we continue to stick with the crazy action on track. GT3 cars, fuel and tyres are taken separately, about 1 hour, maybe just over an hour range on their fuel. So expect to see them aiming to double stint. Down the order in the Porsche Cup, we saw at Imola that they are going just about closer to 65 minutes, but absolutely chewing through their tyres. They like to take a new set every stop, even though fuel and tyres are taken separately. But then you get to GT4 and TCR, where both of them can go closer to 90 minutes on a stint. Fuel and tyres are taken at the same time. That helps both of those classes to take tyres while they're taking fuel and go just 1 stint on each set of tyres.
Fantastic battle going on here for P2 now, as Dino Lombardi in the Leo Racing Audi's got himself ahead of Ronan Simsport, who was delayed at the wrong moment in traffic and actually put to the outside line of Sunset Bend, so had to go all the way around the outside of the battle for 3rd position in GT4, and that allowed Dino Lombardi to take the inside line and to take the position. So a little bit of a gap now to Manthey Racing Red. Tim Mazek is leading. 1.1 seconds is the gap to this battle, which has just gone through shot, and now Williams versus Inertia for 4th position. And that is Inertia challenging Williams, trying to get past Arthur Tiliok right now.
Arthur Tiliok, quite the driver in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 machine. I've watched quite a few of his races, and Williams Esports Chill Blast were excellent in the last season with the 24-hour series esports, the champions in fact. What can they do from here? But look at this. The Mercedes comes past the Inertia Sim Racing machine. Once again, it's another Mercedes chasing the Ronin car who has lost a position, trying to attack Dino Lombardi and the Leo Racing team. And yes, they split up a GT4 car right there. So that was some insane racing going on. And you can just see Tim Matska in that Maniti Racing machine, relaxing a little bit, just trying to build up a bit of a gap. Because while the others fight, he can use all the clean air to his advantage and build up a gap. In fact, in the last couple of sectors, he's gained 3/10. But here come Leo Racing then. Past the GT4 traffic, towards Sunset Bend. Are we going to see Ron and Simsport go for a late lunch? Are they going to? Yes, they do, but they almost just cut out. I love this part about the Sunset Bend. The entry of it just gets so tight. Then just for a couple of seconds, you tend to think that, oh my goodness me, are they going to crash? But then somehow they make it clean. And the racing is jaw-dropping, to put it that way.
That was getting past Emanuele Petri in the SRC Squadra leading GT4 car. He's got a 4.6 second lead over BS Competition, who is now 4.8 seconds ahead of the battle for third, which is that Pure Sim Esports car. And actually in fourth position now, DR Endurance in the BMW as we go side by side once again. This is further back. Oh, and there's a spin up. Mercedes in the wall. Glacier Racing. I was watching the battle ahead to see exactly what happened there. Now let's see. It was pretty significant contact from, who was that, Sumil?
That is the second Maniti Racing car, I would assume.
Yeah.
Maniti Racing Purple Machine, turn one again, so many different lines, but could they get bunted from the back then? As we see the Beeler Racing team fight them out, yeah, it's a heartbreaking zone, man. Honestly, the turn 3, 4, 5 section can just get so tight, and Team Maniti Racing clobbering behind it.
Well, that's slightly split up that battle for the moment, but it continues further ahead. A very close queue of cars, effectively behind 10th position, which is the second of the Leo Racing cars. Then it is Beeler Racing, Manto Racing, EFP Car Collection, and the second Beeler Racing all together as we now look at the 991. Second position, Oris Racing, holding on. Burst Esports, therefore, meaning that they've kind of settled into a rhythm. Anders Dahl initially was struggling, wasn't he? He dropped down from second position behind Oris, and you thought he was going to be dropping further. But it does feel like now, whatever's happened, they've kind of come back together again to present us another battle. But in every single class, we've got a clear leader right now.
Okay, Beeler Racing Team Euronics were having quite the battle. Sven Haase. And then just oversend it. See, that's what happens with the Audi. That's why newer drivers who get into GT3s usually tend to go for Mercedes or perhaps a more comfortable car, because the Audi at high to medium speeds can just get so tricky. Sven Haase losing his braking, trying to recover it by going a bit too deep. It does not work out. The car does not feel as stable, and the rear end snaps behind, and all that we've got is, let's say, a big flat spot, a virtual one at least.
So much later on the brakes, not sure whether he really felt like he was going to slow down enough. It's not really a place where you see too much overtaking around that part of the circuit. Here is the battle for second position. It's 5.5 seconds behind the leader of the race, Williams Esports Ben Q with Josh Thompson. He is the leader of the 991 category. Emanuele Petri in the Squadra Corsa is the leader of the GT4 category. He's got an advantage of 4 seconds. The TCR leader has an advantage of 2.5 seconds. That's Kieran Harrison in the HM Engineering car. Still, I think, under investigation for his start. The lead actually has come down in the GT3 category. Tim Matzek now just 1.6 seconds ahead of Dino Lombardi. So potential as we come through the middle part of this first stint that we might be seeing a change of, not necessarily a change of performance, but just somebody using their tyres in a different way to others, fuel saving more than others, but certainly Dino Lombardi in the Leo Racing car, Team 12, is the fastest at the moment. As we take a look, quickly check in with SRC Squadra Corsa, Emanuele Petri now with a decent advantage over Ryan Bernveld in the BS competition, both running the BMWs though.
But also, something that would be very interesting for the GT3s would be that the gap between MAHLE Racing, Tim Matska and Leo Racing is also defined quite a bit by other things which we shall discuss later on, because Inertia Sim Racing are facing the wrong way round. Again, drama does happen in the 991 GT3 Cup category, but how has this one happened? Okay, Q Eurobean, as David would like to say, loses the rear end, tries to go a bit too hot, and that Porsche, without any ABS, nothing to assist you, it will go wrong, and it has gone wrong for Henry Salman in that particular case. So a big loss for them, and they're almost in the TCR car, not one, but two of them. That could have been a big strike in the bowling alley.
Well, that was it was a TCR car. He was optimistic about trying to get past the second one, I think. Had committed to the braking zone and realised he was never going to send it that hard. Therefore, had to get on the brakes too hard, and round comes the rear end of that car that, of course, no ABS, no traction control. So a little error there from Henry Salman, but good news in that he didn't make contact with anybody else. So he won't get a penalty, and he won't have too much damage other than the tyres, as we've already mentioned, having flat spots when you do that. David, down to you. We've got some penalty news.
Well, you queued me up for it earlier. You mentioned a penalty potentially looming, or at least an investigation looming for this 159 HM Engineering TCR. And indeed, they have been given a 10-second time penalty to serve before their next pit stop. Car 159 accelerated too early before the starting area. That is what you call a jump start. Now, talking about the penalties, viewers from last round will remember there was a penalty box at Imola that was on the far side of the pit lane. Drivers would come in, take pit service, and then before pit out, stop for their penalty in the penalty box. Here at Sebring, of course, a different track, a different pit lane layout. The penalty box is on the way in before you get to the pit stalls. So drivers serving their time penalties are going to have to bring up their own stopwatches, park in the penalty box for the time mentioned on the penalty before rolling forward to their crew, taking service and potentially driver swaps.
Well, difficult one for the pole man, because the 159 car was on the front row to kind of judge when you have to go, but very clear in the regulations there is an area in which you're allowed to accelerate, and therefore this particular machine decided to do that too early, and as you say, it's a jump start, simple as that. Let's head back then to the GT3 category, because the lead is getting tighter. Oh no, it's going out again. Dino Lombardi now 1.7 away from Tim Mazdek.
Yeah, the interesting part that's happening around here is that we were wondering whether MAHLE Racing are pushing a bit too hard. Are they compromising on their tyres? They did a couple of easy laps in comparison. They did hold the tap behind, but Tim Matska, when he saw that Dino Lombardi was closing a couple of tenths up, he went in and put in some rather representative lap time, so he has increased the gap by a couple of tenths of a second. But the bigger question in this battle for the top three is that, can Dino Lombardi save? Because right now he's under pressure from behind by Filip Mitrevski in the Ronin Sim Sport car, and in that situation, when you're in the heat of the moment, it can get a bit too hard to lift and coast to the right places, and just be calm in that situation. And being calm is something that you do need quite a bit when you are trying to go and save your tyres and your fuel. So perhaps it may not be the right place for them to be for the Leo Racing Team machine to save the best, to save the optimum amount of fuel and tyres. But nevertheless, the gap is building up, and Tim Matska in the MAHLE car is gaining, but so is Filip Mitrevski in the Ronin Sim Sport car. Again, he just seems to have the advantage heading into Sunset Bend, and when it powers out, the Leo Racing Team just have a little bit of a cushion. So this battle is turning out to be quite interesting, with the pendulum swinging both ways in different parts of the circuit.
Little tap of the brakes for the Leo Racing Team Audi in the middle of the Sunset Bend, just to get the car rotated a little bit more. Make sure the front end is where he needs it, because of course when you get on the power, that's when you start getting the understeer, and there is not a lot of runoff area on the exit of Sunset to run wide on if you've got on that power a little bit too early. So just a little confidence blip of the brake, and Filip Mitrevski will know that, would have seen that, will have registered that, knowing that perhaps that car at this point in the race, and what are we, 34 minutes into the stint, perhaps isn't quite feeling the ultimate for Dino Lombardi. And there are things that they can do, aren't there, when it comes to the pit stops, David? If the car's not feeling fantastic right now, there are little tweaks that can be done to make it feel better for the rest of the stint, or the rest of the race.
Well, of course, number one thing that you're talking about there is, of course, tyre pressures. That is adjustable, but normally they want them near enough as low as they can legally get them. So I'm not sure we're going to see a whole heap of tyre pressure adjustments in the pit stops, seeing as all of our race is, well, basically all the race is going to be in the sunlight here. But then, of course, from the cockpit, there's things they can adjust. Brake bias is absolutely key. But then in GT3 cars, adjustable ABS traction control settings from the cockpit as well.
Traffic once again with the TCR cars. This is when the things get interesting. Second time in the first stint that we've got lappery for the TCR cars. Such is the pace of our GT3 category. If you're interested in things like time of day, 2:05 time of day at Sebring. Air temperature 20 degrees, track temperature 27 degrees, and not a lot of wind. So as David said then, it does mean we are going to be in a very kind of stable environment for this 6-hour race. The tyres, the air and track temperature shouldn't vary too much. And, Williams right on the tail now of Ronin Simsport. So Philippe Petrescu's lost out there in that particular lappery and put him under pressure from Arthur Leoc in the Williams Chill Blast car, which for the moment hasn't really started.
Yeah, Dino Lombardi doing a better job in terms of managing the traffic. So Philippe Petrescu all of a sudden under pressure from behind with Arthur Leoc in the Williams car right there, trying to grab as many positions as he possibly can. And now, Ben, the interesting thing is this can free up Dino, but here comes Arthur Leoc down the inside. That's a forceful move. They're still going side by side, as you can always do at Sebring. Door-to-door action. And while it seemed like Arthur Leoc had got the move done, well, Philippe Petrescu said, not today, Arthur, not today. And he muscled his way back once again. This is what I love to see. Epic multi-class racing with different manufacturers in the same category. Man, GT3 racing at its peak at a circuit that lets you fight.
Not very easy to be going side by side when you're getting through traffic and doing lappery. So Arthur Leoc very sensible there, just to back out of it when it looked as though he probably could have fought that a little bit harder. Interesting note on our penalties sheet, David. Number 78, which is Ronin Simsport Philippe Petrescu, under investigation for sending a message to another driver. What's all that about?
Well, to put it in some terms, you know, your radio should be tuned between the driver and their own team. You shouldn't, in a series like this, in a very professional, very high caliber, very competitive sim racing environment, be sending direct messages to another driver while you're racing. So, haven't seen any race control warning on that, but you hope that they're likely to be a warning. But one thing that was a warning on the sheet earlier has been upgraded to a 5-second time penalty. Unjustifiable risk, car 42 braking too late, missing the apex, making contact. 42 is, of course, a GT3 car. It is, of course, Glacier Racing. So we saw that incident. If it was indeed that particular incident, it's a 5-second penalty coming up for Glacier Racing. In an endurance race like this, is there a whole lot of difference between a 5-second penalty and a warning? Yes, but just 5 seconds.
Yeah, interesting that the penalties are relatively lenient in terms of time. Yes, they have to stop in the penalty box, but only for 15 seconds or only for 5 seconds. It doesn't destroy races in a way that your 15 or 30-second penalties certainly would, Somil. So an interesting decision from the organisers to kind of be a bit fairer initially with those penalties to keep the racing alive.
I think it's something that could infuriate a few people just by them going up and saying, hey, that's not fair for both people. I mean, you're trying to bend over to certain people to make sure the racing is good. But again, it just depends on what race control wants this race to be. And now we see Simsa Esports having a bit of an incident. Totally chaotic racing cars. That's why I call them totally chaotic racing cars. Simsa Esports, Julian Reinhardt facing the wrong way. I guess when you go side by side for far too long, something's bound to happen.
I don't really understand how this is able to happen, Somil, because iRacing itself has got a spotter, and a lot of people obviously use the third-party plugins. How did he not know that he still had an overlap with his other car?
I think it could either be down to not having 3 monitors, because if you have one single monitor, you may not be able to know where the car on your left and your right is, because the iRacing spotter does tell you, but I'm not sure if it's the best, most reliable data in the world, or it could just perhaps be 2 egos clashing on the circuit. Drivers do not want to let go of even a single inch on the track, so sometimes they just flex their muscle and try to make sure that it's a game of who backs out first. And when nobody backs out before the corner arrives, that is what you get.
A little bit of wheel banging would have worked if they were side by side.
It's touring car racing at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, touring car door to door would have been okay, but the overlap was far too great that it was Julian Reinhard, by pulling over to the right hand side, was inevitably going to be spun around. So a bit unsure of that one. A bit like what we saw at the start of the race as well. Again, there was an overlap there. A little bit more tricky for the iRacing spotter to call because of the way that the corner goes, and you're never quite sure what it actually means by side when you're going through the first corner here at Sebring. But that one, for me, very clear cut. Battle for 6th position. Mark Perez. Really seen too much of the MSI car for the moment. That is the car that took victory in the first round, and for the moment sits in 6th position, holding off by the looks of things Racecraft Esports. It's giving him quite a bit of hassle right now.
Yeah, this battle has been going on quite interestingly. Rasim Fazui is behind the wheel of the Racecraft Esports car. Of course, Racecraft, a team very devoted towards their campaigns in sports car racing on iRacing, spending in a lot of time doing a lot of data analysis with the team, as with every other team does as well. That's the level of competition we have here in the 24H Esports Championship. And now they're chasing Mark Perez. Of course, Perez winning the last time out in Imola, so he knows a thing or two about being on the top step of the podium. But Rasim is somewhat impatient, as you can see with the flashing of those headlights. Audi versus Audi, so there is no car advantage per se. It's all just about what you can get out of it at this particular point of the race. What are we going to see then, Ben? Are we going to see more of a slogfest? Or because we're approaching, let's say, the latter half of their stints, perhaps we could see them just calm down a little bit, because at the end of the day, it's not a 6-minute race, it's a 6-hour race.
Razim, I think, is kind of feeling like he's the faster of the two cars through the middle part of the lap here. And of course, once he gets onto the back straight, sitting in the slipstream, there's not a lot he can really do. He can pull up a little bit, but not a huge amount. But around this part of the circuit, this is where he feels like he can carry more speed, but of course he can't get past because there is an Audi R8 in front of him in the shape of Mark Perez. Now, 6th position with a little bit of a possibility of dropping to 7th is not where you would expect our championship leaders to be right now. And Rasim will be hoping to use this GT4 traffic perhaps to his advantage. Let's see if that works. Perez actually clearing him very easily.
Yeah, Perez doing a good job in terms of defending with the MSI Esports car. Of course, David, who's our pit reporter, who's doing an excellent job, also mentioning that rather this slogfest could turn out to be like the ODI series between India and Australia. Again, that's more of a cricket reference. We're doing a bad job, but nevertheless, this battle could turn out to be quite like that one. It all just depends on who has the upper hand, who's dominant in this case, and who can really do a good job in defending their totals. Well, if MSI Esports are like Australia, they should be doing a good job in defending.
You two, calm down.
I had to bring it up just because we're winning at the moment. You know, anytime Australia are losing in sports, you know we're so quiet.
You do realise we're talking to a sim racing crowd here that probably mostly don't understand what cricket is, especially
but when it comes to international
German,
football and things like that, it's exactly the same. If your nation's team is doing well, you're in the streets waving your flags, and if they're not, then you talk about something else.
Oh my goodness me, this is something else to talk about. Leo Racing Team under pressure.
A little bit of kissing there between Williams and Leo. Williams on the outside line. There was contact going in to the first turn. They're still trying to get the overlap here, and it's quite. This is now a three-way battle really for second position. Although Petreski has got just a little bit of breathing space. I wonder whether they've recently been passing traffic, which has kind of forced these guys to concertina. But there was a little side-by-side contract, completely unnecessary, down the start-finishing straight. And yes, there are more cars in traffic. Petreski's caught them at the wrong moment. Here's a quick replay of what we saw going through at Sunset Bend. Williams to the outside line.
Crikey, that's the kind of racing we all tune in to watch, isn't it? Some really exciting stuff with tempers just boiling over as we are 40 minutes into the stint. All of a sudden, we're talking about all the cars in the GT3 category being somewhat spaced out. Space? Where do you see space? All of them are back again here, with Philip Petreski having to work extremely hard. And Dino Lombardi at the back. Of course, he lost second position from the Ronan Sim Sport car. He's now having to fight back once again. But what I'm rather keen on having a look in is Arthur Logue, because Arthur Logue was, I remember, on P7, P6 at one point of time. He's closed in. He took a big jump when Mark Perez fell down a couple of positions, and he's been rather opportunistic. Now, what does Arthur Logue do? He's been pushing hard. Does he push even harder and make sure that he has the track position advantage? Or does he just do a chill blast and has a bit of an easy time as he goes past, and then rather tends to look at it in more of a 6-hour raceway rather than a 1-hour stint? What am I saying?
I'm not sure. I'm just going to continue and ignore that even happened.
Okay, my main point is he going to focus more on the short run and focusing more on the end of this stint and getting as many positions as he can? Or rather, is he going to focus more on the long run? Here we come, the Leo Racing team making a move on the Ronin car. At last, Dino's back in P2.
And that all again thanks to GT4 traffic, just going one side and the other. Arthur Liuk watching that and losing the position. But there are a few more Porsches to clear before a bit of clear driving space. Interestingly, the gap had gone down to nearly 1 second between these three and our leader, but it's now up to 2 seconds with that last Porsche getting in the way. So lots and lots of action going on. Also, further down the field, there's been an issue, I think, for Dylan Scrivens in the Manthey Racing purple machine. Whether that was a connection issue or a spin, not entirely sure. But again, Porsche GT4 just getting in the way for Leo Racing. Arthur Leo having to be very aggressive to get past him without being held up too much. Now we've got that DRE Endurance GT4 BMW. That's already on the very edge of grip. And Leo Racing taking the right line around the outside, and as you can see, that's really compromised Ronan. Here comes Arthur Liuk in the Williams. They can't even get to the left-hand side because the BMW is there. Mercedes under pressure now onto the back straight.
Here we come once again. Arthur trying to attack. In this case, which line does he choose, outside or inside? He says, I'll take a bit of the outside, and there he goes, trying to go door to door. He has to relent midway through the corner, and then he can floor the throttle down. Who's got the better exit in this case? It does seem like Ronan has their nose ahead, but Arthur Lurk is being blocked off in all possible ways. That is some crazy defending there by Filip Mitrevski, just trying to hold him off at any cost whatsoever.
Overlap wasn't there, so he was able to shut the door on him, but it's going to compromise their speed. Remember, they were fighting for P2, and now they're waving goodbye to Dino Lombardi up the road because these two squabbling too hard. There's all that. I think it was kind of the point you were trying to make earlier, Somil. Do you fight for every position now, or do you wait and play the long game throughout the whole of the race? And at the moment, they're fighting for every position now and losing sight of the long game because there's a car up the road who's gone way up the road.
I got scared for a second. I literally thought that Arthur Luke was just going to clobber at the back of Dino Lombardi. That particular corner can get you rather scared, but yes, he just got the move back in on that Ronin car, and they'll just keep on fighting till the end of the day. I wonder how it could pan out with the pit stops coming in around 15 minutes time, but so far, Ben, it's just the edge of your seat kind of racing that we all love. And there is another familiar face behind, another new competitor joining in. Yet another Mercedes coming through. That's the Inertia Sim Racing car behind. That's right there in P5.
Look ahead then of Matrivsky, but Matrivsky trying to get back past on the outside line, and the more these guys fight, as you say, the more they bring inertia into the party as well. They're not that far away from Dino Lombardi and the Leo Racing Machine, but it is very, very close. As they'd gone through traffic, but there's no traffic to be seen. It's literally the fact they've just been squabbling over the same bit of tarmac for the last couple of laps. They really do need this pit stop to tick on so they can just have a bit of a breath.
Yeah, that's really quite the factor as we see Team Vikings being hit around by the MAHLE Racing Team Euronics car and the replay once again. In endurance racing, you do need a bit of a restart, a stop start of sorts, where you can just calm your mind down if you're the driver doing a double stint and just refocus. You can't quite do that in all the sprint racing championships, and of course it's hard to do that in quite a few series as well. But if you're a driver who's double stinting, in this case, that pit stop can be invaluable. For some, it may be a distraction to break their rhythm, but for the others, seriously, it can be a big reset button, and they can start from scratch, have a whole new stint if they've not really had the best of the first ones.
45 minutes gone of this first stint of the race, so let's see if they can make it to the full hour, or are they going to be just shy of it, and then what happens in the pit stops. But it's incredibly close between our GT3 competitors right now. Amazingly close considering how much racing we've been already experiencing. It's close except for the fact that in that last round of Lappery, Tim Mazek has got himself a 3.8 second advantage now over this battle that we're watching.
Yeah, Tim Mazek doing a good job at the very top. He'll be very confident about this, and he'll want to be having a good result after, let's say, somewhat of a debacle in the last round of Imola, where the team could not quite finish the race. And now seeing them in P1 must be quite the joyful thing for all their teammates, because it gives you a good feeling of confidence that, okay, although round 1 must be bad, we still have the potential. We can still go ahead and fight. And knowing Tim Mazek, of course, he's quite a competitive person, has played a lot of other sports, very sporting in all his approaches, so he would certainly be wanting to push the limits and trying to get as much as he possibly can from this one, and having that gap and still having clean air, so he must be having a bit of an edge in terms of conserving his fuel and tires as well. So it just plays all the way through in their hands that they're just avoiding all the competition in the background. But of course, competition goes on in other places as well. Williams Esports Shield Blast chasing the Leo Racing team once again. And I love this thing, because all of a sudden, in a matter of moments literally, at one particular point in time, it seems like the Leo Racing team has disappeared in the distance and they're no longer involved in this battle. Here they are then once again being chased by the Williams Shield Blast team. And in the background too, Racecraft Esports are fighting against MSI Esports. So this is one battle that you should have your eye on. Of course, timing available on timing71.org. You can go in there and keep a keen eye on each and every single one of those cars to know exactly what they're doing.
Crazy equal stuff in GT3 across this first stint so far, Sumil. We've had nearly 50 minutes of racing, all kinds of multi-class traffic. Our leaders have lapped every single class so far, and you can see that continues, but still, our top 10 cars in GT3 are still within 10 seconds this far into the race. Crazy stuff on track with the traffic though, Sumil.
Exactly, that's the lovely thing, isn't it? All the GT3 cars just so close to each other. That's the kind of racing that we all want to watch, and especially so considering how they're having to navigate through the traffic. And David, what kind of key zones are we expecting here for trouble in terms of traffic? Because we've seen certain parts of the track where some drivers have made contact, but where would you say the action zones exist?
I think the action zones, you know, we're talking about the GT3s being not that much quicker in a straight line, if at all, than, you know, GT4 cars and 911 Cup cars, but a lot faster in the corners. So the action zones end up being those places where, you know, several corners feed into each other, like Gendebien to Le Mans and, you know, Collier to curve towards Tower Turn.
Well, certainly a lot of action is happening on track right now with the Racecraft Esports car that was fighting with MSI Esports, losing positions amidst all the traffic, and the Red Camel Esports car bouncing on it and getting a place back. Man, they just got super loose on the exit of that corner. Let's take a look at this replay once again. fighting extremely hard, being extremely competitive with the MSI Esports car. Went to the outside line, but of course, as we all know, with the advantage of hindsight, didn't quite work too well with the Porsche in the middle. Look at this, trying to go 3 wide. And David, that just never works. But Racine doing an excellent job to save it.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 bites at the cherry on the steering wheel trying to save that. Could have ended in chaos, and I tell you what, it takes 2 to tango, because the Inertia Sim Racing Porsche there did a great job to also not cause an accident, even though the GT3 car getting loose wasn't their fault.
Yeah, exactly, but this sort of battle is going on everywhere. MSI Esports, now that they're free from battling against the Racecraft Esports car, they can shift their attention up forwards, where the Inertia car is closing up to Ronin Sim Sport. So this has to be in the mid-pack of a GT3 category. And what's interesting to me, David, is that while all the drivers are fighting mini battles of their own, say MSI versus Racecraft, say Ronin versus, in one particular case, Leo Racing, they're all just able to shift off also easily. So once they're done with one battle, they can just move ahead to the other one, and they're just able to be so flexible in that case. They're all so closely matched today.
Yeah, this first hour has been super exciting across a couple of the classes, but really we get the feel for the race, the shape of it, once everyone makes their first pit stops and we see, you know, who's burning how much fuel and who's burning up how much of their tyres. They can all be doing a similar pace out on track right now, but if there's a joker in the pack who's saving a little bit of fuel and maybe a setup that's kinder on their tyres, we could see them become the real heroes in the next hour, in the next stint. So anyone's game, but there could be 1 or 2 GT3 teams in the mix there that really could spring a surprise after the pit stops.
Absolutely, quite a bit happening in the GT3 category, but even more so right now in the 991 GT3 Cup class. Of course, these Porsches, the same ones raced in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and this is a battle going on for the very top positions. But who are the leaders then? Josh Thompson, Williams Esports, the BenQ machine, being really commanding from the very top. And yet Thompson qualifying for the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and so did Carlos Fenolza. He also is going to be competing in next season's Porsche Esports Super Cup. Probably the grandest sim racing trophy around in terms of iRacing, so that's going to be very interesting. But of course, Oris Racing Team currently not so close to Williams. The gap, as you can see on screen, 5.4 seconds. Instead, the Oris Racing Team is close enough to the Burst Esports car, the one that you see in the background. Of course, Burst sharing a very similar livery to Racecraft Esports. And Brian Lockwood is one driver that comes to mind with Racecraft. But yes, indeed, this battle extremely close for P number 2. Then in the GT4 category, it is Emanuele Petri leading, and BS Competition, who were involved in that accident early on, David, they are holding up quite well from the looks of things. So the damage, rather cosmetic from the looks of things.
Yeah, the numbers speak for themselves there, don't they? 3 laps in a row, Ryan Barneveld has been eating away at Emanuele Petri's lead in this class. It was sort of all holding station for a while there, but now we look back at them and Barneveld appears to have a little bit of an advantage, and it just keeps adding lap after lap. 7/10 nibbling away at the lead on the most recent lap.
Yep, and Ryan Barneveld, of course, just joining BS Competition. A very important piece of information by producer Arjuna Kankipati, as always being excellent on the cameras. The BS Competition, of course, in GT4s, but in not GT3s, TCRs then. It is HM Engineering, but they still have a penalty impending. So SRC's Quadricorsa, who are currently 5 seconds away, can perhaps capitalise on that and maybe dispose of them in the later parts of the race.
Of course, critically, that's a 10-second penalty, so if I look at the timing, of course, a 10-second penalty at the next pit stop, the way it runs right now, would drop HM Engineering out of the lead. But how far exactly would it drop them? Helps when I'm looking at the correct part of the timing page. It would, in fact, also drop them behind 3rd and 4th position at the moment. So at the moment, 10 seconds added to HM Engineering would put them from the leader class back into 4th place in TCR. Of course, pit stops for TCR are still a little while away. Efficient little economical cars they are with a 100-litre fuel tank go a little bit longer than some of the faster cars in this class. Taking a look at a replay though, Sunil.
What's happened then to Burst Esports? Oh my goodness me, their bubble has been burst essentially. They're trying to close up in the battle for second place with the Horus Racing team. Were going door-to-door as they always should here. But then something went wrong behind the trees, I suppose? Nope, they're still fine. They got the position in, but then just get tapped from behind. So perhaps just, I don't know, maybe just a lack of concentration, perhaps missing the braking zone, the Horus car, David?
Hard to tell from these off-board angles. We'll get another angle of it, of course, but it looks like Burst were clear, come back onto the racing line just in front in the braking zone, and it's just a little bit of a tap is all it takes to send Burst off the track into the barrier there. And I said the action zones are going to be these places where different corners feed into each other, like Collier towards Tower there. Thankfully, looks like Burst have been able to get going. They've lost at least one position. Front left of their car is not looking any better for that little tap on the tyre wall. I don't think that's going to hurt their suspension much. The steering looks straight, looks like Anders Dahl is able to attack the corners. The real problem with that kind of damage around the wheel well is what it does to your aerodynamics and your straight line speed, and then, of course, your fuel economy in turn.
Exactly, because this Porsche, let's touch a bit more on this one, it should be, because this Porsche isn't particularly the most aerodynamically efficient car in the world. It's not got all those fenders, and it's not got a lot. Okay, let's talk about that later on, because something big's happened. It's the Glacier Esports car, who have just served their penalty, I would imagine.
Yep, for the lap 1 contact. 15 seconds looks like what they've just served. That's where the penalty box is, on the right-hand side, just after pit entry. Then they move on down to where the Glacier crew is. That suggests that they think they can comfortably go longer than an hour on the fuel, and they're trying to take this short stop early, get that penalty out of the way. We'll see what Glacier end up doing, but that is one of our first cars on pit lane.
Yep, a lot more to follow. Of course, pit window could be opening up rather soon. But before we go to RaceSport TV fan immersion, let's discuss a little bit more about the Porsches, David. Because the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car, not quite, let's say, the most aerodynamically efficient car in the world. It's not got lots of aerodynamic components on it. No big, I mean, it's got a big spoiler, yes, but not other things apart from that to support it. Not even a diffuser, per se. And that sort of a damage could eventually end up having a big impact on the car, because already, even with the kind of aerodynamic elements that it's got, it's very loose, it's very twitchy, as we see the Inertia sim racing car, among others, coming in the pit lane. But
then a spin in the background. Is that Dino Lombardi, or is that the other sister car? That's the sister Leo Racing team having a spin on the way to pit in. That has cost them a whole heap of time as you see all the other cars come on back. But it looks like GT3s, maybe they're not making the hour, because everyone in turn jumping down onto the lane. And here's what happened. There might have even been a clip from the 991 that wasn't going into pit in. Let's look. Ariel Bernardi. What happens here?
He's clearly fighting the MAHLE car. And then, okay, you can feel the bumps already riding on board with the Atlantis Racing Porsche, and that was a clip, wasn't it? Or maybe it was just reactive to the MAHLE Racing car making a very late dive to the pit lane, that seemed like.
Well, it's interesting to see both of those GT3 cars jump down the inside on the way to Sunset Bend, and then go into pits rather than waiting for that Atlantis car. A lot of tyres going on, actually, on pit lane for GT3, which surprises me a little bit, but is Sebring an abrasive surface? It's definitely warm-ish. There's no tyres for Tim Matsky, but who is taking tyres? It's Leo Racing Team 12. It's Inertia Sim Racing on their Mercedes, and I think Leo Racing Team on the 21 as well. So once all the pit stops are done, we'll update you, because we've had a split in the field between who wants tyres and who doesn't at the first stop here in the MAHLE 6 hours of Sebring.
Let's touch up a little bit more on that, David, I beg your pardon, because this is very interesting. Sebring, certain parts of it, of course, it's an old airfield, so that part is very abrasive. The tyres really get chewed out, and of course the bumps get involved over there too. But it isn't especially a very hot day in Sebring. In fact, the track temperature is 26.1, which by Florida standards isn't quite a lot. So perhaps there is that window of the teams and drivers possibly double stinting. Do you think there is more value in that sort of approach here today?
Well, the proof is always going to be in the pudding, and we'll know that in a couple of laps when we, look at what are the lap times for drivers with new tyres, what are the lap times for drivers with old tyres. And if that delta is, a second a lap, 1.5 seconds a lap, then new tyres are absolutely worth it across a 55-minute stint. But on the other hand, if the drivers on the old tyres are able to make them work, or only giving away 0.3, 0.4 of a second per lap, then the track position, the critical track position they will have gained in the pit lane just then, will really help them over the next stint. All to play for, and strategy up in the air in the GT3 class here.
Absolutely, quite a bit to watch out for. Then the GT3 class now split up by different strategies. And now that the pit cycle is done, I think it's a very, very good time to go for a Race Sport TV fan immersion. So let's ride on board with the Red Camel Esports car, Jon Zukwo. I hope I've got that name pronounced correctly.
I normally say Zutakau.
Zutakau, okay, Zutakau it is then. So Jon is currently in P number 6. He's chasing the MSI Esports car. Let's take a quick look with him for a couple of laps. Let's go for a rather good Race Sport TV fan immersion. Just take a listen, folks. That glorious V10 should give you good company. Backwards again for the MAHLE 6 hours of Sebring. Of course, the second round of the 24 hours esports series. And of course, it seems to be quite an exciting race that we're having here. With an hour in, there's been quite a lot of drama going on. Of course, some teams deciding to double stint, some not. As it stands, the Williams Esports Chill Blast team are in the lead of GT3 category, but that's only temporary. Maniti Racing, of course, choosing not to go for tyres, as did Williams. That could all change. Maniti do seem to have the upper hand as it stands. And then, of course, Ron and Simsport in third, MSI Esports in fourth, Red Camel in fifth, with Racecraft Esports in sixth, MAHLE Racing Team in seventh, and Beeler Racing Team Euronics going up into P number 8. Multiple teams choosing to go for fresh tyres in that particular pit window. Of course, none in the top 8. But then again, in the 991 GT3 Cup category, it's Inertia Sim Racing, EuroRC.com, who haven't pitted as such, so that's why they're in the lead as such. The Williams Esports BenQ are by far and away the strongest car. And then, of course, we have Oris Racing Team behind them, Burst Esports in fourth, HM Engineering in fifth, with the WIP.com Volante Racing Team, who've just won the 24 hours of Kota on an alternate broadcast. They're in sixth, with YMC Esports in seventh, and Inertia in eighth. So Williams Esports, of course, still in second, but provisionally they will be your leaders once everything sorts out. BS Competition is in the lead of GT4 category. The pit window is still there or thereabout. It's just happening over there for them. It could change rather soon. They've jumped the SRC Quadricoaster White Machine of Emanuele Petri, but that's only for the time being. Pure Sims Esports are in third, with DRE Endurance in fourth. Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab in fifth, with Team Vikings in sixth. Butler Pal Motorsport in seventh, and E-Game Racing in eighth. So it's rather quiet in the GT4s, but the same can't be said for the TCRs, because HM Engineering, of course, still yet to pit, still yet to take their 10-second penalty that they have for a drive-through, that they have for, of course, jumping the start. And so Sim RC are currently in second, but they will eventually cycle out of P number 1. SRC Quadricoaster in third, Frozen Speed Full Send Racing in fourth, with Team Horsingwell in fifth, Pure Sims Esports in sixth, MSI Esports in seventh, and Team Mad in P number 8. Now, the big question then, David, that's on my mind as with everyone else's, that how did Williams Esports Chill Blast get into P1 with Arthur Luke in that position? Because as it stood, both these teams did eventually choose not to go for fresh tyres. Both of them decided to go for a double stint, but somehow, someway, they have made their way up, and that's something that we missed during the fan immersion.
Right, so through all of those pit stops, most GT3 teams went, leave the fuel rig in, top it all the way to the top on fuel, and then let's keep going, and maybe we'll have a slightly shorter fuel fill somewhere later in the race. Williams Esports Chill Blast, and I think just a tiny bit for Maniti as well, took a bit of a short fuel, and I think this is actually Arthur LeHook acknowledging that, and he wants to save some fuel behind Maniti now.
So where
or
are they
was there a
going
slowdown? Potentially you can get a slowdown through Jean de Bienne and towards Le Mans. People do that quite often. One of the places around here you can cut the course and have to give up the time gained. So we're going to go to a replay to see maybe that was the case for Arthur LeHook.
Have a quick look once again. We are looking at the replays, of course, with Arthur LeHook driving past this tricky complex of corners. Seems fine for now, David.
There'll be this left-hander here, or on the apex of the right. Apex of the left looked fine. Is that too much out of the right-hander?
I wouldn't say so. I think that should just about be fine. Oh, yeah, no, that he didn't. He did cut too much, and that was, in fact, a slowdown penalty. So he had to lift off immediately, with our producer, Arjuna Kankipati, immediately giving us the news. Of course, he's someone who's raced quite a bit here in IndyCars and all the other sports, so coming in with the extra knowledge. But of course, that's an excellent point. He did get a slowdown penalty. That's a very good observation there, David, that you made. But in terms of the fueling too, where are Williams going with this? Because they've short fuel for sure. What kind of strategy are we expecting from them in this case?
Well, we're definitely expecting them to have to repay that debt later in the race with a longer pit stop compared to everyone who fueled fully at the start here. But what they're banking on, of course, is that track position was so ferocious in the first hour. They just wanted to get clear of that, hope everyone else fights in this stint, and that, you know, they make a bit of an undercut, not on fresh tyres, but on a little bit less fuel. That's the hope for Williams Esports. And I tell you what, because they paired it with not taking tyres, it means they're going to come in a little bit earlier at the end of this stint to put on new tyres, and then they'll have a tyre undercut against everyone else who's double stinting but took full fuel. That is not the dumbest strategy potentially ever from Williams Esports Chill Blast. There's definitely ways that they can use the track position and use the tyre undercut to make that time back.
That's interesting, isn't it? Maniti Racing, of course, now going past the 991 category traffic, of course, making their way past, carving their way through. But interestingly enough, David, what happened is that we also saw the GT3s not quite making the hour mark. So how are we going with this? Because now most of them did not quite make it to the hour mark. Most of them around, say, an hour, 57, 56 odd minutes. And now Williams, of course, with a short fueling, they'll eventually be losing quite a bit of time on track by lifting and coasting all the way too much. And they were not meeting the hour mark already that we normally expect the GT3 cars to do. So could this just end up backfiring in a way, perhaps?
I think the strategy has potential to work because, not in spite of no one else hitting the 1 hour mark, we're already, got out the pencil eraser and scrubbed it five stop race. This is now a 6 stop race. So you're in SimSport, and Inertia had a little bit of back and forth there, bit of argy-bargy, and that is some of your leading cars in 991 class as well, isn't it?
That is, in fact, yeah. That's the Williams Esports BenQ machine chasing the other Inertia car back up once again. Of course, that's also another thing to consider. How did Inertia get ahead of Williams Esports BenQ? But simply seemed to be something interesting that we missed in the fan immersion. But Williams, yeah, quite clearly the dominant car in this particular case. But nevertheless, Eurodominant will be putting in a bit of a fight. But let's see how long that one does. Yeah, so Inertia not quite doing a full pit stop in this case, David.
Well, they got a podium first round out this year, this championship. So the strategy's been on point sometimes for Inertia. There's still a long way to go to see if the track position game is going to work for them. It is going to be a mammoth task to try to keep that very, very quick Williams Esports BenQ car behind.
Yeah, Josh Thompson has been by far and away the standout driver. And not just Josh Thompson, the entire Williams Esports BenQ team in the Porsche 991 Cup category. Of course, now qualifying for the Porsche Esports Super Cup. It should be interesting to see what he does right there. But right now, of course, currently in P2, but effectively he would be cycling out in P number 1. But depending on how long this battle goes out between both of these drivers, between Inertia Sim Racing and Williams Esports BenQ. But of course, in GT4s then, folks, not much drama. BS Competition were able to move up ahead of the SRC Squadra Corsa team, who were losing time very consistently. I wonder what happened there, losing ample of time. So perhaps there could have been a mistake involved while we were there at the RaceSpot TV fan immersion. It all just happened when we went for the onboards.
I think it could have been just, a setup misdirection from SRC Squadra Corsa here. So rapid off the start of the race, great qualifying, but it seems once we settled, an hour into the stint, BS Competition can just keep punching in the laps. Maybe their tyres have gone in the right direction, whereas the balance has gone away from SRC Squadra Corsa. Still with this car in second place, it also looks like third place Pure Sims Esports is starting to catch them as well. So maybe it's, long stints in this class, maybe it's just a setup direction that sees them quick at the start of a stint, but isn't quite hanging in there towards the end. We were just talking about 991 class, by the way, and I want to talk about a bit of penalty news, because we saw contact between Aurus and Burst not long ago, and a penalty, 10 seconds stop and hold it is, for Carlos Fenolosa and Aurus Racing Team for making contact and sending the 911. This incident, Race Control looked at it and have said Carlos Fenolosa was too deep into the braking zone, sent the 911 off. So that's going to add 10 seconds to their next pit stop, unless they have already served it recently. I'm going to look, but it doesn't look like they had served it yet.
Of course, you have 90 minutes to serve your penalties in the 24H Esports series. If you don't do it in that period of time, well, you get a double penalty. That's what happens. So, of course, they will be coming in rather soon. But meanwhile, as we focus on the 991 GT3 Cup category, there is something rather interesting going on. The inertia car, even though it's not supposed to be leading, I mean, in terms of the way things will cycle out, of course, for now you would expect the Williams car to go past, but no, they are putting up quite the fight. David versus Goliath, you can call it that way, and it's clear that there's going to be only one winner, at least till the end of this particular stint. You never know how things could work out in endurance racing in the long run, mind you. But inertia not going past. Aerotoiminen is doing an excellent job in making sure that Josh Thompson stays behind, and Josh Thompson just has to keep his cool at this stage, David, because it's so easy in endurance racing to make those mistakes when you're trying to overlap someone who's on a different strategy than you. And although Williams Esports are quite clearly the fastest team around, it's those sort of mistakes that could drag them down. And so for Josh Thompson, keeping calm must be quite the task at this stage.
Right, he had a handy little lead going into those pit stops, didn't he? He'd broken away from everyone else. He had 5-6 seconds in his pocket. They'll know what the strategy is here from Inertia, that it'll all cycle back through to Williams Esports, probably having the race lead. They can't lose their cool right now, but at the same time, if they don't get past Inertia, they need to just keep one eye on what their lap speed is compared to some of the cars behind like Burst and Aurus that could start sneaking up towards this battle, start eroding the beautiful little lead that they built early on.
Yeah, exactly, and it should be interesting to see how this goes on. What I love about endurance racing in particular is how split strategies work out. There's always something to watch out for, always some sort of variance going in. And Williams Esports, Benki on the normal strategy, but Inertia on the alternate one. Closing up towards turn number 1, and also a very quick word on the TCRs as well. A couple of cars doing an extremely good job in terms of how they're lapping. SRC squad, of course, a TCR currently. And then, of course, it is also the number 185 last board in the Frozen Speed full send racing car. These are the two fastest cars lapping right now in the TCR category, and they are there or thereabout in the top 5. So although the gap is somewhat split out in TCRs, it still should be fun to see how that pans out towards the end. And once again, there's something interesting that's going on here, David.
Yep, the fastest lap in the TCR category belongs to SimRC, a 2:14.171. The second fastest lap in category belongs to Frozen Speed, a 2:14.172. 1,000th of a second, but SimRC have the fastest lap at the moment.
Yeah, that's Jürgen Frank is quite the beast behind the wheel of that SimRC car. And as all the drama goes on, we are glad to welcome our colleague back once again, Ben Constantinos. Ben, technical issues, of course, that sort of thing tends to happen, but let's focus on what's happened on the track, because there's been so many alternate strategies in the GT3 field initially. Everything is opened up because Tim Martzka now has regained the lead from the Williams Esports Chill Plus car that has gone for a bit less fuel in the pit stops, and now Ron and Simsport, who are on the normal strategy, they're closing up to them.
So just run me through what the alternate strategy is.
So what's happened is that Williams Esports Shield Blast have also decided to double stint. But what's happened is now that Williams Esports Shield Blast are not taking enough fuel, so they've gone halfway through. So they decided to go for the same old tyres, but they've decided to underfuel their car. Whereas there are some other teams, like Leo Racing Team in particular, and Inertia, who currently are on pin number 11, they've decided not to double stint, and in fact have gone for fresher tyres. And as it stands, their lap times are, say, slightly better by a few tenths or a couple of seconds here and there, depending on how they manage the traffic. But still, double stinting does seem to be the way forward for now.
So does that mean then that Williams don't feel like they can get 2 full stints out of the tyres, hence why they're going a little bit light on the fuel in the second stint? And then how does that affect the end of the race, David, in terms of actually still doing the same amount of stops as everybody else?
Yet the amount that they've short-filled by, I think, was still just around about 10 seconds or so compared to, 41 seconds to up there and thereabouts to take a full tank of fuel. So I don't think they have jeopardized the 6-stop race. I think they're still headed for the same number of pit stops as everyone else. They were just really, really eager to get some of that track position. They got a lot of it. They got the race lead for a couple laps there, but then the section of corners we're coming up to, they cut just a little bit too much of Le Mans corner, and that was considered exceeding track limits. They had to give up a second or so, and that's when Maniti Racing got back into the lead. But the speed in a lighter car for Arthur LeHook has absolutely let him stay with the slipstream of your current race leader, Tim Matska.
Matska getting caught a little bit by the TCR traffic there, but when one giveth, the other taketh of the way, and the next part of Le Mans benefited Matska and compromised a little bit Arthur LeHook. So it's kind of on as even then, just under half a second between the two of them. Running SimSport Mercedes, Philippe Petruski still aboard that car in third position, and watching brief of that, and keen probably to get back involved. Then there's a small gap to Marc Perez, who has benefited from those that have changed tyres and dropped down the order. So the MSI Esports blue car that leads the championship and won our first round up to 4th position, because the likes of Dino Lombardi in the number 12 is down in 9th position.
Yep, Dino Lombardi 9th, of course, taking fresher tyres, and of course the highest placed team to go for fresher tyres. And in terms of lap times as well, there's a bit of gaining for sure. I mean, they are currently lapping in the 2-minute 2s as with everyone else, but when you consider what's going on at the very top with Arthur LeHook, Tim Matska, oh my goodness me, something's happened right here. Your Sims Esports, and Tim Matska's also fallen down the timing screen bin. This is huge for the race. That's our race leader in the GT3 category, but there's so much going on.
Quite little replay somewhere else there. Here's Arthur LeHook then in the lead of the race, and Matska down to 4th position, but it's not a huge amount of time lost. Oh no, and Matska's made contact with the GT4 car there. Just the lightest of contact. Is going to lose a position to Marc Perez now and drop to 4th spot. But just traffic in the wrong place, and again Matska's in the wrong part of the track. He's trying to go around the outside of that BMW. He's got the Mercedes to the inside, and just the lightest of touches, and that was why the pure sim car was facing the wrong direction, and Matska ended up dropping to 4th of the group. He's not lost a huge amount of time. My concern is whether race control will give him a penalty for that.
Exactly, and Tim Matska was doing an excellent job leading the race from the very beginning. Just that slight lapse of concentration and the pressure from behind, and all of a sudden he's back in B4 with Arthur LeHook now leading the race. So the first time that the Maniti car has not been in the lead comprehensively, and the BS competition car is in the pit lane. GT4 pit stops now properly beginning.
So, any opportunities, David, for alternate strategies here from our GT4 cars? What are we into? We were about an hour and a half into the race, aren't we?
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they're also not looking like, at least for BS competition, that they're going to make a full 90 minutes, because if they went a full 90 minutes, they'd then, of course, chop it up into a 3-stop race in class there. Yes, they would. So that's a little bit early from BS competition. They're handing over to Marius Zug in that car, and no one else in class has followed them in. So interesting from BS competition. That is our first GT4 car to make a scheduled pit stop. A little on the early side, but BS competition have been strong at the back end of their stints, so I don't doubt that they're in a pretty good position still, strategy-wise, race-wise.
So pit lane 56.8, stop 33. What does that tell us about what he's done to the car?
Well, I think that's fuel and all 4 tyres, because they're fortunate enough in the GT4 class to be able to do both at the same time, which they're not allowed to do on the GT3s, which they're not allowed to do on the 991 class cars.
Here's the battle for the lead. Arthur LeHook just 3/10 or that ahead of Philip Petruski in the Ronin SimSport Mercedes, which is having so much of a better showing than we saw in Imola at the first round of the championship. And then just a little bit further back, thanks to all the traffic, we've got Perez, Matska and the Red Camel Esports car of Jorn Zotauch. And just got to get your nose tight through Sunset Bend. Make sure you don't get too much understeer pickup. But there are our first 5 cars in the field. And of course, now we're on this alternate strategy of some with tyres and some without. We are really unclear as to who's kind of got the benefit until we get to that last stint. So it's the next couple of hours of speculating and wondering until we get the facts right at the end of the race, so we can just kind of call what we see right now. And there is no advantage really for Arteliuk. I wonder, oh dear, that's our leading 991 car.
Boy.
Josh Thompson facing the wrong direction. Has he missed the pit lane? I think he's had to reset into the pits, and that's going to be a disaster. Josh Thompson in the race, David.
Yeah, exactly. So an incident in Sunset Bend there. We're going to get a replay of it. He's trying to go around the outside of Inertia. Biela are coming up on the scene as well. I don't know if they got involved because I just caught the end of it, but here's Josh Thompson. A lot of grip, trying to go around the outside of Sunset Bend.
No.
Just a tap from Inertia, and then Biela have nowhere to go. Send them through. I don't know what to describe that gymnastics move, but Josh Thompson didn't enjoy it in the slightest.
Oh, that's a disaster for Josh Thompson. I thought he had a better advantage than that. Surprising that he was fighting door to door with Inertia, but the lightest of touches and kind of unavoidable contact, certainly from Biela, but that has, well, destroyed Williams Esports race. Whether they will even choose to continue, we don't award points all the way through the categories, so they may just kind of end up bailing out of it.
And that's what we just had a chat about a few minutes ago. Because Josh Thompson, we just speaking about him rather, I beg your pardon, but trying to keep his own cool because he knows he has the comprehensive advantage, and the beater number 46 car just gets hammered in, unfortunately. Look at this, Thompson to the outside and Sunset Bend, well, it was never going to end well, was it? That is a flipping Porsche, and it's just huge damage for the Williams car right there. And the interesting thing is, Josh Thompson, I mean, it's easier said than done by sitting in my bedroom right now, but he should have kept his cool. He could have had everything on his charge. Nevertheless, Ronin are making the move for the lead. They're going down the inside of Arteliuk. That's the Williams car. Mercedes versus Audi. It's not DTM, it's the 24-hour esports series, and the battles are incredible. Touching again, that is mind-blowing stuff. Both the drivers getting a bit naughty right now, Ben, but from the looks of things, this battle, just like Celine Dion's heart, will go on.
Petreski now goes on the defensive, but he's got GT4 traffic ahead of him that he'll really need to clear. There's also a TCR car. We've got 3 types of car here on the same part of the track. We've got the battle for the lead, which is 4 cars all trying to come through as well. The Mercedes slightly compromised, and they go 3 wide with the TCR car staying well out of the way. Absolutely epic stuff. And again, Petreski on the inside line to defend. And look who's there now. Mark Perez in 3rd.
Mark Perez for the MSI Esports machine, trying to grab hold of every single one of the opportunities that he finds. And our Tim Mansky and the Maniti Racing team is right there too. So all 4 GT3 cars right there at the very top. And man, David, I guess you have the perfect line to describe this.
Do I? I'm not sure I'm going to use that particular one, but it is all condensing back up again at the front of GT3, of course. Ronin Simsport, what a great move. Good drive off turn 1, grab the lead. They might be in a slightly compromised fuel position, though, compared to MSI Esports, Maniti and Red Camel, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Your top 5, even though we've had pit stops, are separated by just 2 seconds. And you only got to look another second and some down the road to find Racecraft up into 6th as well. GT3 massively competitive in this championship. And a lot of that comes down to the style of the registration for this series. A lot like Bump Day for Indianapolis 500. We only took the best, fastest competitors, the cream of the crop, and this is what they produce.
And is there much of a difference in terms of fuel consumption between Audi and Mercedes? Presumably they've tried to balance it as much as possible, but one is going to be slightly thirstier than the other, surely.
Well, they're both 120 litre tank, and they're both doing pretty much exactly the same stint length. So I have to say that the fill time and the consumption must be pretty similar. But with that said, Ronan and Williams on the first stint did go 1 lap longer than MSI, Maniti, Red Camel and Racecraft, so I can't see any difference at this point in fuel consumption, fuel fill time and efficiency between the Audi and the Mercedes. Sure, they're different out on track, but I think fuel consumption, pit stop time, identical.
Right, let's focus our attention then on a new leader, of course, in 991 because of Williams that are still in pit lane and presumably or potentially retiring out of the race. Indeed, yes, they are now. No, they have just changed drivers. I think there's all sorts of things going on. We've also got GT4 class pit stops happening right now, but there is our new leader, and not by much. These two have pretty much been stuck together. Sorry, by 8 seconds. Ori's Racing took that position early on. I thought Andersdahl was closer than that, but obviously through the pit stops and through the end of that last stint, he lost a little bit to Oriz, and Carlos Fenolda now comfortably in the lead.
And also they had a crash as well, so Oris bumping the Burst Esports machine, so that's why they have a penalty to serve. So Oris Racing are in the lead, but on the fringes, let's call it that way, because they still have to serve that penalty that's impending for that crash that they had. But nevertheless, it's all clean. And now that Williams Esports BenQ, let's have a bit of a chat about them for a couple of seconds. They are, let's say, pushed back because they clearly had a pace advantage to every single one of the cars. As we see the Leo Racing machine trying to go past the Oris Racing car. That's not the Leo Racing machine, I beg your pardon. Quickly going back to who that is, but yeah, that's the car collection. GE car. But yeah, I think we just had a chat about it early on as well, about how Josh Thompson just needs to keep his own cool, because in a case like this one, when he knows he has the advantage, it can be incredibly frustrating, because you know that you're the faster car, you're going to be the one cycling up ahead, but you just don't want to lose all the time sitting behind a slower car. And that's one thing that, of course, we all can agree with Josh Thompson on that one. He would just want to go ahead, but hey, what's happened here?
Oh, that's our... well, that was third position, wasn't it, in GT4, DRE Endurance. It looks like a very limp BMW now.
So that is an outlap there for Jacob Sondergaard in the BMW GT4. He'd only made it halfway around the lap on a new set of tyres before the fact that they are no tyre warmers, stone cold, caught him out, putting the power down out of the hairpin here. From on board, you can see he engages second gear, coming out of the corner, puts the power down, and the car is just not happy across the bumps, putting the power down when the tyres are stone cold like that.
Ugh. Easy mistake to make, but you wouldn't expect it from these guys, some of the very best in iRacing. They should know, they should know better, especially on an outlap with cold tyres. The model actually, I think, over the last 5 or 6 months has got so much better on cold tyres, far more realistic now than when I kind of stepped back in February, March time, when it really did feel like you were driving on ice for the first 3 laps of any competition, regardless of whether they were slick tyres or wet tyres. But now it feels a lot better, but unfortunately catching DRE out. Good news though that they didn't make too much contact. They can get back underway and it's just time lost.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of time lost for them nevertheless. GT4s, there's been a few battles here and there, left, right and centre, but not as many as we had in the GT3 category. As you can see, BS Competition, Mario Zug having a bit of a gap to the SRC Squadra Corsa machine. Of course, BS Competition pitted a bit earlier than the others, but they're right there. And that tab, let's say, it will materialize later on. And DRE, of course, David, seemed to be back on the pit lane after that crash.
Yeah, so the damage may be a little more extensive than we thought, because after just that outlap, they've brought their car back onto pit lane, which is a shame. They were shaping up very well in the fuel strategy, and now that's thrown a huge spanner in the works, and they must be quite worried about some of the damage on their car.
Meanwhile, remember Maniti Racing had a bit of an incident early on? That's why they dropped from P number 1 to P number 4. There seems to be some key news on that, David.
Yep, Race Control working through all sorts of incident reports at the moment, and between the contact with Maniti and Pure Sims, It's a 10-second time penalty to Maniti Racing, braking too late in their attempt to defend from Ronan. Here's the replay again. All sorts of traffic. Pure Sims trying to pass HM Engineering. Williams trying to dive around the inside. Ronan get a piece of the action, and a late move from Maniti to try to cover that off sees them tag the Cayman GT4 of Pure Sims here. But what a gaggle of traffic at the hairpin. You almost felt like something like that was inevitable. Nonetheless, considered Maniti's fault for diving in a bit too hot there.
Interesting that we were talking at the start of the race about how fair and almost the incidents were being punished quite lightly. I'd say for that, considering what we saw earlier on in the race with 5-second penalties, that being a 10-second penalty when really it wasn't intentional, as you know, that was a small mistake really from Maniti Racing. That's quite a heavy penalty, Sonny.
Yeah, that is, and Maniti Racing can see their race literally disintegrating in the distance, because not only have they lost their lead, they're now down to P4, and then they have a penalty to serve. It's just not been the ideal way. Thinking of the pole position, it seemed like it would be a rather beautiful day for them, but sadly the clouds have just started to cover their car, and the others are just having a better day so far. But Maniti aside, of course, other big incidents going on in the GT3 category. Filip Mitrevski currently in the lead, getting past Arthur Lehouk, who's on a different strategy in terms of fuel saving. But Arthur Lehouk also now is under pressure from Marc Perez behind, and Marc Perez is also driving the number 44 car, the same machine that won the last race in Imola. So there's an interesting battle for you. The last season's champions versus the winners of the last race. And meanwhile, of course, lots of other stuff going on as well. Let's take a quick look at what's happening in the TCR category, because and that's been rather quiet. Jürgen Frank, of course, was behind the wheel at Simasi car. Now it's Felix Luding, and with that Simasi machine, of course, they've had a driver swap. Alessandro Bascilega, of course, one driver we've seen quite a bit on RaceSpot TV, doing a very, very strong job in P number 2, but you kind of expect him to get up there and give a big challenge to the Sim RC machine.
Yeah, in the last, 2, 3, 4 laps, we've had pit stops from basically everyone in TCR, so they have fuel economy very similar to last time, able to comfortably go longer than 90 minutes. You go 90 and then 90 and then 90 and then 90. That's going to get you to the home base in a 6-hour race like this. No huge variations in the pit stops, because these cars are also allowed to fuel while they take tyres. So everyone taking a similar amount of fuel, everyone taking at least a 2 tyre change. Not a lot of advantage to changing the rear tyres actually sometimes on these cars. So at least the front tyres that of course get all the work on a front wheel drive touring car like this, everyone will have changed them.
TCRs, of course, totally chaotic racing cars. That's the moniker given to them. Constantly going side by side, but also be it Audi RS3 LMS cars or be it Audi R8 LMS cars, the battles are rampant in the 24H series. Maniti Racing, of course, with the impending penalty, they're being chased behind by the red Camel Esports, and these are 2 cars with differing fortunes. Both of them, of course, having a bad race the last time out in Imola, but now things are turning towards Red Camel and are just fading away from the hands of Team Maniti as it stands right now. Lots of battles on the GT3 category nevertheless, but in the lead so far, Ronin are still maintaining their lead. Williams Esports Chill Blast are losing quite a bit of time in terms of lap times. That's at least around, what, a 10th a lap per se? And MSI Esports Blue also getting caught up in traffic here and there. So clearly that gap in the middle is building up, but it could come down in a matter of seconds, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining of this race, so still plenty of things can happen. And a circuit where there is the potential, as we've already seen, for just these little mistakes and little accidents. And certainly plenty of controversy. There's a few cars out there already running damage and perhaps not running to their full ability. and carrying, for instance. Visible damage sometimes doesn't necessarily mean damage that they will feel, Somil, but iRacing doesn't always repair the damage that you want it to repair, even if you ask it to.
Yeah, it can drag you in sometimes and say, hey, you, come have a sit here in my pit box, and now you're going to get it repaired, which could be good in the long run because you get your car fixed. It's nice and beautiful. We all love a nice, shiny, fixed car, but it could end up costing you more than you gain. Because, as you mentioned, Ben, sometimes the damage is only virtual, it's only cosmetic. It doesn't quite do a lot of damage in terms of your on-track action. And so, for some drivers, it can be very frustrating. I remember in a Formula 3 series that I was commentating on once, one driver instantly lost 17-second lead because he got pulled in for some damage. And meanwhile, as we speak about damage and leads being chopped down, PS competition have been closed up by the SRC Quadricorsa team, who were way behind, but Camilo Pizzoli clearly putting in a heavy shift, and now it's BMW versus BMW, both of them scrapping it out each other, and at last, it's a GT4 battle that exists.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet in GT4 so far. And so now they're starting to come together. BMW very much the stronger of the two cars that we've got at GT4 to date, with Porsche the other one. And it doesn't really look like, David, there's much in terms of strategy between them either. So it's not as though Porsche can play some long game and benefit through strategy when they haven't necessarily got the pace.
Yeah, I mean, you read my mind on this one. I was just looking it up to try to see, was there, much difference, if anything, in strategy across them? And the answer is no, not really. It just seems like the key component that you can change at a pit stop in a racing car, the driver, has made a big difference for the fortunes of VS Competition and SRC Quadricorsa. Oh, both of them are going to have a big slide through turn one as they battle it out for the lead, Sumil.
It's getting rather entertaining right here. SRC's Quadricorsa tailgating the BS competition car. That's something that BMWs are often tagged to do quite often, but on a racetrack, all of that does not matter. You can flash your headlights, but you can't move to the right lane and zoom past. Here, you've got to duel it out, fight a few battles yourself, perhaps get an uppercut on your chin, but you've got to nail it through, you've got to keep it going, and perhaps knock your opponent down. Not in a way of making them crash out, but at least go past them rather cleanly. So what can SRC Quadricorsa do here? Of course, multiple overtaking opportunities here at Sebring, but they've got to make sure that they avoid doing what Josh Thompson fortunately did early on in the Williams BenQ car. You know you are the faster machine, you've got to bide your time, but again, there's a certain frustration boiling inside that, hey, I've got to give the track position to myself, because if I don't, I could end up losing so much time to the cars coming from behind, and that is the ultimate no-no in the world of motorsport. So, what's your pick for this, David? Where do you think that SRC could strike in this case, and what do they have to do to avoid an incident like the one Williams Esports had?
Well, to avoid the incident, they've just got to, bite their tongue at times, keep their chill, but if they're going to get past, you definitely feel like traffic could be a big thing. If they get, for example, dive bombed by a Cup car or a GT3, and that sees Marius Zug, not be able to take the apex of a corner or not be able to defend the inside, then it's always tempting as the second GT4 to try and follow the traffic through. And the phrase that gets maybe overused is use the traffic as a pick. I know some of our colleagues at RSL like to use that one quite frequently in these sort of multi-class endurance broadcasts, but it's a cliche because there's some truth behind it, and it's a situation we see happen kind of commonly in this style of battle.
Exactly, it's real, isn't it? It really makes a huge difference. You can end up using the traffic and trumping your opponent in that sort of game. It's a bit like a game of chess. You distract them from one way, and as Ben loves to mention, and it's a very, very true phrase, I love it, what traffic give it, it take it away. So sometimes it can work in your favor. The others, it can make you lose a lot of time. Here come SRC then, past this long corner. At the end of the straight, there could be a move. Looks to the inside line, as they should in this battle for the lead. Have the edge, or do they? Because the BS competition car just touches them out. chopping the line off. Man, this GT4 racing is absolutely phenomenal. Man, amazing stuff. And they have to make sure that they let the GT3 car go past cleanly. That's the BL Racing Team Euronics machine. Thankfully for them, it does not have a major impact on their battle, but SRC Squadron Corsa on their tails, or on their toes rather, I beg your pardon. They want to get this move done quickly. It means a lot to them getting back in the lead. The new driver is making a major impact, but when do they do it? Do they overcook it? That could be a major factor then. They just have to keep their calm. Still going on. Where do you think this will go, David? What's your honest prediction about this?
Well, you just hope it ends cleanly, don't you? They're still so early in this stint for GT4. We next expect them to pit at about the halfway mark with 3 hours to go. We still think they're about an hour and a quarter away from their next pit stop. So, is that a slowdown penalty there for SRC? They started to drop back a little bit.
That is, yeah. That is indeed a slowdown penalty for the SRC Squadron Corsa car. The one that we saw also happening to the Williams Esports car in the GT3 category at that very corner. So quite clearly the track limits at Sebring biting people out. Here we go for a few replays. Let's take a look at what happened to the SRC car as they cut the corner. Yeah, just getting in a bit too early in, didn't they, David? Just too close.
Yeah, exactly. You can have your inside tyres on the curb, you can have your inside tyres just on the far side of the curb, but you've got to keep, I think, the centre line of your car on the racetrack side of the curbs.
So what's happened in TCRs? Steam Ledger, Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, a team that was doing extremely well early on. Oh.
Looks like a mechanical or a hardware problem there. Car looks like it just turned hard into the inside wall. Another incident that happened while we were looking at the GT4 leader. We're going to stick with Steam Ledger.
Yep, so let's take a look at what happened right here. Sunset Bend, everything seems to be all right. Remember that TCRs are front-wheel drive cars, so a lot more understeer in nature. That's why you'll see them struggling just a little bit. But this was far from understeer. This just seemed to be a major technical issue. As we come towards turn 1, he'll be turning in right about now. And the turning in just suddenly stops.
The steering wheel's locked to the left-hand side when he goes to turn into the corner, so that's a hardware problem for Steam Ledger. Just at the moment he's gone to turn into the corner, it's locked up and he hasn't been able to straighten it up. That is
bizarre.
But yeah, real shame.
Yeah, it happens in the world of sim racing. Technical issues, of course, in the real world would mean an engine failure or something. That's what happens in sim racing. And Botlapal Motorsport, well, they say, that's a new lovely layout that Sebring has. Why don't we go and give it a try? Andy Kuhn missing the track, outbreaking himself and ending up trying this new layout of Sebring that we all would love to try someday.
Yeah, that hairpin turn there, reprofiled between 1998 and 1999. So the dreams of the 90s are still alive for Botlapal Motorsport. That looks like they might have outbraked themselves, but sensibly used a little bit of the runoff left over from a previous layout of Sebring, a track that has gone through many chops and changes throughout its long history. I can see at least 15 or 20 different variations of this track that have existed throughout history since it opened in 1950 or 1952 or so.
And that's the best part, isn't it? It's an airfield. You can do so many things with an airfield. It just comes to mind, a track that comes to mind, I beg your pardon, is Silverstone, because Silverstone also an airfield back in the day. I've seen so many different renditions of that circuit. Now, of course, with the GP layout, it's furthest away from being an airfield than it ever was in history. That's how things can change. But Sebring, very deep-rooted to its core. You can see those bumpy sections with the old airport tarmac. You will see that as we come to the Sunset Bend right now. Just take a look at how the MSI Esports car off Mark Perez bounces as we come to this right-hander right about now. Look at this. It's just juddering and shaking like an old school bus, essentially. When you were in fourth grade, imagine that ride back to school. I mean, we have those sort of roads back here in Mumbai. Not sure about those all across the world, but here we are then. GT4 battle once again. This is turning out to be interesting, to say the least. SRC Squadron Corsa clearly getting on the diffuser of the BS competition car, both literally and figuratively in this case. And Camillo Pezzoli, David, it's quite clear that he has the pace advantage. He is able to keep up with the BS competition car. And if anything, he does seem to have the potential to go past, but you've got to credit to Mario Zug. He is defending extremely well.
Right, he's not letting the pressure get to him. In fact, he was letting Pezzoli make the mistakes by cutting the corners in some places. That racing line was absolutely fine. But I sense there might be a bit of understeer for BS competition because they've been locking the rears with a very rearward brake bias to try and make it turn. Now they defend the inside to Sunset.
They do defend the inside of Sunset. SRC's Quadricorsa have the run around the outside. But will it be enough to let them power on and retake the lead into turn number 1? Door-to-door racing action as always in the 24H Esports Series. With 2 hours in more or less. Here comes the SRC car going down the inside, and at last we have a new leader.
Exactly, we do. They're still going to have to defend it because it's coming back at them 3 wide. Relay Sim Racing want to come down the inside. SRC still trying to block out BS competition. They've done a pretty good job of it, I have to say. Good move, setting up their opposition. Now the challenge is, can he pull away as all of the traffic may just conspire against him, at least through the first sector.
It's a funny place to be in, isn't it, David? GT4s, they're not the fastest, they're not the second fastest, they're right there in the middle, so they're faster than the TCRs, but far, far slower than all the 991 GT3 Cup cars and the big GT3 machines, and must be a weird place to be in. Some cars you've got to go past in terms of speed, the others you've got to let pass through. While keeping that in mind, you've also got to make sure that you're saving enough fuel and tyres and then race another incredibly competitive team, which is very closely matched in terms of talent too, so must be a very hard job to be a GT4 driver, to be honest.
I think it's a tough job to be either of those guys as well. Is it easy to be TCR though? Here's Pure Sims down the inside of HM Engineering, who would have served their 10-second penalty at the pit stops a little while back. That's dropped them from the lead. But how's the body language on both of them through Sunset, hanging the rear tyres out? Is this a front tyre only strategy? Because the rear looked a little loose for both of these machines, throwing it through that signature Sunset bend.
Yeah, it has to be a front-only strategy for them. DCR's clearly not very intensive on the rear wheels, being front-wheel drive cars. That's the front tire that's doing most of the work. And then HM Engineering had the inside line, and then Pure Sims just doing a cheeky little cutback. And heck, it's a touring car race. How will it work without them giving a gentle bump to the other car? So they do, and Pure Sims keep the lead after HM Engineering have served the penalty. But if, of course, both cars only going for front tyres, the rear end just, it's a bit like Iron Robin's right leg. It's just there to keep the car intact and balanced. Not much to do apart from that.
You've also got a handbrake in the cockpit you can pull if you really need to pull some rallycross moves in these cars. Not sure it helps you at all in circuit racing, but sometimes for a standing start, the handbrake can be useful in those cars. A little bit of TCR trivia, but the big boys, the eldest siblings, if you want to call it that, MSI Esports, still waiting on the short fill from Williams Esports to see them jump onto pit lane. Maybe that's coming up very shortly. Based on the first stints, you'd expect to see some more GT3s hit the lane in not too long. Hasn't happened just yet, surprisingly. Maybe the full pace lap and the chaos of the start saw them use a little bit more fuel in the first stint than they are now. Especially, you imagine you have to wait a bit longer to pick up the throttle when you're on the older tyres as well.
Tell you what, if Williams Esports Shield Blast have been able to control everything, as we see Leo Racing, Dino Lombardi, the first driver with fresher tyres on the pit lane, coming in for a
penalty
second
box.
stop. Oh, that's the penalty box indeed. Yeah, what's happened here then for the Leo Racing team?
12 got a time penalty. It was actually quite recently, trying to pass the 9, which is another GT3, and the 902, which is the Inertia 991 class car. Very late on the brakes, slides across the track and sends the 902 off the track.
Boy.
So that was actually about 30 minutes ago. So I don't actually remember seeing that one. I'm not sure if you do.
Same.
But a 10-second penalty, and we just saw them in the penalty box serving that before they moved on further down the pit lane to where their pit crew were waiting.
Remember a time when the iRacing team were fighting for the lead? Yeah, it's been 2 hours since that happened. It's all going downhill for the iRacing team right now, but let's focus on the teams that are doing good. And I'll be honest right here, if Williams Esports Chill Blast can extend this stint, and even with a short fuel, bid at virtually the same time as all the other cars around, seriously, that is some high praise for Arthur Leuk right there. He did go for a short fuel, and from the looks of things, David, they seem to be fine, because everyone in the first, and as you mentioned, of course, it could be with the crashes, they were consuming a lot more fuel early on. Now, around 4 odd minutes later, we should see them in the pit lane, and wait a minute, Arthur Leuk's just actually lasted longer than Mark Perez, who did go for the normal stop. And that's Wasim Fazui, Tim Martzke, Jon Zutskau in the red camel car, all coming in the pit lane. What have the Williams Esports Chill Blast team done? This is A, confusing, B, outrageous, C, fascinating.
Well, yeah, it's all coming up Millhouse for them, isn't it? Ronan Simsport also continue on. Remember that these two cars went 1 lap longer on the first stint. If they keep that up, we can actually expect Ronan to go 2 laps longer than everyone else at the end of this stint. So let's see what they do. For Williams Esports, they've also worked out their fuel economy very, very well. And I have to think, maybe it wasn't that much of a shorter splash of fuel at the last pit stop. It was just that they went a lap longer than everyone else. Maybe they overcut a little bit of lapped traffic or something, and that helped them jump a position or two in what was a very, very congested GT3 field before the first round of pit stops. Remember, top 10 within 10 seconds after the first hour of racing with no safety car intervention.
It is amazing, isn't it? The way strategy can play out in a long-term endurance race like this one. Even with most of the cars being very similar, there's always a couple of teams edging here and there, trying to find a new way out, trying to be creative with the way they do things. And full credit to Williams Esports Chill Blast. They did go for a short fuel, a relatively light one, of course, as it now seems to turn out. And they saved a lot of lap time, they saved a lot of fuel rather in the first particular stint. And even with all the fuel saving that they may have done in the second stint, they're only 2.7 seconds behind Ronan Simsport. So that is a big, big victory. And considering where they were at the end of the first stint, in around P number 4, P5, that has to be Williams Esports Chill Blast becoming the biggest gainers of this second stint. As we see Ronan Simsport now diving down in the pit lane. And I assume there will be a driver change involved as well this time out, wouldn't it?
Very likely. A driver change after 2 hours would be a common thing for a couple of our GT3 cars. Producer Arjuna pointing out, though, that in the racecraft car, no driver change, still Rasim Fazui. He's going to be joined by Gordy Much a little bit later on, but Ronan's on the lane, Williams on the lane, so both of them doing 29 laps to this stint. Ronan are going to change out Filip Matrevsky for Vincenzo Amico. Williams Esports look like they might be leaving Arthur Leuk at the moment. Both of them on the lane, taking fuel at the moment. And then it's after the fuel is done, the fuel probe is removed. You see the cars raise up on their air jacks if they are taking tyres. That's after about 40 seconds to fuel, and then about another 28, 29 seconds to take tyres. Right in sync there for first and second. It's like when the DJ tells everyone to put their hands up.
Raise those hands up. Let's avoid the rather uncomfortable word that can be on a live broadcast. Let's put that out aside. But yeah, both of them raising their jacks up. They will be going down at a very similar time. Okay, Williams leave first, then goes Ronan. So there is a change in the pits, mind you. Williams Esports Chill Blast have regained the lead, so the provisional lead, that is, because currently, of course, they are in P number 3. Wasim Fazui and Oscar Irene in the racecraft and inertia cars holding on to the lead on track. Of course, they have to come in for their pit stops. No, wait a minute. I think Wasim Fazui did go for a pit stop, yeah.
Do you want something? You want to hear some crazy facts? Wasim Fazui stayed in the car for racecraft because they have triple stinted their tyres. Now, I tell you what, at the end of that second stint, they were very quick compared to everyone else. They look like they are managing their tyres well. But I'm exactly with you. Shocked, confused, sickened yet curious. Is there any way that this can play out and work for Racecraft Esports? It says 05 on their digital number board. That's going to update to first place when they cross the line. Is this, well, is this a gamble that is going to come up leaving them very much in debt and on the back foot? Or are they going to be laughing all the way to the bank on this one? That is a standout strategy compared to everyone else.
Okay. It's time for the strategy board then. Where do we go with this? Racecraft Esports are triple stinting. Let's put it into perspective. They are currently in the lead. Then we have a different camp of teams who are going for a second stint. Okay, here's the lap chart. Here's the top 8 round off. That gives us a very good idea. Inertia Sim Racing did not do double stint early on. They're going for the second stint on their tyres right now, so expect them to lose just a little bit of time. But if there's anything that Racecraft has told us, it's that the second stint may not necessarily be very slow. Then we have Williams Esports Chill Blast, who have now taken fresher tyres and have put the right amount of fuel in. They were doing a short fuel stint early on. They're fine right now. Then there's MSI Esports behind. Oh no, come on. Not at this particular point in time. Williams Esports Chill Blast could have a penalty coming their way. They've turned this Pure Sims Esports TCR car sideways. Fortunately, Ross McFarlane still on the track. I don't know, that's very cheeky, very naughty, very eager, very bad, I guess.
Looks like a Williams zero chill blast. Let's take a look down the inside at turn 1. Huge outbraking maneuver sends that TCR car into a huge moment that, as you can see, has cost them position to Hoisingfeld, position to HM Engineering, and there's the MSI TCR also right in the mix. So if there was just a little tap like that in the absence of any context, you'd say maybe a warning. But when it goes and costs them 2 positions, surely you've got to look at maybe that is a penalty. Doesn't look like any damage is done, but if you count losing 2 positions as being harmed, then maybe that is a form of damage.
That is, I think it's a good time to go for a top 8 round off, to just have a good idea about what's going on in the race. Of course, GT3 traffic just eking past, trying to get past the TCR cars. It's a lovely little battle that we're seeing right here, all the way from P3 to 4, 5, 6. That is excellent racing, and Team Hersing will just have the edge at this point in time. HM Engineering, of course, after serving their penalty, right behind in P number 4, and the Pure Sims car is still chasing them. Always there. Okay, let's take a look at what's happened in the GT3 class, and that's the thing that we were talking about initially. So Racecraft Esports, yes, on the triple stint, and on the lead right now. We will be tracking their timings. So go to timing71.org. That's where you can check all their lap times. Let's keep a keen eye on what they're doing. Inertia Sim Racing, they're on their second stint. They took tyres in their first pit stop. They're in second. Williams Esports Chill Blast are now fine with the fuel. They're also on the second stint. They're on fresher tyres, I beg your pardon. So are MSI Esports in P number 4. Then come Ron and SimSport, who are on the same strategy. They've gone double stinting. They're fine. They're on fresher tyres right now. ET Racing, after serving their penalty, I can imagine, are in P6. Then the Leo Racing team, who also had to serve a penalty. And then Red Camel Esports. That's the top 8 in GT3. So 3 different approaches, 3 different strategies, now culminating into 2. It's Racecraft on one group, and then it's all the others. It's the Williams, it's the MSI, it's Ronan, Maniti. All of them are a part of one particular pack. And then keep a key eye on Inertia as well, because they're on their second stint with their tyres, while all the others are on fresher rubber. So let's have a keen eye on how much they lose, if anything.
Right,
That's
it's like a top 3 invert on
It
strategy for the
It's
top
amazing.
3, because your car in first is on the third stint, your car in second is on the second stint, and your car in third is on the first stint. So really, you should expect Williams to be catching Inertia, and Inertia to be catching Racecraft. And we are still so early in this race. I want to give you some lap time updates. Last lap was a 2:01.8 for Racecraft, 2:0.6 for Inertia, 202.4 for Williams. I think they had some traffic and they were still warming up the tyres. So we're about to get another, lap gaps update as they cross the line this time. But for the third stint of tyres, I would have thought Racecraft would be losing 2 seconds a lap. It really looks like they're only about 0.8 to a second a lap off the pace of a fresh set of tyres. So that is almost workable without even factoring in how valuable track position can be.
Exactly, but from the looks of things, David, they are losing quite a bit of time, aren't they, Racecraft Esports? I mean, we'll only learn at the end of this stint whether it worked or not, but from the looks of things, they're already losing 6, 7 odd tenths of a second, and all the other cars behind are on, let's say, far fresher rubber. I don't know, they had to roll the dice at some stage, because of course if you want to win, you've got to do things that are different. You've got to stand out to the others, but perhaps from the early goings, it is not turning out in their favour. Things could change for sure. This is endurance racing, this is what it is always about, but yeah, not good signs, not positive signs early on. And meanwhile, MSI Esports are being chased by Ron and SimSport. Both of these teams are on the same strategy. Pressure up of all of them, and Salva Talens is behind the wheel of that car, so both of them changing drivers too. And let's have a quick look at which teams in the GT3 category have not changed their drivers. So Racecraft Esports haven't, Williams Esports Chill Plus clearly haven't, neither have Inertia Sim Racing. Maniti have, Ron and SimSport have as well, same can be said for MSI Esports, but Leo Racing Team haven't. So Dino Lombardi is still behind the wheel of that Leo Racing Team 12 car, and it's fair to say, David, they've had a bit of a chaotic day, haven't they? As we see Ronan attacking now, this is fun.
Yeah, so Leo were real exciting in the first hour, made some great moves, and then unfortunately for them, little penalties, and maybe a bit of a misstep on the tyres as well. I think going for a new set of tyres at the first stop really hasn't paid off, especially now we know what we know, that some other teams were planning on double and even triple stints. We'll see how they come back. Ronan also been good on the fuel, so they're one to watch as they try to extend their stints out a little bit.
It gets you buzzing, doesn't it? So many different strategies, such a variety of approaches being taken by all the top teams, and it's not like they are separated quite a bit by talent, because all these drivers so closely knit, so closely matched, as we see contact almost in the TCR category. Pure Sims Esports closing in on Helsingfeld, that gap is barely anything. And had it not been a TCR car, I suspect that would have been a car turned around facing the wrong way. Here comes Pure Sims then, trying to fight Helsingfeld. The headlights are flashing, of course, they are angry. And the position, well and truly theirs. That got a bit spicy, didn't it, David? That was interesting.
That's what the TCR category was made for, isn't it?
Yes.
This kind of racing, real close stuff. Oh, big problem for MSI.
And that's Salva Talens, the number 44 car, the car that won the last time out in Imola, who was fighting for beat number 4 with Ronan. All of a sudden, it's gone horribly wrong. But how? That's a bad idea. That is a bad idea, going 3 wide through that section. And Ronan just got it in from the back, was it? They were trying to defend from Beniti, and they made a rather strange defensive maneuver that caused them to hit MSI Esports from the background. We'll have to have another look at this one. But what are your initial thoughts on this, David?
Well, from just that angle, you've seen some big moves, some very robust defense. Ronan have a move, then they get blocked out. They don't get left a lane down the inside. Then they're now looking to break down the inside. There's just overlap there when MSI move across right at the start of the braking zone. Honestly, you can kind of see from Ronan's perspective how something like that happens. Big aggressive moves late in the braking zone for both, especially as they were trying to work their way through traffic. It's tough for us to see. Race Control are going to have angles and angles and angles. You can see right here, Ronan wanted to carry their speed down the inside, but they chose to be patient, wait till they were clear of the traffic. One car's going right, one car's going left, and they meet in the middle.
Yeah, it's just those kind of incidents where it's very hard to call early on, and you can't quite blame them for the aggression, because track position is so critical in a race like this one, especially when the competition is just so intense. But Race Control will be having a long and hard view and everything. And just to bring back one point that you mentioned from the Imola race, David, the decisions will be fair. It'll not be quick, because Race Control will take their time. They will try to go for a very comprehensive move on that, but the decision will surely be very fair with them.
Well, we've got 5 stewards. We can have 5 different perspectives, 5 different voices in the room, and then of course Race Control will take feedback from all teams involved if they want to give it. Our stewards, our Race Control today, Marco Derricks, NEO Endurance head honcho Neil Heckins, we've got Rebecca Pauline, we've got Ryan Huff, and we've got Tom Stanley. So it's not one person's judgment. We've got all kinds of different perspectives and views that can talk that out.
Meanwhile, battle going on in the 991 GT3 Cup category. Go Team Racing, Robin Austin is who we are focusing on. Recently had a pit stop. We have Ben Kotsaduros back with us yet again. Ben, there's quite a bit of drama going on in every category, which I hope you've been able to follow. But this one seems to be slightly absurd. Robin Austin pitting in rather out of cycle, it seems.
I've been listening intently like you were Radio Le Mans, but without any pictures whatsoever. So I'm happy that that's now sorted. And I hate Max and I hate Chrome. But here we are. I know most people have the same feeling when they're in gaming, that they hate Max. Not Max, but Mac. Anyway. Yeah.
Sorry,
so
is Mac in this split?
Yeah, Max in this split. Thank you everyone for sorting that out, and back with us and back with some fantastic racing. So past the 2-hour mark now, presumably that means all GT3 cars have made their stops, and the 991s.
Yep, most of them have, but there's something that intrigues me as Robin Austin loses a position to the Burst Esports car. David, do you have any word on why he pit early at this particular stage? Because I guess the other teams have pit a bit early on. I guess I might be slightly confused. I was focusing a bit too much on the TCRs and the GT3s that I kind of lost track with this category. My apologies.
Well, you remember that the fuel tank and the stint length just goes about 10% longer for the Cup cars than it does the GT3 brethren.
Yeah.
So they're doing just a little bit more than an hour. All the pit stops that I can see out of 991 class seem just about on schedule for Aurus Racing Team, for Burst Esports, for Go Team Racing here in the 907, who took fuel only, hence they were so easily passed by Burst Esports. And then Inertia 4th, HM Engineering 5th in category of all, just made pit stops real recently. Just about on schedule for these single-make Cup races.
Damage for the Burst Esports car over the left front tyre. That looks like you can see it on the bonnet there. That's him making contact with another car. Did we see that?
No, that was almost entirely against the wall when they got helped there by Aurus, who got a penalty for that one. I think that's mainly where the left side damage came from.
That was in the hands of Anders
Simil.
Dahl, wasn't it?
It's always good to have information coming in. Feel free to do that, David. But yeah, that's the incident that David was referring to. I wouldn't say a big bang, but certainly a sizable one, enough to make sure that there was enough damage on that car. And yeah, Aurus clearly getting a penalty for that in the long run.
Vincenzo Amico aboard the Ronin Simsport Mercedes, now sitting in 5th position, just less than a second behind Manti Red. Now, Manti Red not really shown or been part of the party so far. Here is the second of the MSI Esports cars, the 43 machine. Looks like he's throwing that round far too hard. Yeah, and the rear says no more, thank you. You could see by the way that the car was being thrown left to right that almost he was trying to achieve that. But a small spin, no harm done. Racecraft lead, Inertia second, Williams third, Manti 4th, Ronan 5th, Dino Lombardi up to 6th in the Leo. So with all the GT3 cars now caught up in terms of strategy, we are now on the same par after the second stops.
Somewhat.
It's still all over the shop for our top 3. I mean, sort of third on down, it's all rather similar, but you know, 3 stints for Racecraft, 2 stints for Inertia, 1 stint on the tyres so far for Williams. your top three are all on entirely different strategies.
Yay.
It is closing up a little bit, down to just 8.5 seconds that Inertia are behind Racecraft, but they only pulled out 4/10 on the last lap. So whatever they're doing for tyre conservation on the Racecraft car, and however they're managing the traffic, means that they are not losing as much time as triple stinted tyres would lead you to imagine.
Well, then we're not really going to know what's going on until everyone gets on the same strategy, are we? Which possibly will be the last stint. It's going to be one of those races where we're kind of scratching our heads the whole time and just kind of calling what we see. A typical endurance race.
Which is kind of excellent. It keeps you guessing, it keeps you interested in everything that goes on, and it's only for the better.
In the 991 category then, Aura's ahead of Burst by 1.6 seconds. They seem to have each done 3 pit stops. Maxime Ramstein of the HM Engineering up to 3rd position in class. 4th position in class behind Go Team. Go Team have 4 stops under their name, presumably one unscheduled or penalty stop, is that for Go Team?
You might be getting some erroneous data. I see 2 stops for everyone in the top 10 of class.
Oh, I wonder why.
Sorry to be so boring.
No, like the Timing 71 says that everyone's done 3 stops. Very bizarre. 2 stops for the GT4s though, and 2 stops for the TCRs. No, 1 stop.
Yeah, correct. So 2 stops for GT3s so far, 2 stops for 991s so far, 1 stop from GT4s, 1 stop from TCRs, as we continue the rundown.
Yeah, so they must have added a stop to everybody, which is fun. Only one retiree, as we see TCR and GT4 cars getting involved with each other, and that is that Williams Esports BenQ Porsche 991, which was our leading car, got tangled up in an accident and sent into oblivion. They did decide to retire the car. There is 4 TCR cars very much in the mix with each other, and the GT4 class leader, I presume that is, coming through with a 991 car behind him. So 3 different classes on the same bit of tarmac. Now that is in the GT4 class. We still have Squadra Corsa White leading, so that is the GT4 class leader by 7 seconds, 7.8 seconds now over Mario Zergin BS Competition, and then 18 seconds back to Ashley Finch in the Pure Sim Esports. That's the first of the Porsches in that class. So plenty of gaps in GT4 right now, but less so in TCR. Really intense little battle going on here with a couple of GT3 cars and a couple of 991 cars thrown into the mix that they're all trying to get out the way of and not be caught up in too much of their shenanigans, as well as fighting each other. Pure Sim looking down the inside, that would be for 3rd position, but can't find a way through right now.
Yeah, not quite working out for them. It's been a bit of a chaotic race for Pure Sims Esports, being involved in a couple of incidents here and there, being dangled left, right and centre sometimes. It's a good battle nevertheless. They have managed to stick on to HM Engineering, who had to serve that penalty. Otherwise, HM Engineering would have been in the lead, but currently in the lead is Felix Touring for Team Sim RC, who have been very comprehensively leading, mind you, for quite a while. And Alessandro Bacilega, who has been behind the wheel of the SRC Squadra Corsa TCR car, has not quite been able to make the kind of progress that he would have wanted to. The gap still 4.7 seconds at that particular incident, and Bacilega and Felix Touring have had quite a few battles early on. I think in the Helsingborg TCR Championship that we had here on Racesport TV. Both excellent drivers, both knowing the limits of the car. Alessandro, in fact, only getting on the TCR cars, I think 6 to 7 months ago. And he did an excellent job the first time he was racing in the Helsingborg TCR Championship. So, certainly a man who can adapt very quickly. And as time has gone on, he's turned out to be more impressive. But Felix Touring has just been like a very composed orchestrator. He's been managing everything. He's been making sure that everything goes on in the perfect harmony for his team. And the symphony for SimRC is just glorious as it stands.
Very different car to try and muscle around. If any of you haven't tried the TCR car, feels like you can drive it, but then to drive it quickly is a real art. To get the rear of the car to rotate, to follow the front end, which is doing all the work, and the rear wheels are much like supermarket trolley wheels. They're just there to kind of keep the rear off the ground, basically. But to master them and to jump from, like Jürgen Frank is doing, for instance, jump from a Formula 3 car on Wednesday into a TCR car on Sunday is quite a challenge. And some people don't like it. Some people really prefer to stick away from the front-wheel drive stuff.
We can actually speak about this for a bit. It's a very interesting point about how drivers adapt very quickly. And I recently had a chat with Martin Van Loosenhoff, the driver for RNG Esports. They're not competing here, but you will see their name popping up in quite a few places. It's just a case of investing your time in, just having the discipline in terms of your driving, and the more important thing is just being aware of what's going on around you, because you can't come in with a certain prejudice. This car will be this way, this car will be that way. As long as you're just open to your surroundings, as we see Maniti Racing getting a bit naughty with the other, the Pure Sims car right there. If you're just aware, if you're very open-minded, you'll just quite be able to adapt very quickly. As long as you're prepared to put the time in, that's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that kind of feel up, but it's not necessarily a feel, it's more of a vision thing to see how the car moves around. A very busy racetrack on the back straight. On the left-hand side is the paddock area, and then Sunset Bend kind of goes around it and back onto the main straight. And we've got GT3 cars in there, 991s, the TCRs. There might even be a GT4 car in there somewhere. And all this time, the TCR cars are desperate to try and fight on their own soil, but they've just got to be careful of watching their back. Ultimately, they don't want to get punted around. They need to kind of watch their mirrors whilst they're still fighting. And gosh, it is one of those arts. There is one thing being a GT3 car and carving your way through, looking forward and trying to predict what the cars in front are doing. There's another trying to race in the slowest category and stay out of trouble.
It's quite something, isn't it? I mean, as a GT3 driver, you can simply come up and say, it's the slow car that's causing the problem. That's what the usual idea is with the faster category, but for the TCRs, you've got to feel for them. Firstly, they're trying to maneuver a front-wheel drive car around Sebring, a track with long corners, looping sections, lots of quick direction changes as well. Certainly not the easiest thing in the world. And then they're the slowest category. You can give them a certain benefit by saying that they don't have to stop as much, so the races are a little more fluid and a lot more flowing in a way. But seriously, you've got to give them some credit. It's hard being a TCR driver in a championship so hotly contested with drivers so quick and eager to get past, like the 24H series.
So this is the battle for third position. The leading car is Felix Ludding, as we've covered already. 5 seconds to the good over Alessandro Bachelega, as I should say. Then 16 seconds back is this battle. Corentin Gugnez leading in the HM Engineering TCR car. That's the Logitech sponsored car just ahead. And then Ross McFarlane, Sven Gleitzel and Victor Lobato. Pure Sim, Husgevelt and MSI Esports. And there's also Boris Sud in there and the GT3 car. That's the Red Camel Esports car trying to get through. And actually, that BMW is really struggling with the GT4 car to clear these TCR cars easily.
Yeah, the TCRs are fast. Let's not confuse them in any way whatsoever. For being front-wheel cars, they are outrageously quick. It sometimes baffles me the kind of lap times that they can get. It's just that when they're put up against these GT3 machines, they look slightly feeble in nature, but nevertheless, they are quick machines, and the gap between GT4s and TCRs is existent, but not as much, as we see the HM Engineering car going to the outside line. Pure Sims were bullied quite a lot, as David pointed out in our in-commentated chat that we have right here, but nevertheless, they are making sure that HM Engineering stay behind, stay put, and just get a lot of their back of their car, as we see the MSI Esports car coming in and trying to make their way past. But it's hard being a TCR driver, seriously. Must be quite something. In a sprint race, it's alright, because you can go all cowabunga, push hard, do, I wouldn't say nonsense, but just go for it, just have a really fun time. But in endurance racing can be far harder. But what's happened to that MSI car right there? Is that the 40th? Oh no! BS Competition.
BS Competition just a little bit outbreaking themselves as Pure Sim went defensive. trying to keep HM behind them, and then didn't manage to make the pass and made a bit of contact. We've got MAHLE Racing GT3 car in there as well. Finally, the BS car should be able to do and get past, but look at how the MAHLE car is totally boxed in by 4 TCR cars, and really, for the moment, really has to... and has made contact. I was about to say, has to thread the eye of a needle, and he has punted the Husgeveld car, Sven Glazel, into the wall, sideswiped, and basically that was patience. Look at this. He cannot find a way through being boxed in.
Man, this is just endurance multi-class racing coming out of by Team Husgeveld right there. No space, I guess.
Absolutely no space, and he was really patient through the first couple of corners. Look, he's sitting there, he knows that there's no space, and then through here, slightly offline, gets a bit of a run of things, and then tries to cut right as the track's going left. And really, that's pretty unfair from MAHLE. He may have thought that he got clear, but certainly side-by-side contact, and still Pure Sim and HM Engineering go side-by-side into sunset, and Pure Sim looking for the switchback, but that'll put them on the right-hand side, and HM Engineering on the left-hand side, and we also have MSI coming to play in there as well. So there's still all 3 side-by-side kissing wheels. HM going to have the inside line here, but they're going to be compromised, and Pure Sim trying to go all the way around the outside. Ross McFarlane being brave. And inevitable contact. MSI say thank you. Up 2 places. And really, what was Corentin Gugnez doing, trying to shut the door? I've said it already 3 times in this broadcast, and I've only been on for half of it. You've got the person shouting in your ear, telling you side by side, car left or car right in this instance, and he still wants to shut the door.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one. Corentin Gugnez just... I'll need to have a couple of looks once again, but it certainly seems to be a bad incident of two drivers going...
Let's watch on board from MSI Esports. HM on the inside. Okay, I suppose the only kind of thing
has
you
been
could
absorbed
say...
by the barrier.
The only thing you could say there is that perhaps he had a lot of understeer, and really it was the understeer that carried him.
TCR car, they will
carried him into the other car. Sorry, Simon, I don't know if I'm talking over you or you're talking over me.
I guess, okay.
I don't want to get into this argument between you two, but crazy little bit of action there, and really tough. How many cars have we seen trade paint with Pure Sims? They're going to be able to make a paint sample for every car on this track.
I feel a bit sorry for them there, because I didn't really think that was their fault. That is certainly 927's fault. Completely over exuberant with the loud pedal, and round the car goes. Didn't lose too much in terms of position. Pure Sim on the inside, MSI on the outside, very wide from the MSI TCR car, but that will give them a little bit more of a slingshot on the exit of Sunset, and there comes a GT3 car too. Go on, use a bit of the slipstream, try. No, decides against it, but the slingshot wasn't quite enough. Maybe they'll try and get an overlap into the first corner. Again, not quite enough. So for the moment, Pure Sim hold on to what is now third in class, but all that battling has put them down to 20 seconds back.
Yeah, the big loss of time with all those incidents that's going on. But meanwhile, Porsches, they never disappoint, and they are going for a good one. Maxime Ramstein, Robin Austin, we saw this on the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup on Race Sport TV. We are seeing this right here. 24 series, Ramstein goes ahead, and Robin Austin for the Go Team Racing team has to concede 1 position. It's incredible, isn't it, the way these Porsches can fight against each other for extended periods of time. Will we see Robin Oslan come back forward? Will he fight back, or does he realise that, yeah, perhaps strategy isn't quite on my side? Maybe I should just sit back, relax, save some fuel, save some tyres, and then come back fighting later on. But as it stands, HM Engineering getting the jump on Oslan right now.
Any evidence, David, in the incident reports of investigations into that TCR accident?
Yeah, I can see a few things on the penalty sheet that are currently under investigation. Of course, race control never really want to rush through any of these decisions. I can see 116 versus 159, that's HM Engineering, is the 159 on the sheet there. I can see one of the GT3s versus the 148, but no penalties coming through for any of the TCR cars just yet.
Certainly, that is one of the amazing things about NEO Endurance Series, the organisers of this newly named 24 Series Esports Championship, not to be confused with the 24H, the virtual 24H Series, which actually only a couple of weeks ago raced at Sebring. So that
I was in the
is
comp box
kind
for that one.
Yeah, and that is the effectively the kind of the real world version replacement, because they've lacked the ability to go racing. They have announced that they'll go real racing in November next year here at Sebring as Leo Racing 12. Dino Lombardi, that was at the sharp end of the field, losing the rear end and having a half spin. So Dino's tyres perhaps saying no more. What kind of strategy are they on right now with that? Because that's the third stint for Dino, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the third stint for Dino as a driver.
Negative. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
sorry, I was just going to cut across you to say that they. Yeah, well, yeah, no, exactly that. That was where I was going to come to. Is that they were one of those cars that tried to take tyres at the first stop, didn't really work for them. So then they left them on after the most recent stop. Here they are on the second stint of those tyres, just like Inertia did for second place.
Okay. And we are only halfway through that stint, so if he is struggling on tyres, then that is a bit of a worry for Dino Lombardi. Presumably, they only have another one driver in that car if he's going to be doing effectively half the race, because each of the teams have entered with 3 to 4 to even 5 drivers, but they don't have to use those drivers in the championship. So when you go on the entry list on the 24 or the neoendurance.com website, which is very, very comprehensive and very useful, one of the best esports websites. Generally, you don't have championship standings on most of the esports websites that you try and find information from, but they are very, very good. But their entry lists are pretty significant with lots of drivers, but we're obviously not seeing so many of those drivers in the field today.
Yeah, 24H Esports doing an excellent job in terms of organising everything. In terms of the real world 24H Esports, it's also a lovely feature on the website. I'm just digressing a bit from the race, but
it's allowed. 6 hours, you've got time.
There is plenty of time and not much happening on the track per se, but there's a feature called the Marketplace where teams and drivers can meet each other. And GT3 racing is all about customer racing, isn't it? You can end up finding other teams, other drivers, pro drivers who could race with an amateur racer, sometimes amateur racers looking for teams where they can buy in and get a place, sometimes for engineers. And that Marketplace section, it's more of a networking kind of thing for all of the championships. We'd have got to go in the paddock, you've got to speak to people, find if there are opportunities. The 24H Esports, well, they make it a lot easier. Go on the internet. If there is an opening, go for it. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars and go to a race and then meet with the right people, play all the politics to get a seat. It's just all very simple. And I like that.
I mean, you still have to be good. I've tried to enter a couple of races, including the 24H series, their first race at Monza, and it's incredibly high quality. Even the virtual series, which is not this esports, which is another level. You really kind of, if you look at the average I rating of any of these drivers, I think you probably find the average I rating is about 6,500 to 7,000 in this series, whereas the virtual 24 encourages some of their real-world drivers to get involved, so that does lower the entry parameters slightly, but still incredibly hard. Even the Race for Remembrance event that I did a couple of weeks ago, just incredible to see the pace of so many people out there. It means basically, I think, the majority of people who compete on iRacing are better than me, but then that's probably not that hard. That's why I commentate for a living.
Hugo's not here, so that's true of all of us in the commentary box.
Hugo, of course, a past iRacing Grand Prix World Champion.
Yes. Absolutely. This is the battle for the lead, by the way, which is very exciting. Racecraft have been slowly reeled in by Inertia. Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto for this particular race. I mean, that's the gap. 0.2 of a second as we've got what looks like, is that a Daily Sports Car entered machine? SRN Esports. That looks like a Daily Sports Car livery on that car.
That's their primary sponsor, correct.
There you go.
They've got more to worry about than that at the moment, though.
Yeah, into the barrier and a little bit of a push into the barrier out of 6th position. That's a bit of a shame for Stephen McGarvey. And what kind of happened? How did he end up doing that? Was he helped by the Mercedes? Mercedes trying to go down the inside, kind of scared by the Mercedes, I think is probably a better way of putting it.
Yep, not working well for SRN Motorsport in that particular case. It's a long way. It's a long recovery for all of them. But meanwhile, Racecraft Esports has lost the lead.
Well, let's see what happened. They were very, very close going into sunset. It happened just as we cut away to a replay. Typical. And actually, a very, very easy move from Inertia down the inside in the braking zone and not really fought by Rasim Fezoui. What sort of situation are those guys on tyres-wise?
Triples for Racine, which is why I think you saw him not put up much of a defence at all. Probably knew it was a bit of a foregone conclusion against Inertia, thinking the long strategy about Williams in 3rd, who have a penalty looming, and then some of the other cars further back from there as well. I think they might have realised that triple stinting those tyres meant this wasn't their battle, at least for the moment. If it was, double stinted tyres versus double stinted tyres, you might have seen more of a fight go on than the tyres just really starting to get to the end of their usable life on that Audi.
And what it means is we've got a Mercedes back in the lead. Inertia Sim Racing only 8th position in Imola and kind of in the unfancied car Mercedes. Just 3 Mercedes in the GT3 category. The rest are all Audis, but for the moment it does seem like it's working. Ronin Simsport early doors were at the sharp end of the field. They're now sitting in 5th position, 18 seconds off the lead. And Oscari Rien is really putting the hammer down. Already a second to the good as he comes through sunset for another time. And yeah, the pace looks good right now. And just the 2 drivers so far that we've seen in that car. But Oscari trying to make a bit of a gap here. Now, how does Racim's lap times compare to the guys around him? I've not got quite that bit of information on my screen. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was a slow lap last time, wasn't it?
I'd say on average, you compare him to his peers in the top 5, and I think the pace has gone from being about 0.5, 0.8 of a second a lap off to it's now consistently about a second a lap off what Inertia are doing, what Williams Esports Chill Blast are doing, and what the Maniti number 8 is doing. So what was workable is really, really getting to the tail end of that strategy, of that play. It's a bit of a dead end at this point.
And now we do the maths and we go, right, we've got 20 minutes left of this stint. Each lap is 2 minutes long. He's losing around a second per lap. So that will be 10 seconds come the end of the pit stop. Now, even 15 seconds lost in comparison to his rivals is still better than sitting in the pit lane changing tyres?
Well, I think from the pit stop about 40-50 minutes ago, he was looking like a hero until about 10 minutes ago. So for the majority of the stint, you were, crunching the numbers and going, wow, why did no one else think that? And it's then right here at the tail end of the stint where you start to see where is the break-even point on it. They were on the right side of the break-even line. Now it's just starting to drop away from them a little.
And how long would it be to change the tyres if you're sitting stationary?
It's 27 seconds or so.
Yeah, so I think, even if he's looking bad right now in terms of pace, the time lost sitting stationary being 27 seconds to change the tyres versus even, let's say, 15 seconds, 1 second per lap over the last 30 minutes, that's still a win. You've got to be 1 second to the bad for 40 minutes, really, to then see it swing into actually being more fun, but being better to change the tyres. So be interesting to see how this shakes up come the end of the race. Sometimes it's the tortoise and the hare situation, but Razim's last lap was a 2:02.7, so that's now, unless that was traffic, that's now a lot worse than the 1 second loss per lap.
Yeah, the drop-off can be huge at certain points in time. So initially it may seem like a bit gradual, and all of a sudden the grip may disappear. So it's hard to put an exact number on it. It's hard to tap on it and say, okay, this is what you're going to lose, this is what you're going to win. But if it eventually works out, as it does seem to be the case right now, other teams will be scouting, other teams will be having a look at the data, and they'll be saying, okay, oh, if this works, who knows? Perhaps we could change the game and we could go for triple stints as well. That is the impact of someone who tries to act like a trailblazer. And this is what Racecraft Esports have done of sorts. I've been a bit of a trailblazer in this race. Gone for the triple stints that nobody else, I wouldn't say thought of, but nobody else did go for. And now that it seems that the data does seem to be positive, who knows, other teams could be going for that as well.
Really interesting to see teams that were kind of outside the top 6 positions in our last race at Imola at the head end of the field. So Inertia last time out, 8th position. Racecraft was 7th position. Obviously Williams Esports 2nd, and they sit 3rd right now. Manti Racing Red, they were in 6th position, I think, last time out.
Yep.
It was yes, that's the correct number, isn't it? No, they weren't. They were down in 15th, the number 8 car. So that obviously got caught up in issues. Ronin Simsport were down in 12th position. So MSI, who won last time out, at the moment, that number 44 car sits in 10th position. So real kind of swings and roundabouts as we come up to the midpoint of the race. And here's a battle for 2nd position. Burst Esports versus HM Engineering. HM Engineering with the inside line through Sunset, and that's going to be an easy pass. And actually Burst need to be a bit careful not to lose the rear end of their car as they run a little bit wide. But HM Engineering then having a good run of things in TCR right now and getting to the sharp end of 991.
Good move right there by Max Team Ramstein, being incredibly calm and composed while making it. And now the target shifts. It's interesting. Endurance racing drivers have to make target shifts like that quite consistently after knocking one down. Now they have to focus on Nicholas Varone in that Oris Racing team, who even with the penalty is in P1.
Leading our 991 category, also a real-world British Formula 3 driver, I'm told. It shows how much attention I pay to British Formula 3 these days. I don't even know if British Formula 3 is actually Formula 3.
It's part Formula 4 cars nowadays.
It's part Formula 4, part Jonathan Palmer being stubborn, isn't it? Because he wanted Formula 3 and therefore he just decided to name it Formula 3 because that's what he wanted to call it. But effectively, yes, it's Formula 4. But Nicholas Varone, I'm told, races in that. Oh,
I found the stats, and that is correct. Did race 2020 BRDC British Formula 3 Championship. But what you're just talking about, putting a slightly more powerful engine in an F4 chassis, isn't that exactly what the Road to Indy does with US F2000 and Indy Pro 2000?
Yeah.
Both an F4 chassis, but then they put bigger tyres and more horsepower in one of them and call it something a little bit closer to F3. So maybe a popular cost control thing to do, but maybe also a bit of stubbornness in there as well.
I'm all for giving it a different name from Formula 4, but everyone knows Formula 3 as the category that supports Formula 1 and the ladder to Formula 1, and therefore all Formula 3 cars in my head should be the same kind of spec, whether it be Formula 3 Open in Spain or Formula 3 BRDC in the UK. But it doesn't, to a layman. But when it comes to if you're looking at it from the outside, you've got a British Formula 3 car that's nowhere near an F3 Open car, which is definitely nowhere near what we see supporting Formula 1. So loads of different things trying to be the same, whereas at least in America they give it a different name. Rant over. Irrelevant rant over as well.
So we can put your soapbox back away and save it for a bit later in the broadcast then?
Well, it's an interesting topic. Not exactly the most relevant to what we're what's happening on screen right now, but nevertheless, it's important. It's defining the world of motorsport. And when the new Formula 3 cars came in, 2018 was it, when we had the new spec cars for 2019, there was a big cry of hooray everywhere, because hey, at last we're going to have one Formula 3 car, one Formula 3 car, again, one Formula 3 car. And no, that hasn't been the case, has it?
No, yeah, exactly.
It's just clinging on to the Formula 3 name as if it's some sort of gold dust, and you need to have it to make sure that you're credible enough. Now, the World Series, I remember the Formula Renault World Series, I think that's not even Formula 2, that's some Formula 2.25 or something.
Well, they called it
pretty clear.
At some point, they called it Formula 3.5 Renault.
Yeah. At least they're being honest. At least it's not like, oh, we're Formula 3, but we're not Formula 3, but we are Formula.
Hey, now here's a curious thing.
At least made sense when they were using 3.5 litre V8s.
Well, exactly, yeah. Same engine that was in my Nissan 350Z, interestingly. And it was actually a Nissan, because originally it was called Formula Nissan before it became Formula Renault. Right, here was a curious thing that just popped into my timing screen. Vincenzo Amico, in the Ronin Simsport car, just set the car's fastest lap of the race. Nearly a whole stint into those tyres. So he's certainly got some boots still on that car. 59.866, which is only a couple of tenths off what our leader of the race has managed to do, which actually at the moment holds the fastest lap of the race. Now our producer Ajana speculating that the temperature has dropped 5 degrees. So now why has the temperature dropped 5 degrees in the middle of the day?
We're moving towards the evening, because we started at 2 o'clock. It's been, what, 3 hours since we've been in?
Yeah.
So 5. So yeah, but that happened somewhere down the line.
So we're going to end up finishing this race in the dark then? We are, aren't we?
We
Yes,
are.
I did look for sunset times in Central Florida this time of year, and I think the answer was around about 5:30, so just over an hour away for sunset. Yes, we are going to finish in the dark.
Yes, and that's why we're getting this slight orange hue to our picture as well. So the temperature is going to drop, so that's going to be an interesting thing for the teams to play with as well. And apparently the kind of the maths here is 10 degrees centigrade is about 1 second roughly advantage, which means 5 degrees is about half a second. Oh, that's a change. Williams second position ahead of Racecraft, so Racine really struggling to finish that stint and losing another spot. We were doing the maths and saying whether was it worth it or was it not. It certainly put Racecraft in a lofty position, having not taken tyres, but really now dropping. Can they do the same thing when the conditions are more favourable to doing triple stints in the second half of the race, with just 11 minutes before we get to the middle of this 6-hour MAHLE, 6 hours of Sebring?
Should be interesting. Racecraft Esports are quite clearly losing time on the third stint, but just how much is it? That's the main question. Will they end up having a positive... Well, yeah, will they end up with a bigger gain than the bigger loss? That's the main thing, because of course they tried something different. Could work, could not. But yeah, David, of course, coming up with some penalty news.
Yeah, we might have touched on a penalty came through for the Williams Chill Blast car, probably for the incident where I described them as having no chill. That is a 15-second penalty in their future, and that is, of course, if they pitted now, going to drop them back behind Racecraft. Hence, we didn't see a whole lot of defence from Racine Fazui that time around. That seems like it's been the story of their stint. They just don't want to bother anyone. They just want to run that third stint on those tyres, and then hopefully find that they're in a podium contending position come the end of this race. And also, here's a cautionary tale about putting too much white paint on the front of your car. How many Florida insects has that Williams car hit?
Well, it's that time of year for it, isn't it? Very much so. The long evening glowing orange sun. It's great place to be in November, actually, Florida. A few years I've spent in Florida around November time, and really lovely. Not the nicest part of the world, but plenty of mozzies, mosquitoes around, because it's very much wetlands in the centre of Florida. Plenty of crocodiles and things like that. So you do just get a lot of bugs. So whether this is being simulated virtually or not, there's certainly no virtual mosquitoes about, but certainly the car doesn't look particularly pretty. Now, what was my point going to be? I had something to say as Arthur Leoc now goes on his fastest lap of the race. So this is very much a golden hour. This is what we kind of see in qualifying in Le Mans. Golden hour for the race as BS Competition comes into the pits again a little bit earlier. Don't they do this in every race that we ever commentated on? Oh, and he's missed his pit stall, so he's had to go back as well. I'm pretty sure that BS Competition in races that I've commentated before have always been a little bit early when it comes to pit stops.
Might be team tradition to just front load the strategy a little bit, take the shorter fills early. The Zug did miss the station a tiny bit there, had to find reverse gear before he hands it back over to Ryan Barneveld, who drove so well in the opening stint. Car back down off the jacks, tyres done, just waiting on fuel right now. 35 seconds of fuel goes in, BS Competition back out and away.
And the average lap time not as good as Ryan, so Barneveld should be the faster of the two cars, as we saw Glacier Racing, the Mercedes, in the background coming into the pit lane from 16th spot. So they've really, after their penalty and contacts earlier on, are really at the tail end of the GT3 field. MAHLE Racing, for me, are owed a penalty. Has that come up yet on the timing screens?
That is the 36 car. Yes, it is causing a collision against the 148, which is a TCR car. Car 36 moves to the right, hits car 148. That's a 15-second time penalty.
Ooh, okay, so that's quite a severe for a bit of an elbow from MAHLE. So they're going to be dropping down out of what is 9th position right now. Sami Matti Trogan and Andres Butcher aboard that car. So many penalties, and of course these penalties can be taken in the pits, so they hang over these cars, as they do at Williams at the moment, until the next pit stop, and then get added at the end of the race to the times if required. 7th position, Alessandro Biocco for Leo Team 12 in, and it feels to me as though the race is kind of slipping away from Leo. At the very start with Dino Lombardi, they were at the sharp end on the first stint, but as the race has gone on, it feels like they're not there.
Yep, they had a few incidents early on. I think they were involved in a crash, and then not a crash, but it's just a slight brush, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a long day, but yeah, they went for tyres early on. That's the main thing. Yeah, they were not quite able to manage their tyres, so they did change their tyres in the first stint. And then they essentially went on a different approach to all the others, because while the others were on their second stint, they were on their first, and vice versa. So that clearly hasn't worked out. So I think tyre management has been their Achilles heel of sorts.
And they've come into the pits with 6 minutes still remaining before we get to the halfway point. So there's still a little bit of fuel to save as well if they want to do the magic pit stops, pitting on the hour and making sure you only do 5 stops or 6 stints in a race. And here is Racecraft still trying to get those tyres to the end of the stint. They've got Ruben Bonga in the Manthey Racing red behind them, the next man to try and take a position. And to be honest, Racecraft dropping down to 4th position by the end of this mammoth stint on the tyres seems to me still like a win. It seems to me like they wouldn't usually have been up there had they gone conventional.
No, exactly. It's a game, that's for sure. We might be just far too optimistic in the commentary box, thinking, oh, Racecraft has done something different, they're going to win. But it's a small game. They're eking in the gap, they're slowly chipping into it. And you're correct, Ben. It may not seem like the biggest game in the world. It may not seem like all of a sudden, hey, Racecraft's going to win. But they are climbing positions. I remember they were around, 7-8 early on before the pit window, and here they are right now. So, for sure, They are onto something here.
Yeah, and the team consists of 3 drivers at about 5,000 iRating. So as an average iRating, they're not really as lofty as some of our kind of well-known pro teams. Racing Fezoy, actually Canadian, I think, if my flags are printed out correctly, on a 5,000 iRating. So, you know, if you don't necessarily have the pace, why not try and do something different and see if you can elevate yourself through strategy and clever thinking? And, it's been really compromised there. So that should be an easy pickings for Manti Racing Red behind in the slipstream. Actually, maybe not. Maybe he didn't quite get on the power like he needed to as we come into sunset. And probably only two more laps left for Racing to get to the end of this stint, as he drops now down to 4th position. Holds the tighter line. Car doesn't look too bad. He's still driving within himself, and actually the two of them dive to the pit lane, so they don't quite get to the hour mark either.
They do the same as Inertia Sim Racing do from the lead. Williams Esports Chill Blast are going to carry on. Remember, their fuel economy has been fantastic, but here is Maniti Racing in the pit box. What's looming over them that they haven't served yet in the number 8? Oh, that's a little confusing for me. Might have been contact with the GT4 car, but nonetheless, that undoes some of the great work they'd just done.
And our leader, Inertia Racing, is also in the pit lane as well, just behind. So we have Manti Racing, Inertia and Racecraft in pits. Williams, Ronan and Bieler Team Euronics now the top 3 yet to pit. And is this going to be another one of those races where Bieler Racing kind of pop up at the end and establish themselves? I was quite surprised actually to see Frank Bieler appear in the VCO Pro Sim Series midweek and take on some of the other sim pros. Frank Bieler, obviously a legend, works Audi driver both in British touring cars and European touring cars, and latterly in GT and Le Mans racing, and has had Bieler Racing for a good long time. An early adopter alongside Jean Alesi also has a sim racing team. I don't really know what they do other than lend their name. Like the likes of Romain Grosjean, also with a team, and I don't know if Fernando Alonso still has a team. He's had about 5 different teams over the last couple of years, hasn't he?
Yeah,
I'm also not sure what's going on with FA Racing of late. I think it was sort of a marketing tie-up with a different esports organisation who now sort of ended up moving elsewhere.
Right, Williams comes into the pits with 2 minutes still on the clock and into the penalty box. So they are going to drop down, but they've managed to establish a 13-second lead before coming into the pits. So that is quite significant. There goes Ronan Simsport, and only just ahead before they go to pit boxes. So this is going to be tasty when they get back out on the track. That was our battle for the lead.
Excellent stuff going on here. Some proper competition. And Kieran Harrison, oh no! HM Engineering, what's happened here? They're just exiting the pit lane.
Proper crunch.
Proper crunch indeed, yeah. They just get slam jammed in the back. The competition's fun until you just try to push yourself too hard.
That was a big mistake from Kieran Harrison. Dipping wheels onto the grass, and maybe scared off by the TCR car that he was overtaking, but just try to brake on the grass, and that does not work, especially on cold tyres. And 2 contacts with the barrier. That car is going to be crook now. Right, Williams back out into the race, and followed by Ronan Simsport. So in the pit stops, Simsport just losing out a little bit, and coming out behind Williams. But where is Leo Racing 12? There at the background, coming out in 3rd position, and crucially behind a few TCR cars. I think the TCR cars were absolutely the godsend that Arthur Leoc needed for Williams Esports Chill Blast there, because it gave him just that little bit of breathing space as the other 2 came out of the pits. But where did Leo come from, and how on earth are they now in 3rd, David?
Well, you recall they made that early first stint tyre change, that's just put them that half cycle back. So really, they're in third on track right now, behind Williams, who just put on new tyres, behind Ronan, who just put on new tyres, and this is the second stint of the tyres for Leo Racing Team in the number 12, an Audi that seems to be eating through those tyres a little bit quicker. So sure, they're right here in third place, right behind first and second, but they're at a tyre disadvantage, and they'll be pulling out a very, very strong showing if they can stick with first and second the way that they have been treating the tyres on that 12.
Though Leo come in next time and change their tyres to do a double stint to the end, will Williams be holding on to these tyres to the end now?
Great question.
But have they done a triple in the first stints? They haven't, have they? No.
Williams went for double initially.
Yeah. So they did a double and a single. But they've taken tyres again, presumably.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. All kinds of things going on. So Arthur Luke initially taking a double, then a single, and now a double and a single again, in which case he's got to change the tyres the same amount of time as Leo Racing, which would mean...
Sorry, forgive me. I've gotten confused because they served the penalty.
Yep.
That's given them a pit lane transit time about the same as changing tyres, but this is actually the second stint on the tyres for Arthur Lehook. I read the pit lane time, not the stop time. Forgot about the penalty. Thankfully, Arthur Lehook didn't forget about the penalty because it's his job to serve it. And we have had one team get... I'll come back to that thought.
Oh, 991 car parked in the wall at Sunset, and that's Danny Kirby in the Inertia Sim Racing Imprimo car, which now heads to pit lane and nearly takes out a GT4 Porsche. Let's see exactly what happened there. TCR car ahead, goes for a gap that is open for him, no problem. And just doesn't get himself slowed down enough. Blimey, carried huge amounts of speed through Sunset. That doesn't look right.
Is that an equipment failure? Perhaps we'll have a look at it from the onboard. Nice and lovely day in Florida, lovely Sunday evening drive. All of that's about to change right about now. Okay. No, that's not an equipment failure. That's just him trying to go a bit too fast. Yeah, tried a bit of a driver error by Danny Kirby right there. Trying to push the limits of the 991 GT3 Cup car, which is something you're compelled to do. It's a car that makes you want to go faster, but that Sunset bend not quite working. Carrying
far too much inertia into the final turn. And now has to definitely get that car repaired because it's very bent. Here comes Nicholas Verone, the leader in the 991 class, coming into the pits. Should have pit stops from all of our different classes around now. Interesting that the 991 cars are comfortably inside the hour mark, whereas the GT3 cars are still kind of on the edge. So Nicholas Verone then makes his stop, and we'll let all these stops cycle through before we really go into detail. But going back to that battle for GT3, I think what we've established, therefore, is Arthur Lehouk and Alessandro Bico, Williams and Leo, are actually on the same strategy. They are on the second stint of their tyres, and I don't know where Ronan Simsports sit in there, and the only person that's done anything different is Racecraft, who went with a triple stint, which didn't really seem to work, and now Gordon Much is aboard that car. So actually maybe David can go and start searching for a couple of interviewees, because it'd be interesting, for instance, to talk to Racine and see how he found his stint, as we've got a change for the lead and Ronan up ahead of Williams. Here they are, it's in traffic, and Williams trying to fight back straight away, but it's been trying to get round TCR cars. There, Leo in the background as well, and we've got Mercedes back ahead of Audi.
Interesting battle going on between Ronan and Williams. Williams, of course, going for a different strategy, but Ronan, now that the cycle is done, coming back in and grabbing the lead from Arthur Lehouk. Arthur Lehouk has been in that car for a long, long time. No, that's not the lead. No, is it? I'm getting slightly confused there.
No, I don't think we've seen another person in the Williams car. The other people would be Dominic Stabe or Martin Christensen, and we've not seen either of those.
No, we haven't. It's only been Arthur Luke so far, he is very racy indeed, even 3 hours into his stint. He's still challenging for the lead right now against Lawrence Simsport, although he's just lost it. But yeah, Arthur Luke, that is a mega stint by any standards whatsoever. But he'll be sweaty in the wrong places when he gets up from that stint, trust me.
I'm sweating, and I'm only commentating.
Oh, you're in Europe, it must be quite cold back there in December, November,
Yes.
pretty much.
No, it's -1 outside. It's just that they power up the hotels to try and take off. It's ridiculous. Unlike Mumbai, I'm sure it's probably quite hot in Mumbai right now.
It is indeed.
I love the fact that we're so international here. We've got yourself in Mumbai, David in Australia, myself in Germany, though I'm British and I live in France, so that's a mongrel in itself. And so many different countries represented within on-track action as well. Lots of different drivers logging in from different places, and it continues to baffle me how we are able to drive against each other in different parts of the world and send a broadcast feed across the world to have commentary on and then send out to you guys who are watching, all within split seconds. It is nuts.
Nuts indeed.
Oh yeah, it's been the hottest day of the hottest night of ever in Australia, in Sydney, I think. So Brisbane must be pretty toasty, David, right now.
I think Brisbane's normally always toasty this time of year. I'm not sure we're quite on the same weather as Sydney, but yeah, it's warm. It's warm enough. It is warm enough, that's for sure.
Right then, with just over half the race now done, all the pit stops have cycled through, and we've got a really tasty little battle going on from the front three in the GT field, with the sun starting to go down. Let's go on board with a fan immersion with Williams Esports, Arthur Leuk. Back at Sebring for the second half of the MAHLE 6 hours of Sebring, round 2 of the 24H Series Esports Championship. And at the head of the field, it's Vincenzo Amico for the Ronin Simsport team. The Mercedes now leads Arthur Leuk in the Williams Esports Chill Blast by nearly 2 seconds. It's another 2 seconds down to Alessandro Pico in the Leo Racing Audi, and then Mantai in 4th position, some 10 seconds back. Lots of different strategies. It's a good battle, by the way, going on for 4th between himself and Inertia. Lots of different strategies going on in terms of tyres. Racecraft line up in 6th position, kind of on their own right now. Red Camel 7th, with Luke Breukers at the wheel at the moment. And then Bieler Racing Team Euronics down in 8th position with their teammates behind them in 9th. In the 991 category, Burst Esports have a nearly 10-second lead over HM Engineering. And then Aureus Racing Team now in 3rd position. We've seen them at the head of the field for most of this race. So a little bit of a strategic thing going on in 991. And we'll get to David Haynes in a second, who can explain exactly what's happening there. Inertia, EuroRC.com in 4th position. YMCA in 5th, Go Team 6th, GLT, and then Whoppy.com. We've not really seen too much going on outside the top 3 positions in the 991 category, but the front of the field up until this point has been pretty entertaining. In GT4, it's a battle between Porsche and BMW, and once again it is Squadra Corsa White who lead by 20 seconds over BS competition. That's BMW versus BMW. Pure Sim is the best of the Porsches. They have been throughout the whole race so far, with Torque Freak Racing 13 seconds adrift of them in 4th position. E-Game 5th, Hell Racers 6th, SRN 7th, and Team Viking in 8th spot. And then we have in the TCR category, SimRC, Jürgen Franke leading by 13 seconds over SRC Squadra Corsa. And then MSI Esports TCR in 3rd, with Pure Sim in 4th position. Frozen Speed just 0.6 of a second behind them. A good little battle then going on for what is 4th position in class. And then Huskevelt have been caught up in various maladies, as have HM Engineering. And that is your top 8. Now, big news in the break is that the 44 car of MSI Esports Blue, that is our championship leader, they have retired. Stopped out of the race. We've got a couple of retirements, including Williams Esports Ben Q, Inertia Sim Racing and Primo, who we saw spin at the final turn. We also have XVR Sim Racing that have retired, but don't know what's happened to Salva Talens and the MSI Esports Blue.
Well, remember, MSI Esports Blue had a crash early on. Mostly the MSI Esports red car, but certainly they were involved in something. No, I don't think MSI Esports Blue had a major incident as far as I can remember, to be honest with you.
No, so maybe a connection issue for Salva Talens, but they're now 9 laps off the lead of the race, and for sure are going no further. So that's a pretty big deal in the championship. They were our winners last time out, and we do get points down to 15th position, but with that retirement they won't actually get enough laps in to get the points, so that will be out. So that's very, very strange, and we didn't see
They were having
anything.
a good battle. They were, I think, around P5, P6 as well.
Wonder where they disappeared to. Oh, there we go. Is that them, or is that a different That was a lot earlier on. Maybe the damage is too much and they just decided to quit, because ultimately 9 laps ago was about 20 minutes ago when they decided to bail out. So that, I don't know, was that big enough? Yeah, it probably was a big enough hit on the rear end to make that car undrivable, and maybe they did some laps and then just pulled out.
More so if it's an Audi, because the Audi any which ways is very twitchy. With the rear wing damage, it becomes even harder. I mean, I remember being an MSI Esports car with a damaged wing, but I thought it was the MSI Esports Blue Machine, but yeah, clearly...
Well, no, because the other one was damaged earlier on in the race as well. So both of them had damage, but ultimately they feel like there's no point carrying on. So very, very interesting. I don't know if David's got a chance to go and drag anybody into our commentary booth for interviews, but there's definitely some chats to be had and some rooms to go and have a look in, to have a snoop and see if we've got anybody around that can kind of answer a few questions. The other one that I was kind of really keen to find out about was how the racecraft car felt after 3 stints on the tyres.
I did go try and grab Rasim Fazouhi, let's see if he's available, but after the triple stint, maybe he deserved a little bit of a break. One thing to think about though, points for the top 15 cars in each class, and that is classified finishes, with 17 cars in GT3. If you have to take a lot of repairs, if you're running, last and you don't think you're going to get to 15th, it might be worth retiring the car. But then the flip side of that is in all of our other classes, 991 class has 12 cars, there is 12 in GT4 and 13 cars in TCR. As long as you're a classified finisher, you're going to get some points. So in those categories, I would say never give up. But if you are MSI Esports, well, maybe at some point you do throw in the towel. This is their sister car though, and it's having some problems.
It is absolutely just going so wrong for MSI Esports. Losing the rear end pretty early on in the corner, actually. You can see that traction control started to kick in there to get the car kind of drift a little bit. But this is going into turn 1. We ride on board, throws it in, knocks it down a couple of gears, and then the rear end just doesn't stick, and all the way around it comes.
Classic R8 LMS crash. We get to see that so often on iRacing. It's a twitchy car. When you just try to go a bit too hot on it, it can snap. That's why it's not for the faint-hearted, the Audi R8 LMS. If you can handle it, man, the dividends are huge, but there's a big IF at the start of the sentence, and sometimes, even though you're an excellent driver, it can just slip away, it can just catch you out, so that's the way the car is.
Another weird one. Alessandro Biocco in the Leo Racing Team number 12 just left the pits. What on earth is going on there? There's no reason why he should be coming into the pits after only, 15 minutes since the last pit stop?
I need to dig deeper into it, and it's not quite showing up on my timing software how I'd like, but you remember they came out of the pits right behind Ronan and Williams when really they maybe shouldn't have. I think they went for the triple stint on the tyres there and then called time on that strategy early because it wasn't working for them. Whatever's been going on in the strategy camp though for Leo across both of their cars, I don't feel like it's working for them. And talking about the strategy camp, I've been looking at who's been making a lot of the strategy calls in the Ronin Simsport car. It's Shinya Mishimi, who gosh, I've not actually seen him on the sim in a little while, but he was very prolific a couple of years back.
Yeah.
And a couple of race starts in IMSA.
Yeah, that's very cool. As we turn our attention back to the kind of seesaw effect that we're seeing between these two. Sometimes there's a gap of 2 seconds, like we did the rundown about 3 or 4 laps ago, and now we're back to absolutely locked together. Slightly, similar lap times from the two of them last time through, but certainly driving to a lap time, 2:01s, which are a second and a half off where they could be at a time where you would expect it really to be golden hour. This is the time. Yes, they're fat with fuel, but it's good weather and it's getting cooler and the sun's just about to kind of drop down. This is the time where really the lap times get pumped in, but maybe that fuel is slowing them down a lot more. Either way, Williams really close to the tail of Ronan Simsport. Let's go down to David Haynes, our virtual pit reporter, who's got a man to chat to.
Absolutely, I do. We've grabbed Oskari Rina from the number 79 Inertia sim racing car in GT3. We were talking at the start of this race about the balance between the Audis and the Mercedes. Audi was very, very strong at Imola in round one. How do you feel like the Mercedes going here at Sebring?
Yeah, I think it's a bit better now. I think they're pretty equal here. So we are in a much better position than last time around.
Tyre strategy for GT3, always very, very interesting for us to watch. You don't have to give away too much, but what's been the feeling for you? Because obviously you did quite a couple stints, quite a few laps earlier in this race.
Yeah, I mean, the tires felt good. We stopped, the first time we stopped, we changed tires, but we didn't make up enough ground for like that to work for us, so we just decided to double those after that.
Great little battle at the moment, yourselves and Maniti. They seem to be just a little bit quicker, but what about the changing weather conditions? How has that helped or hindered whatever your setup and your strategy goes?
I think it gets better for us the cooler it gets. I think it just works better because the tires will last better. So that's of course the same for everyone else, but still.
So there's maybe some differences in the track that helps the Mercedes a little bit against the Audi, but also the traffic's been a lot cleaner than round one. Not to say it's been flawless, because we've seen plenty of incidents, but not as crazy as maybe round one was.
Yeah, for sure. We have had no problems. I didn't have any problems during my 2 hours, and same for Ilkka, so we're doing fine with that. There's just more room here to overtake the slower classes.
Another, change to balance of performance, not within your class, but versus those cup cars. I'm seeing they're really only 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower than you guys. How tough would it be if they hadn't taken away, 20 horsepower or something from the cup cars?
Yeah, of course, it could have been harder, but I think it's more about the nature of the track. It's just this suits so much better for multiclass than Imola, in a way that I don't think even without the cup car BOP, it would be better than Imola for sure.
And what's your thoughts towards the end of the race? Obviously, we've just gone past halfway, about half an hour ago, racing into the darkness, different tyre strategies. What's going to be different in this second half of the race than what we've seen so far?
I think it's going to be more about the fuel and tyre management, because it will come close for everybody, so just need to keep the tires fresh and enough fuel in the car, so do that maybe one extra lap at some point. That might help when you refuel the car for the last time.
Anyone you've been keeping your eye on that you think is going to need a splash and dash at the end of this race as your teammate Ilkka Kadalakowski goes down the inside for a podium position?
Not really. We have been just focusing on our own race so far, so we haven't really watched others, but we'll see.
Oskari Griner from Inertia Sim Racing, thank you. Who are you going to thank?
I would like to thank EuroRC.com, Mega Auto, and Imprima.com for our sponsors and making this happen. And yeah, I'd like to thank you guys for the great podcast, and let's have a good last 2.5 hours.
Well, it's gone
Thank you
well,
so much.
because Inertia are up to 3rd position ahead of Manti. As we were chatting there, I do love Finns. They're so understated, aren't they? But the 79 then, ahead, Ilkka ahead of Ruben Bonga, who's doing his second stint in that car. Let's now see whether he's got the pace to stretch away. It's 8.5 seconds behind our leading battle, so still a bit of work to do, but with 2.5 hours still remaining. Plenty of time to do it. A couple of pit stops also to play with, and of course the changing temperatures and conditions. Are they going to help the Mercedes over the Audi? Certainly at the moment, Manti really stuck to the tail as our leaders are back into traffic once more, and it's really a roadblock. A GT4 car, 2 GT4 cars and a 991 car, and there is nowhere for Ronan Simsport to go right now. They're going to have to play follow my leader, and still with a couple more corners they're playing follow my leader, and he's got to be so careful. And this is where Artur Liuk also has to be very measured in where he decides to try and pounce. But these are the times where you want to pounce, and the 991 car manages to do the lappery, and that allows the GT3 cars and releases them. So finally they get through. We've still got other cars to pass, but that was a bottom clenching moment, Sunil. Either muted or has disappeared.
No.
Hello.
Sorry, just totally forgot my mic was muted. But yeah, depends on what side of the fence you're on. That was either a very exciting moment or a very scary one. Certainly gets the neck at the back of your head standing up, but for sure, for some of the teams and the drivers, they would want to avoid incidences like that. But then again, for how long can you do that? A track like Sebring, it's multi-class racing. Somewhere down the line, you are going to face some trouble with the traffic, but only those who can navigate them properly, they're the ones right at the very top, at least so far.
And that is why I love multi-class racing over endurance racing. Because, you know, endurance racing, when we saw, for instance, the Spa 24 Hours, where everyone's in GT3 cars, you don't get that unpredictability like you do when you've got multi-classes. I'm pretty sure we spoke about it in Imola. But it just adds just another element, and it's so tricky to manage. And I think when we go to some of the other tracks in 2021, it's going to be pretty spicy as well. Certainly Imola was very challenging in terms of traffic, and this place is better for traffic, but clearly there are parts where you just don't want to stumble across a slightly slower car, and the next man for them to come across is the 6th position 991 car of Joachim Venstrom. And again, they're catching him in a turn. Actually, the 991 car is pretty strong in a turn. It's down the straights where it's less strong, and this should, in theory, be a relatively easy pass for Ronin Simsport. If they can do it into the braking zone, yes, they can.
But here comes Williams then in the background, going past the Go Team car as well. Take a look at all the marbles that have assembled outside. It's clear that the graining has been there. Of course, the track temperature clearly getting cooler. Florida, of course, not really being the hottest in this particular time, but you can see just all the amount of tire degradation that has happened, all the marbles accumulating to the sides. And of course, if you're watching an endurance race of this sort, you might clearly know what happens. Otherwise, you won't be watching endurance racing. It's a bit of a, let's say, niche inside a niche market that's motorsport, but nevertheless, having a bad impact that could, if you get it in there, and eventually you could lose all sorts of grip and end up in the wall, and those walls are never too far off at a track like Sebring, even with all the runoff that does seem to exist. But yeah, clearly tyre management has been the talk of the town, Ben. And what do you reckon personally? Do you think that the triple stint has worked out for teams like Racecraft and NEO Racing, and perhaps we could see other teams following suit as well in the long run?
Well, it didn't work for NEO Racing in that they had to make that pit stop. I'm still not quite sure what was going on there, because we saw NEO Racing. Are they completely off? Are they completely off schedule with everybody else? Is that what the issue is? Maybe David can shed a bit more light on exactly what happened, because I'm pretty sure they pitted on the hour and then 20 minutes later came into the pits again.
Yeah, that's exactly correct for the number 12, who's now out on track a little bit behind their sister, number 21. The 12 was the one that was right in and amongst the top 5 in the early goings of the race, and then not sure who's making the strategy call, but it's seen them have to abort that strategy 20 minutes into the run. You're right, they last pitted just 6 laps ago, compared to everyone else is, you know, about 2/3 of the way through an hour stint, including their sister car.
Yeah, so with the pit stop history here, first pit stop they were in the lane for 1 minute 32 seconds. Second pit stop they were in the lane for 1 minute 18 seconds. And then just a 22 second stop. Doesn't make sense. No, sorry, 52 second stop. And then a 1 minute 26 pit stop just 12 minutes ago. So I think they might have had an issue in that stop on the hour mark, because it shows up as 2 separate stops in on our tracking system, and it is also only 52 seconds long.
I might have to dig a little deeper, but whichever way I dig, it's unfortunately not going to be a winning strategy for them. That much is absolutely clear. And I think that tells us a lot of what we need to know as well, regrettably.
However, they don't have to worry so much about fuel saving, because they did a complete service just 14 minutes ago, well into the second half of the race. So they're going to be slightly, if they go from now on to the end of the race, they're going to be slightly off schedule, and they don't have to worry about fuel saving. They can push hard, and so, I mean, it's definitely not going to be a winning strategy, as you say, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. More traffic for our leaders. Ronan Sim Sport now with the GT4 car ahead, but Arthur Leok seems to be happy to follow right now. Somil doesn't necessarily look very feisty in terms of wanting to get past.
Yeah, Arthur Leok may just be saving as such. It's not really the right time to attack. Yes, Golden R, of course, he's got his target in sight. You would expect him to go extremely fast, but Williams, of course, were slightly tentative in terms of their fuel mileage, because they short fueled one stint, and they are trying to manage things out eventually as well. So it should be interesting to see how they play it out. But I think this sort of calmness is somewhat underappreciated in endurance racing. Consistency, just being on the target, nailing everything down. It's good to see him not be over-aggressive, not be too enthusiastic at certain points of time, because these sort of stints where you just be very calm and don't go kamikaze perhaps, you do end up saving on quite a few mistakes that you could possibly make if you're attacking too hard. So maybe along with fuel saving, it's just staying calm at this stage in the tougher part of the race.
Now, Arthur Leok now in his 4th stint. He's the only driver that we've seen in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Going to set one up for you, David, to go dig on. How much of the race is he allowed to do? And I know that you can share with only one other driver, but presumably he's not allowed to do the whole race. And how much of, percentage-wise, how much is he allowed to do for the regulations? So I'll give that one to you to start researching. Not going to ask you straight away, because it does require getting into the regs. But we have seen a change there for the 991 category. And that was the change for 2nd position, I think. Was that the change for the lead of the race? No, it was the change for the lead of the race. HM Engineering ahead of Burst Esports. Oh, David, you're fast with your answer.
Well, you were saying what a great website they've got. You just got to go straight to neoendurance.com/24h-series/regulations, and driving times is helpfully right there, saying a single driver may not drive for more than 70% of the completed laps by the team's car. Now, of course, if you go 4 stints for one driver and 2 for another driver, the driver who drives the most is only going to drive about 66% of the race. So the regulation is no one driver can do more than 70%. I do believe you'd be allowed to have, 3 drivers if you wanted, but if it's just 2, no one driver can drive more than 70% of your laps.
Clear regulations in terms of how to go ahead in terms of drive time. Of course, Arthur Leok pushing the limits, trying to get as many laps and as many hours in to his belt as he possibly can. Currently racing for the Williams Esports team. Of course, they're chasing Ronan right now. It's a battle that's been going on for quite a while. Ronan have more or less always been there in terms of the lead, David. They've always been there or thereabout. But Williams, of course, experimenting, trying to work things around, and their strategy call has paid off. But there are other dark horses in the background too that could very well change things up. And here comes Williams. No, they don't. I almost thought they were pitting for a second.
Oh, that would be weird with 20 minutes still to go of the stint. Who's lined up in... I'm just trying to have a look at the garages to see who's lined up for Williams. Or even who is spotting for him. Yes, there is Dominic Stabe in the one car. So we will expect to see Dominic get into that car at some point. He's kind of in the Williams MAHLE Racing garage. But actually, interestingly, they're not using TeamSpeak to talk to Arthur Leuk because he's not logged in. So Stabe now jumping into the session, which kind of suggests that he will be doing the next stint, getting himself ready. But interesting that Leuk, they obviously have a different way of communicating outside of TeamSpeak, because Leuk not in the TeamSpeak garage, which is so expertly set up by the guys at NEO Endurance. Still watching Williams, just half a second behind Vincenzo Amico. Ronan Simsport, heady heights for them after their 12th position in race 1. This is really good going by the Mercedes. Mercedes first and third right now, and considering there's only 3 Mercedes in the field, it does seem as though the Mercedes is the better car to have, as the orange glow only appears now on some parts of the circuit, and we're soon going to lose the sun and go into darkness for the remaining couple of hours of this second round of the 24 Series Esports. The MAHLE 6 hours of Sebring, and that's a little bit wide from Vincenzo going through sunset. And Williams, I thought were going to pounce for a moment, but not quite close enough, just trying to get round this 991 category car. And that is now cleared. Further back, Inertia have managed to make a gap on Mantai, so the gap now 2.5 seconds. You can see Inertia just at the tail of your screen there. Oh, TCR car in the way of Ronan this time. There is the Inertia machine. TCR car just about getting out of the way, and Arthur Leuk trying to carry the momentum through the corner to see if he can make a move, but ultimately, as we've said before, it does seem as though Arthur is just biding his time right now with over 2 hours still remaining. This is not the time to pounce. He's going to give that job to Dominic Stabe when he jumps aboard a bit later on.
Yep, Arthur just bringing the car home at this particular stage, but meanwhile battle going on in the 911 GT3 Cup category, as it always seems to. So, how long has it been then? Approximately around 3 hours and 15 odd minutes or something, I don't know. Because Burst Esports and Horus Racing Team were competing against each other without any penalties a long time ago. It seems like the Ice Age pretty much. Now here they are back again on the track fighting for the same positions that they once were. Let's hope that this time there's no penalty involved for anyone. Of course, the drivers in case are changed. Nicholas Verone now driving for the Horus Racing Team, with Ivan and Marion driving for Burst Esports right now. So clearly 2 new drivers coming in, and here we go then. The lights are on, well and truly. Sunset has arrived. Headlights, baby, yes indeed.
And we've got a GT3 car involved in that. I thought it said second on his windscreen. It must be 12th. So that is Patrick Richier in the Riley Sim Racing car, which is looking a bit sorry for itself. And it's side by side between Oris and Burst, with the GT3 car watching this going, I want to get past, boys, stop fighting. But Oris gets past Burst there, and kind of inevitable with Burst on old tyres. But to tell you what, that GT3 Audi is being very polite, because it's still not tried to get past, it's still not sent it down the inside. Now it does, and only because 13th position EFP car collection is right down its exhaust pipes. And I think Lassie is in there too, isn't it?
Yeah. All coming up to be rather good, but of course, Maxime Ramstein clearly the dominant force in this pack right now. 3.3 seconds the gap.
Recall that the 83 relay car here is the very first car in this race to get a penalty for making contact, because they weren't quite as patient as they should have been. I guess they don't want to do that again, because the more penalties you keep getting, the more severe they become as well.
it does seem as though everything's kind of calmed down a little bit in terms of penalties. Everyone presumably now up to speed with penalties because they served what they needed to on the last pit stops, and we haven't really seen too much contact in this last stint.
Yeah, they've all been very calm, and that's a good thing to see, to be honest with you, because early on in the race we were seeing a lot of drama. Some drivers just trying to eke out an advantage in comparison to the others, but now they've just calmed down. Now each of them are focusing on their own strategy, let's call it that way, and I think that has been a bit of an advantage for some, because we are seeing far less contact, more focus on how strategies can work about, to be honest with you. So if anything, that's a plus, but again, a certain element of drama will be added towards the end of the stints when we see everything culminating, all the teams really getting to understand how everything's going about. I think that will be the true fun part of the race when everything happens.
On board with Glacier, nearly getting a little kiss from the GT4 car there. Still carrying a little bit of bonnet damage, whether that's compromising their speed or not, and there's quite a bit of traffic to get through, and they're not as efficient, clearly, as our guys at the head of the field. Okay, the traffic is faster traffic, and we've got a 991 car ahead, but you can see the slower GT3 cars really struggle to get past the 991 cars, and that is with the power reduction that NEO Endurance introduced for this particular race. So it shows that the guys at NEO really do test and work out what's going to be best for the race, rather than just kind of throw regulations willy-nilly at it, and make sure that it's a fair competition, because I'll tell you what, those slower GT3 cars, damaged or undamaged, are really struggling to clear the 991 cars quickly. Yeah, and David saying they also listen to the GT3 drivers whining. Yeah, but every racing driver whines all the time, as anybody who runs an event, whether it be sim or real, knows there's always racing driver excuses. Round the outside, long way round the outside for Ronin on that particular GT4 car, just about kept it on the circuit, and Williams had a much nicer time of things getting the lappery in. I'm very curious as to see whether we are going to get to a point where Williams are going to be able to go 1 or 2 laps longer. Presumably, David, the behaviour that we're seeing from Arthur Liuk, and forgive me if this has been said already, he's fuel saving, isn't he, to try and get his mileage up to make sure they match that and hit that hour stint for the end.
Yeah, even if you're not listening keenly to the engine note, all of the onboards, you get a very, very good look at the shift lights that he's using, and before he stomps on the brakes, you always see the revs tick down a little bit as he lifts and coasts into every corner, gives it, 50 metres here, 50 metres there. See if you see it this time. 5th gear, and just lose 1-2 lights before he starts stepping on the brakes and turning in. He's doing that almost everywhere around the circuit, so he's not giving up much time to speak of, but what he is doing is he's saving fuel here, saving fuel there, and of course he's got the nice slipstream there. He's flashing the headlights right now, whatever on earth that might mean to Ronin Simsport, but all of this last half an hour, it's been absolutely clear. Arthur Lehook's been looking at a fuel number. Williams Esports got bitten in a different championship at Monza a couple of weeks ago, where they just didn't get the fuel number to work. They ran out of fuel with 1 or 2 laps to go, maybe threw away a win at that occasion. They don't want that to happen today.
Yeah, very clear on board then. You can listen to the engine note, you can see the lights, especially at the end of the longer straights, just fading off the throttle rather than going straight from throttle to brake. In an ideal world, you'll be putting an input into the car all the time, whether it be an accelerator or a brake or a steering, but there is just that little gap, that Formula E style energy saving gap that is allowing, in theory, that Audi to save fuel and make it to the hour mark, because nobody's really making it to the hour mark right now. 55 minutes a stint, and of course that slips away from you. It's 55, then it's a 55 again, which means you're 10 minutes away, then you're 15 minutes away, and suddenly you need a splash and dash at the end of the race. Atlantis Racing have been around. That's the 939 car, was 9th position, but has made a little error.
So what's going on here for Atlantis Racing Team? Pavel Kowaliak, I remember having him on in the virtual 24-hour esports series, the other championship, the one that ran parallelly earlier on in the year. Oh, Pavel gets on the grass. And a big lock-up for the Atlantis Racing team. Clearly not working out for them. The golden wheels look beautiful, but they'll have a big, heavy flat spot down under. And more importantly, marbles on the track, on the tyres as well. So, grip, well, that's going to be a bit of a limiting factor for Pavel in the long run. But look at this one. Now, at last, Williams are closing up as we reach the end of the stint. It did seem like Williams were relaxing, having an easy time, meeting a fuel number. But even with that, there they are, right on the diffuse with the Mercedes.
I think the key thing is that Mercedes in third position. It's now 1.5 seconds, so it shows that the pace of Ronan Simsport and Williams is not very strong. They're not circulating too fast. So my speculation is that Ronan also, the Mercedes has to hit a number, of course, and I wonder whether they are slightly not pushing as hard as they need to, and that is bringing Ilka in the Inertia Sim Mega Auto Car into the mix of things. And we've got a three-car battle. In Imola, we saw Williams bugger off, MSI bugger off into the distance for most of the race, and we never really had a battle for the lead. But here at Sebring, it has been a battle since the beginning.
And that's awesome, isn't it? Sebring can throw up races like this. Sebring has the potential. It punishes mistakes. It's rather grueling for certain drivers. Again, I personally don't really like it very much, but still, it can throw up quite a good race, and that's the amazing thing. And Imola, the drivers were finding it difficult to just go side by side and hold on. Here, it's just the complete opposite.
Through sunset, the sun setting over the Sebring track. We are soon going to be owed pit stops. Crucial to see what the clock says in terms of when those pit stops are made, who has managed to save a little bit of fuel. Maybe they will make their stops early and they'll keep that advantage in their pocket, or maybe they will short stint and be a bit quicker in the pits. But ultimately, I think everyone's so tight on numbers that that's probably not a great idea. But it is a beautiful sight over the Sebring track. Every single track on iRacing laser scanned to perfection. Of course, if the track is in America, then even more love given by the laser scanning team. I can't remember the last time they scanned this track. I think 2015, guys, was the last time they scanned Sebring. It does, of course, change every single year, especially with the surface. Oh, off the track. That is Eva Marion in the Burst Esports car that's thrown away 2 positions. Let's have a look how that's happened.
Has he pushed a bit too hard? Has he gone on the grass and made that one critical error that almost everyone tends to make at Sebring at least once? Or has it got something to do with cars up ahead? I suspect it does. Oh,
wow.
no,
Did he make contact as well?
Yeah.
I think he did clout into the back of the GT4 car. And let's see from here. Just brake too late. Got caught out by the TCR car.
Ooh, that's close.
Well, that would have been an instant penalty, but because there was no contact, yes, he's lost 12, 13 seconds, but he lives to fight another day and stays in third position as we've got MAHLE Racing Team, the first to pit. Sami-Matti Trogan getting aboard, and Rick Breukers in the Red Camel Esports, the man who owns 24H Series as a championship. He is now aboard Red Camel in 11th position. And there is the very, 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 very lucky GT4 BMW of DRE.
Yeah, they just got saved. They got given a second life. I mean, I just got really close right there. I swear, that could have been so much worse. But let's focus on the good things. And man, seriously, I agree with David. That sort of a shot is absolutely brilliant with all the sunset going on. Meanwhile, Sami-Matti Trogan pits for MAHLE Racing Team 5 minutes early on than the usual stop time. I don't know what to focus on, the beautiful Sebring sunset, or just the fact that MAHLE Racing Team are having a few issues with the fuel.
Not alone though, because they're pitting the same lap as Red Camel Esports, and Leo Racing Team, the number 21, pitted a lap earlier as well. So that is definitely 3 teams you can say are falling the wrong side of the top of the hour, then it's a big question mark around our 2 leaders, Ronan and Williams, and hey, throw Inertia into that mix as well in 3rd place, because they're 1 lap even worse on fuel than 1st and 2nd here.
And it's, of course, a Mercedes versus Audi thing as well. How different is the fuel consumption? We know the tanks are the same size, but is there a consumption difference? Certainly the way that the car looks, you would suggest that the Mercedes potentially uses more fuel just by the aerodynamics of the thing. And I know that that's the thing in SRO series for sure, but not necessarily sure whether that's played out on iRacing. Traffic ahead, easily cleared, and with 2 hours and 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, are either of these 2 diving into the pits this time? No, they're not. They carry on. But Inertia are in the pits by the looks of things. I think that was the 3rd place car. It was diving in. So they are the wrong side as well by 2 laps.
So clearly quite a few teams facing issues. Even in a sunset-like time like this one, we're expected to be slightly easier with the easing off track temperatures, the surface being cooler. Drivers can naturally go faster with more grip available, so you can somewhat expect them to lift and coast just a little bit perhaps to save more easily, but that's really not happening right now with quite a few teams.
Who else
Another team
in the
on the
pits,
lane.
David? We've got, it looks like Racecraft coming in.
Yeah, exactly. A whole handful. You can see the Manidi Racing Purple are on the jacks a long way through their pit stop now. Also, Inertia still waiting. Gaudy Much for Racecraft Esports just hitting the lane 3.5 minutes early, and it's side by side for the lead. They're done being patient.
Williams into the lead of the race ahead of Ronan Simsport. It's happened finally at the very end of the stint. Let's see what Arthur Leoc can do now. At the end of his stint, when the tank has barely got anything left in it, he's made the move. And is this the move to now go into pit lane? Is this push in lap that is so important? Or whether he's just going to show his hand and go, hey, look, I've been sitting behind you all race. This is actually how fast I can go. He's got a little bit of traffic to play with the TCR car, but that should be relatively easy to clear. It is.
Oof.
And Ronan follow through. Is this now the time to pit? If they do one more lap, then they're very much in the window. But if they pit now, they've still got some serious saving to do.
Yeah, Williams did seem to be fine with saving. That seemed to be a bit of a plus point early on. Let's see what happens. Moment of truth. Past the 2nd apex at Sunset Bend. Are they going to pit? Yes. No, they aren't.
No, Williams stay out. They've saved enough, so they're in the window. And Ronan Simsport still have got some work to do. They did spend the whole of that stint at the head of the field, punching the hole in the air for Williams to follow in. So very much a thoughtful stint. And now let's watch the timing screens. I'm really keen to see if Arthur now lights up the timing screens. This will be, we're guessing, his last lap in this race before he hands over to Dominic Stave for the final 2 stints. And he's got a relatively clear track ahead of him. He's been stuffed up behind that Mercedes for the whole of the race, and maybe now is the time to fly his flag.
He's had a long day, Arthur Lehouk. He'll really be fatigued by this stage, but knowing the kind of practice that these folks put in, this may seem like a normal stint for them. Just doing so much. I think, what, 4 hours for Arthur Lehouk? It's been a properly long day for him. A bit of a groundhog day, if you call it that way, but except he's doing an excellent job. His car is in the lead. There's every reason for him to be happy. This one last lap could seal it, at least for the beginning of the next stint. But man, just look at the sunset. Doesn't seem like a video game anymore, does it? 5 years ago, iRacing was something else. This is... I had my dad coming in fact, a couple of minutes ago and asking, is it real or not? I mean, he was watching another race early on from RaceSpot TV, so some serious advancements.
It's always the best time, isn't it? When the lights start to go down, the lights on the cars come up, the graphics showing all the dirt on the car. And actually, it's not been a particularly fast lap from Arthur Lehouk. I thought he would be pushing harder than this, but perhaps he still isn't going to quite make the numbers, and so needs to lift and coast. Here's a replay. Boot Lapal Motorsport. And they're going to get wiped out. Yes, they are, by a GT... Oh, it's a clumsy crash of 4 cars. And Kuna getting involved in that. and it was actually sorry, it's the Andy Kuhn doing the punting, isn't it? Because he's in the Porsche, outbrakes himself trying to get past the TCR, actually makes contact with one TCR car, then Pure Sim gets spun around, and that's those are the guys at the head of that field, are they not? Well, they were. HM Engineering, Husqvarna and Pure Sim. What are they? 5th, 6th and 7th. And that Husqvarna's car has been really involved in many an accident. Oh God, they even coming onto the track again, they try and get involved in each other. Those TCR cars looking very, very second-hand. But Boot de Pauw will be getting a hefty penalty, I think. Here comes Arthur Leuk then. The clock has ticked below the 2-hour mark, and he's still out on track. He's yet to make his stop, and that is really good news. Thumbs up for Williams then. His last lap aboard the car for today. He'll hand over, he'll get a full service, we reckon. Brand new tyres, Dominic Stabe, a fuel tank of fuel, and then we are moving into the final stages. In theory, that would just be one more stint of fuel for most of our leading cars that are double stinted before the end of the race. At the moment, Inertia are 1 minute and 6 seconds back. And what's happened, David, to Ronan? They're way back, 5th position right now.
Yep. I mean, a full service stop. They've taken tyres. There's some others doing slightly different stuff there. I'm seeing them 4th, waiting on that Leo car in 3rd that's off cycle.
Yeah.
Inertia have gone tyres, fuel only, no tyres for the 79, and then of course the number 1 is coming into the lane. So I do expect Ronan will end up either 2nd or 3rd when this all cycles on through. Here's your leader with a pit stop. Probably the last lap for Arthur Leuk.
Red Camel's just ahead of him. Rick Broiker's coming in. That seems to be not the right time for him, but either way, Arthur Leuk now goes into his pit stall. If he disappears for a second, then that is him changing driver. Yep, there he goes, and they'll reappear with Dominic Stabe to do the final 2 stints of that race. But crucially, where is he going to fall into line? They were absolutely nose to tail for the whole of the race with Ronan Simsport. But 1 minute and 30 back, I would say that Stabe is going to be out of the pits before then. It's been a slow stop for Simsport. Here is Inertia, and Inertia sits 2nd, but they are on a different strategy because of the tyre situation, so they should inherit the lead, I would have thought.
Agree with that. They're going to be in the lead on the 2nd stint of their tyres, being chased by Williams and Ronan on fresh tyres. I wasn't confident saying Williams on new tyres, but now we cut to it, you can see they are up on the jacks. That's going to go along, of course, with the driver change to Dominic Stabe.
Well, that makes sense, because that then gives Dominic 2 stints on these tyres to get to the end of the race, which seems to be the way forward. Here comes Ronan around the outside. He's got a lot of traffic through Sunset Bend, and I think Williams is still in the pit lane. Yes, they're at the end of the pit lane, and they are out ahead of Ronan, so they have managed to put a little bit of advantage on them in those 2 laps where we had the stagger. But now they've got to get up to temperature in the tyres, whereas, of course, Ronan already have temperature in their tyres, so the gap will come down a little bit, but they are also staggered in terms of traffic, and that's key. It can now fall badly for Ronan and not badly for Williams, whilst they are 2.5 seconds separated. But they're in 3rd position, and they're in 3rd position, as David explained, because Leo Racing is off sequence in 2nd, and Inertia did not take tyres on their last stint and will take tyres on their next pit stop. They will, David? They're not going to go triple, are they? There's no point, actually, is there?
They could.
I mean, we've seen it before. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. They give away, when we spoke to the drivers from Inertia, did they really give away much about what they were thinking about with their fuel, what they were thinking about with their tyre strategy?
Remember our leader 1 point at the start of the race? Manti Racing Red, Tim Matzek. Back in the car now, in 6th position, 28 seconds down. With a little bit of attention actually behind. He's got the Gordon Much racecraft car just behind him, 3/10 in fact, behind each other. And a nice little battle going on there for what effectively is 4th position if you take Leo out of things. And in fact, he's only 3.5 seconds behind Ronan Simsport. So, yeah, back into the mix of things, having disappeared for the majority of the race. It seems to now be shaking back into Manti Racing's favour.
Yeah, they had a torrid stint early on. The chances of winning seem to be disappearing, but they're clearly clawing back right now, trying to make the best advantage of all that they can find, essentially, just being very consistent. Tim, of course, being in the car early on, then back again for this stint, so he's the man who can make things happen. And right now they need a big stint right now to turn the pendulum in their favour.
The key other thing is, of course, Dominic Stabe now knows that that car will do the full hour and has a little bit more calmness just to plough on, whereas the cars around him, they all didn't make the 2 hour mark, so they all have some serious fuel saving to do to get to the end of the race, or they're going to have to do a splash and dash, which would be absolutely disastrous and place Williams in a huge advantage. So don't expect good pace, I think, from Inertia and Ronin and even, I think, even Manti, isn't it? The last time they came into the pits, I think basically the only one that managed to make the fuel last was Williams. Am I correct there, David?
I'm going to absolutely agree with you that the only car we saw enter pit lane after the top of the hour was Williams. Really what matters is when the time on the clock when they left pit lane after fueling. So I still see it possible for Ronin. They're in a good spot, but it is looking so difficult for Inertia, for Maniti, Racecraft, etc. to avoid the splash and dash.
What's been going on further back? HM Engineering. We've seen their TCR car in the wars, and they are coming on. Oh, lost the rear end all by themselves. Nice little pirouette. 7 or 8 for style there. And does he rejoin safely? Yes, he does. So not too bad. That's actually our leader, isn't it? They're leading by somehow
exactly
a minute. I don't know how they're leading by a minute. Surely, do they owe us a pit stop? Yes.
Well, soon, but so does Go Team in second, so does YMCA in third. The teams that have pitted are Aurus. Inertia is on the lane right now in this class. Volante pitted not long ago.
I can't believe that I've been polluted by all of my Australian friends and I now call it the lane rather than the pit lane. It's your fault, David, as well now.
Bonza, mate. No stress, no worries, mate.
No worries.
Too easy, champion.
If we try and translate that to the rest of the world, they'd think you're just talking gobbledygook. Did I use that word already? I think I've used that word twice today.
But speaking of gobbledygook, might run away a lot from racing, but oh no, actually I'll refrain from that. That'll be too far away from racing. But lovely time for racing. It's getting dark. It's beautiful. The headlights are back on. It's sunset's almost gone past. Just the best time. I wish I was. I wish I could go to Sebring at this part of the year, at this time actually, to be honest, because it just would be absolutely incredible. The engine noise, the people around you, the cars, the racing, just the guessing in terms of strategy. And the caravans, which are so well replicated on iRacing as well. I've heard it's quite the family environment, isn't there, Ben?
Well, I can tell you that the campsite is nowhere near, number one, that organised, and number two, that calm during any kind of racing at Sebring. It is absolutely nuts in the infield down. Oh, wow, that's a crash and a half. All on its own. T3 Esports clouting the barrier on the right-hand side and giving it some love on the left. Now, this is this an easy thing to do? He's going to understeer a little bit wide on exit, but where's the barrier? The barrier's there. What? Answers on a postcard, people.
Not a very Merry Christmas, is it? Not a good build-up, to be honest.
But I would say that car is bent now. That's an interesting one. Let's see what happens again.
Let's just say he became a bit of a targetless torpedo for a couple of seconds right there. I wonder how. Could it... Oh my goodness me. Was that just a lack of concentration because he was staring at the sky, or just a hardware failure?
Got to be. Unless his steering locked to the right-hand side, he just hasn't given any space to the barrier on the right. And you're not supposed to... Yeah, the car carried on turning when it really shouldn't have been. So that was very, very odd.
Perhaps they just had extra brownie points for hitting the apex, you know, like on F1 2012, the Young Driver Challenge. You hit a certain marker, you get an extra point.
Do you know what it'll be? It'll be something like his wife came in, or the dog started licking his foot, or, you know...
Hotel room service arrived.
Concentration, yeah. Right, pit stops going on for the top of the 991 class. We've got HM Engineering and YMCA in. What are they going to be doing pit stop wise? With 1 hour and 48 minutes still remaining, they're going to have a half a stint to do at the end of the race, aren't they?
Yeah, they could be going for a splash and dash, I would imagine. Perhaps a half stint, maybe with halfway through with fuel, and perhaps they could save a little bit on tyres and then gun for it. Porsche is a thirsty car, mind you.
I mean, it's a good question. I think they've got, pitting from here, I think they've got about 1 2/3 of a fuel tank still to go. The question is, you know, in the cool and in the dark, do they try and double stint that on tyres? We saw Burst was one of the cars on the second stint of tyres earlier, and it looked an absolute right handful, giving away a second a lap here, a second a lap there. They couldn't outbrake any other class cars anywhere around, and it looked like a real struggle. So I don't know if you aim for that strategy by pitting now.
Riding on board, 956 in traffic, TCR cars to clear. HM Engineering still, well, no, not still our leading car because they've pitted. They're down in, are they still, hasn't sorted itself out.
Graphics on screen are accurate for as they run on track right now. Oris in second, HM Engineering in third. The car out front, Go Team Racing, are 30 laps into a stint though, so we're going to have to pit in not too long. Really, the gap you see on your screen is the gap for the lead in class.
That makes sense. And now Ronan Simsport get by. A little bit of bullying going on there to push the 959 little wide. Ultimately, it's cleared. We've got Rick Broikers for Red Camel Esports in the pits again. So definitely issues for Red Camel, because that's how many pit stops now. That is 10 pit stops. Gosh, wow, that's a lot.
You're still getting erroneous numbers. It's doubling it somewhere. I see 6, which
really?
is still two more than they should have made. So
hey, I'm on timing 71. That's that's what's being fed to me. So it's not it's not me. It's
does it double count the pit stops when there's a driver change? I'm trying to imagine what would cause this kind of miscounting. But I'll tell you accurately and confidently, 6 pit stops and a problem surely for Red Camel Esports, because that is too many.
I think they might even have retired. Here's Rick Broikers on the replay coming out of the pits, and yeah, that's definitely an issue for him, probably his sim at home. It was Luke aboard the car a little bit earlier on, his son, and Rick is now, by the looks of things, retiring out the race. So great to have Red Camel Esports with us, because they are so significant in the 24H series organisation. To say, Rick, part runner of the championship, and Luke, his son's been a real advocate of getting involved and heavily involved with NEO Endurance. So really great to have the guys, but just showing how hard it is to compete at the highest level. At least they were in the top 15 before they retired, but now it does look like they're out.
the car was actually closer to 5th, 6th or 7th, definitely in the top 10 before their issues at the moment. They had not a bad strategy. They were in a position to be able to sneak a surprise on us.
Red Camel were having a bit of a decent one, I'll be honest. They did seem all right for a few moments thereabout. Immersion was a bit of a scary mess for them, but nevertheless they did bounce back well. They were involved in a few battles. Yeah, this just a rather anticlimactic end to everything.
I would not say that yet. I think it's a little... that's sad for Red Camel. Not a good ending for them, but for the rest of the race, we're headed towards a very interesting finish, particularly GT3, particularly 991, and the non-stop action that TCR has been, even if it's just three other classes clattering into them on occasion. I'll give you a strategy update here, as we've seen that Alessandro Bico and Leo Racing Team are flying along, but that is because they were on a triple stint for the tyres, bailed on it 20 minutes into the third stint, bolted a new set of tyres on. They owe us a pit stop at the end of this lap or at the end of the next. I don't think they're quite going to get far enough up the road in that time to see the number 1 board illuminated on their windscreen.
How does their strategy play out come the end of the race, if we work back, considering they're so off sequence?
I mean, they pit now, they go another hour, they pit again with 43 minutes to go. I imagine they're going to take another tyre stop between here and the end. Probably this one, and then go an hour 43 on a set of tyres.
That would be doable, for sure. That would take just a little bit of saving, but not too much. Maybe they can push out a little bit, because of course you don't have to do full classic double stint. You can just accelerate in places, if that makes any sense, just trying to manage it out in certain times. We don't have to save a lot.
No, I mean they wouldn't have to save at all. I don't think. They can go at it. Might be interesting. See if we can get Alessandro Bico into the box. I don't know if he speaks any English, but certainly something put them into pits 20 minutes into 20 minutes. Yeah, it was into that stint that put them off sequence, but no fuel saving needed anymore. Here comes Williams Esports around the final turn. They'll inherit one more position, and they'll put themselves up to second spot, but 20 seconds back. Now, what did we say was a tyre change only? 26, 27 seconds?
Yeah, a tyre change adds just over 25 seconds to your pit stop. So, what do they call it in Formula 1 parlance? You would say inertia are 7 seconds unsafe to Williams or something?
Yep, exactly. So that was exactly where I was going with that. That puts inertia then, at the moment, if we pitted right now, into 4th position. But we would have the top 4 separated by 7 seconds. So it would be pretty tight between them. And that's not what Williams needs, is to get caught up behind slow TCR traffic. So we've got another 40 minutes before that question is answered, when we get the last of our pit stops in. And of course, we do also have the question mark over fuel saving. But at the moment, Inertia are able to match Dominic Stabe by the looks of things. And we now turn our attention to the TCR battle. SimRC leading SRC Squadra Corsa by 25 seconds. And it was SimRC who took victory in race 1 in Imola, so looking good for them.
Yeah, SimRC are doing an excellent job. SimRC are actually quite consistent. They've been actually at the head of the TCR field for quite a while. They have been controlling everything. SRC Squadra Corsa, they've got quite the lineup, but just falling back, not quite able to push on with SimRC. Clearly, Jürgen Frank and the team have been doing something right, and in fact, Jürgen Frank has been in the car for quite a while, hasn't he?
Here's another one for David to work out exactly what's been going on stint-wise for them, because of course you do need 2 drivers.
Got it.
You're always so fast.
Well, when I am, I'm glad you remember, and when I'm not, we can pass it off as something else. But Felix Luding has done 40 laps in that car this race. Jürgen Frank has done 73, and of course is on track to put in a couple more. So I don't know if they'll swap back during this race, or if Felix Luding has done his quota and Jürgen Frank is carrying.
Nice to have an efficient pit reporter. Plenty of them that aren't in the world.
Don't throw any names under the bus, come on.
Sunday afternoon, it'd be the perfect time. So, slow lap last time from Inertia, 2:02, which is a little bit of a worry. They should really be in the 2 minutes, 2:01s if you're having a bit of a difficult lap. Here is this battle in the 991 category. Just 2.9 seconds separating Ori's racing team from HM Engineering. Cooper Murray aboard the HM Engineering, the red machine sponsored by Logitech, that did a bit of a loop on old tyres earlier on. So was the leader of that category before the stops, I feel, and that means that Aura's racing team has inherited, and it's Anders Dahl in the Burst Esports car that's 11 seconds behind HM Engineering. So at one point they were at the head of the field, but of course they are carrying a little bit of damage burst, and so at the moment sit in third position and unchallenged really in third. Let's see what Anders can do.
In fact, that's a very interesting point that you brought up, David. It must be quite early for you as well. 5:30 in the morning for Cooper Murray, back at home in Australia. So yeah, very, very, very tricky for him. Of course, hopefully he'll be having a few Red Bulls or perhaps coffee by his side. Whenever he's on a long straight, he can just sip through and clearly stay away from all the sleep. But yeah, it's generally coming back to the point that you made, Ben, about how widespread the whole championship is. It's jaw-dropping to see so many different drivers, so many different parts of the world, some at extremely unusual times going ahead and racing. It may seem hard to explain to the outside world that I'm driving on a video game. That's what most other people think who don't know much about sim racing. Driving on a video game at 5:30 in the morning against online friends sounds like every 60-year-old's nightmare, or rather most confusing thing in the world, but that's what we're doing. It's something amazing. The heights that sim racing has reached these days, outstanding. Also, grab some coffee, David.
You know what? I actually had a fantastic afternoon nap couple hours before this broadcast, so that has helped breathe some life into me, that's for sure. I don't know what kind of sleep schedule Cooper Murray is on. I can't confirm to you that he is definitely in Melbourne, but I know he was Melbourne based, and I imagine that's probably where he still is this year.
Crikey. He'll be needing quite a few coffees and everything, but tell you what, this Porsche is so lively it can keep anyone awake at any part of the day, to be honest.
Well, if you're a real pit lane reporter, you'd be able to just pop into, I'd be targeting Leo Racing Team as they're Italians, and then you can get yourself an espresso, an espresso rather than Nespresso. Always the Italian teams are the best place for coffee. Back in my World Touring Car days, it was always Yas Engineering who literally had the best coffee. Tom Coronel thought he had the best coffee because Tom Coronel thinks he's got the best everything. But his coffee was nothing in comparison to the Italians.
Well, they say don't have espressos during breakfast. I think it's a social no-no over there.
No, I think you can have espressos, but you're not allowed cappuccinos after midday.
Cappuccinos, exactly.
That's literally, if you ask for a cappuccino after midday,
Mamma mia!
The restaurants will look at you very oddly. Yeah.
Food for thought.
I think Tom Coronel has a biscuit to follow his espresso and then unfollows it with a biscuit and then follows it again with a biscuit.
We've all been there, haven't we? We've all been there.
You use the wrong hashtag once and your notifications are gone forever.
To be honest, the easiest way to deal with it, just follow him. Doesn't even tweet that often. Genuinely, that is the way to solve the issue. Because if you don't, then you get all the follows and unfollows. But if you follow him, then life is okay. Really, you don't get polluted by it, because ultimately you're just a number to him. You know, it's not about kind of any love or interaction. It's just you're a number, so he can get better sponsorship deals.
Ben, honestly, you've nailed it, man. Can we get more of such tips in terms of the holy grail of how to manage staying happy on social media? Because seriously, those notifications can be annoying at times.
Into the night, it always brings out the random conversations, and there's plenty of cars out there that are missing their lights. Do the 991 cars not have their position lights in their windows? Is that why we're not seeing them?
Oh yeah, they don't. They only have the numbers, so...
Yeah, because they are sprint cars rather than... Yeah, even the TCR cars don't.
If you've ever looked at maybe the pricing sheet for a GT3 Cup car or the TCR cars, you know that there's sort of a sprint configuration and an endurance configuration for them, and you know there's a difference in the fueling points and in all these other little bits.
Oh my.
And you'll notice that while we might simulate the endurance specification of the GT3 Cup car, what's physically scanned and visually in front of us is the sprint, basic sprint kind of configuration.
Yeah, exactly. Makes sense.
Well, iRacing's done a double. Well, that's a really good point, actually, David. I never quite knew about that, to be honest.
So there's a few things, including the fueling point for a fuel rig for those cars is in the centre of the bonnet on the front, whereas otherwise, if you don't pay for that and you've got the sprint configuration, it's just the regular fuel door on the side, like on your average road car.
Yeah. Which is okay for the 24H series because they use regular fuel pumps and actually have a fuel area where you drive to get fueled, and then after that you then drive to your pit stall to have your tyres and all the other bits done to your car, which reminds me of the 24 Hours of Portimao a couple of years ago, where we went off air at midnight, and as we were driving back to the hotel, because we never did the night stint, the circuit went quiet, so we quickly turned around, rushed back to the booth to find out what had happened. It's never nice when in a 24-hour race the circuit goes quiet, and the fuel area had sprung a leak, and a whole tanker full of fuel had leaked into the fuel area, and so basically it was decided that became a no-go area. They moved the remaining Bowsers to somewhere else, and then they left it for 12 hours to make sure there was no possibility of sparking that area before we could then go racing, which meant we had a really nice quiet sleep, and the race was only about 14 hours long, I think, in the end.
Probably what endurance racing, how many stories endurance racing can kick up? Not like this one.
Yeah.
And maybe it falls on me to talk about the pit stops happening right now. Your leader, SRC Squadra Corsa White on the lane. They're having a driver change as well as a tyre change and a fuel stop there. Manuele Petri, that graphic's going to update shortly, I think, because it's Camillo Pezzoli back behind the wheel and also on the lane. Who did I spy? It was Hell Racers, and there came in GT4, who are currently a bit further back than 7th in class. They are 9th in class.
Camillo Pezzoli is the runaway leader of the GT4 category, and when everything shakes out, they should be well ahead of BS Competition with Marius Zug back aboard that car, and then the first of the Porsches. I think that's how it was before the pit stop, so let's see how it all pans out. That was the last pit stop for our GT4 category cars and TCR cars, right?
Good question. I think I'm definitely going to say Squadra Corsa looked safe, but our BS Competition, how much have they front loaded? Because they pitted about 8 laps ago, so they'll be looking at they're looking at trying to do a 100-minute stint, a hour 40-minute stint if they're going to get to the end without a splash here.
That sounds unrealistic. But as we spoke about before, I think it was the Spa 24-hour race where they did exactly the same thing, and for most of the 24 hours, BS completely seemed off sequence, and eventually they seemed to still make it work. I don't know even if that's possible, having pitted 4 laps ago. So, as you say, 1 hour 40-minute stint, that seems very, very unlikely. But if they haven't tried to get the fuel numbers, then they might as well not be racing because they're going to tumble down the field.
Well, we wait with bated breath to see a BS competition team Leadfoots who have forced themselves into an extra pit stop, or strategy masters who've strung us along. And then a similar question I think can be asked at GT3, where who is safe on fuel, who isn't, is also massively up in the air, and big 1.5 second gain for Dominic Stabe.
Yep, gap down to 17.8 between Inertia and Williams. And as we said, they needed 25 seconds really because Inertia still need to change tyres, whereas we're guessing the rest of the top runners don't need to. Behind Williams, it's pretty tight. 1.2 to Ronan and then 1.3 to Manti. So pretty close between those two. Racecraft 2.3 behind Bieler, but Bieler, I think I'm right in saying, are also slightly off sequence in the 45 car, so they shouldn't really be there either. And we've had Leo come into the pits. Alessandro Biocco is still in the Leo car. I was very much expecting him to be handing over to somebody else, but he's doing a big old chunk in the middle of the race. And there is visually the gap between second and third position. It's not a lot.
A strong lap last time from Ronan Simsport and Filip Mitrevski. 2 minute 00.6, and is across the line. Let's see what the updated lap time is that time. Again, still in the 2 minute flats for Ronan, who are on the same tyre strategy to Williams, except maybe with 2 laps less fuel on board. Is that going to come back to bite them?
It's all about making it to that hour point. And if this would be the stint to really make sure you can do it. Of course, it was roles reversed last time, wasn't it? Because the last stint we saw Williams sitting under the rear wing of the Mercedes for the whole stint, for the whole 30 laps, and therefore saved enough fuel to get themselves to that 30 laps. Before it was only 29 laps. So really, I reckon Filip Petreski is pretty close to be able to do the same to the Williams. Sit behind them, and maybe that would be enough. And then he can go and fight it out on the last stint and give it a good battle to the flag. But really, this is the stint to kind of line yourself up for a push to the flag. It's not a push to the flag time now.
Yeah, essentially what will happen is, and if that's the case, and then the advantage will be somewhat neutralized. But remember, Audi, they were able to save quite a bit, the Audi of Williams Esports Shield Blast, and they did that throughout. I'm not sure if Ronan Sims were able to do that in the first couple of stints. Of course, now that it's cooler, perhaps there's a better chance of them doing that. But again, they have to go past traffic like the one they're finding right now in the Porsche GT4 category. But honestly, I think Ronan Simsport will find it slightly harder, just because I think early on they weren't able to save as much as Williams did. Perhaps it's just Williams finding an extra way to save even more while being at the very top. Must be quite something. But looking at historical data, looking at the past 4.5 hours, Williams do seem to have the upper hand on that. But it could be a possibility if Ronan do stick behind in the draft range. But currently, of course, they're not quite there.
No, 1.3 seconds back isn't quite close enough to really benefit. We've got a few cars from the TCR category now in pit lane, including SimRC, our leaders. Felix Ludding back aboard that car. And he's so far ahead of SRC Squadra Corsa, who have already made, I think, their pit stop, that this will be the last of the pit stops for the TCR cars. But it's not really an entertaining race at the moment back there. They've all got kind of gaps between them, and because the cars lap so consistently and so closely on pace, once the gaps have formed, it doesn't really get any closer. When they're locked together, it's entertaining and they stay locked together, but as soon as gaps are formed, very hard to see those gaps close up.
And in TCRs, honestly, they need a lot of fuel saving in terms of making everything work out. And in TCRs, fuel saving can largely come down to drafts, because most of them often end up doing pack racing together. And once that pack breaks up, everyone's involved in the little squabble everywhere. There's no sort of harmony. Of course, racing isn't exactly the sport of harmony on the circuit, but it all breaks up eventually, and getting them back together needs either a miracle or a full course here, which we don't have in the 24H series, of course. So it's all opening up, and the big advantage, of course, for DCR staying in the draft is that you could end up saving a lot of time in the pit lane, because the DCRs, they take a lot of time to fill up their fuel. They're not as advanced as the GT3s in terms of the fuel filler technology, so they try desperately hard to make sure that they can stick in the pack, they can save fuel in the draft, but when it breaks up, it just breaks up. Can't quite get closer.
49 cars still in, 49 cars, sorry, still in the race. We have 3 991 cars out. Williams Esports BenQ, the first of retirements. XVR also retired 3 laps later. Danny Corpy in the Inertia Sim Racing Imprimo machine retired after an accident. Salvatallon's MSI, I think they just bailed out our winners last time out, deciding they had too sick a car to get any points, and Rick Broikers brought the red Camel Esports machine into retirement just a few laps ago. So 49 cars still running, points on offer for pretty much everyone, I would have thought, now out on track, with 2 of the GT3 cars removed. That leaves 15 runners still in that category, which means everybody's a winner.
Hey, the classic catchphrase. Well, just basically every primary school sports day.
Yes, exactly.
You get a point, you get a point,
really
everybody
well.
gets a point.
Happy Oprah noises. Wait, is that Oprah? I always get confused between Oprah Winfrey and
Oprah.
Whitney Houston.
What?
Whitney must be the singer.
Yes, they're very
Thank
different
goodness.
people.
I know, it's confusing. Why'd they have to name it Opera?
Perhaps, I don't know.
It's not a great name, and I think it's more Oprah than opera.
I know. I'm stretching the pronunciation a little bit to suit the joke, and I'll point out a little bit like you stretch the pronunciation of Maniti.
What? It's not. What have I been saying? I've been saying manatee.
You've been saying, oh no, you've been saying Manti, like the Porsche team with Grello.
Oh. Yeah. Well, that's a compliment for them.
I can see that perspective. Yep.
I'm not very good at reading.
But it wouldn't be a bit odd if Oprah Winfrey had a house in Sydney. It would clash a bit.
She's been to Sydney.
I mean,
She
if
did a week or 2 weeks of shows from Sydney.
from the Oprah house.
Yeah, yes, from in front of it, yes.
There's a lot more opera houses in the world than just the Sydney one.
Oh, it's the
Yeah, but
big
how
one,
many
the
of them-
most iconic one.
Make a good postcard.
How many? It's the bridge. It's all about the
Actually-
bridge. It's not about the post.
What's the Elbphilharmonie in Hamburg is actually worth a postcard as well, and equally ludicrously expensive for an opera house.
Wow. Well, did you know, chat, that David had such an intricate knowledge of opera houses of the world? There's another thing for Racebot TV to broadcast.
Well, David, just how costly is it? Is it costlier than a pair of tyres on a GT3 car, or just to put things into context?
Oh gosh, 866 million euros?
Wow.
My goodness, nearly €1 billion.
I mean, that
No,
was
I-
delivered almost like you weren't reading it.
No, I mean, obviously, it's clear I was reading it, but the shock was real. I was like, yeah, no, it was like 150 million euros. That's a lot for an... It's an opera. It's one opera house. How much could it possibly cost?
Back to the track for just a 1 second. I'm enjoying the Opera House chat, really am. But we've got a little battle going on at the moment. Ronan Simsport just 0.4 of a second over Maniti Racing. Tim Matze in the number 8 machine, and within slipstream distance, I think they're half a second apart. And actually, these guys are slightly closing on the Williams Esports car, which is closing quite a lot on our leader Inertia. So it is kind of concertinaing with 20 minutes around left of this stint. Whether Maniti will do any passing, we were speculating just a couple of laps ago that it was Ronan sitting up behind Williams, but now it seems to be the other way around. and Maniti benefiting from the slipstream of the Mercedes to do a bit of fuel saving for itself. It does feel like that Mercedes is being used quite a bit in this race to fuel save for other people.
Yeah, it's a big boy, isn't it? And honestly, Maniti have been a bit impressive, even with all the penalties that have bogged them down. To be able to claw your way back up into P4 is quite an imperious performance, to be honest. Let's see what they can do from this stage. Of course, the last hour can spring up a few surprises. It's 12:15 in the night here, but yeah, just ask Toyota about that. But honestly, oh my goodness me, that would not have their comeback, would it?
Well, they were going for a gap that just wasn't there, was it? BS Competition decided to take the apex, which they were completely allowed to do, and to be fair, Tim was quite far back, but suddenly, from half a second, the gap goes out to 1.8. Let's have a look at this again. From the outside point of view, there's not much of a gap there. Side by side from the TCR cars. Actually, sorry, it wasn't the BS car at all, was it?
No, that was the HM Engineering. Oh, the BS car came in late.
See, now that, we were talking about the calls from your spotter. That would have been car right for Maniti, and he, without being anywhere near the car, reacted to it because he got that call quite late on.
Yeah, he must have been seeing the BS car in his mirror if you could barely see anything in his mirror. Because, of course, when it gets so dark and late in the night, it can be quite tricky. In fact, speaking of the dark, I can imagine Sebring under the lights must be quite a challenge, because I remember we once had a Porsche Sport Carrera Cup race at Interlagos, and that is very poorly lit, to put it simply. As poorly lit as, let's say, a place with no electricity at all in the night. And their drivers were struggling to find their apexes, many missing, many going for unusual crashes. Now, let's be honest, Sebring is lit slightly better, but nevertheless there are certain parts of the track where the tarmac extends beyond, and so spotting your apex can be a bit tricky for a few of the drivers, so don't be surprised if they end up missing it, even with the big headlights on.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the track is pretty well lit, mainly because of the car parks and the caravans. You get a lot of light from there. You'll also notice most of the apexes, you've got little cat's eyes. I've not actually noticed those in real life, but they're very obvious from certain angles on this particular model. Whether if we ride on board, whether they're easy to see. Yeah, you can very much see the where the track is, and you can see that they actually change colour depending on what part of the track it is. So it's actually much better lit by running on board. It's pretty clear that you get quite good vision in a way that somewhere like Silverstone, for instance, or as you say, somewhere that's less built for night racing, you would get very little in terms of lights. And as long as people haven't damaged or knocked over the braking boards, they're very, very useful in the night. And if they disappear, then you can start to get a little lost as well.
Yeah, Sebring clearly built for endurance racing. It's been the home of endurance racing for such a long time. GTs, prototypes, everyone's had a race here. So clearly the track being adapted and being made according to that. In fact, the cones are also quite an important marker at times at Sebring, because in many places drivers tend to use the cones as a better marker rather than the braking boards as well. So if someone knocks them down, it's a serious issue. Otherwise you could see cars flying in them. In fact, I remember, speaking of Sebring, there was one video that circulated quite heavily around 2015-16 of I think a touring car race in Sebring, where one car missed their braking point, locked up, went past the exit, past the AstroTurf, and straight away into a parking lot nearby.
At Sebring?
Yeah. Mostly it was Sebring. But
I don't know where that could be, but yeah, as you say, the cones are the important bit, really, for braking zones, and also getting into a rhythm. You just get into you're not even really totally reliant upon your eyes, more than just instinctively knowing that you've been accelerating for that long, and therefore you can brake at that point. I actually did a couple of years ago. I did a driving session blindfolded So I did one session where I had vision, and then I did another session where they blindfolded me, and to see if I could use my memory to good effect. As Williams gets very badly balked by traffic here, that's going to slow him down and allow the Ronin car to just get a little bit closer. Still more traffic, and it's amazing how much you do rely upon what you think and the feeling. So I was basically in my head linking that feeling of the curb to that rumble of the curb. P3 battle, because Ronin getting compromised, and so Matreski now has Tim Madzek, I think, to the outside of him. Madzek's got the BMW GT4 car in the way, and now goes to the inside, has a great slingshot. They're going to go side by side past the 991 machine, and that's I thought was going to work for the Audi, but didn't quite carry the momentum onto the straight, and somehow the Ronin machine has held on. Matreski is completely on the wrong part of the track, does not have the momentum through the first turn. There he goes side by side into the next one, which is the left-hander, and then head towards Big Bend, and they're still side by side, and good fair racing, giving a little bit of space to each other. And Ronin holds on, but loses 1 second in the process to Williams.
Bit of an iffy moment right there for Ronin and Williams. Both of them getting in the spirit of the competition, and now Maniti Racing is coming up towards Ronin. They want a piece of this action. Of course, they've been lurking around Maniti Racing. They've been climbing back quite a bit. This could be their chance, with Ronin looking slightly more nervous. Perhaps now is the time to pounce and get the ever-important track position.
I wonder whether fuel saving is more important right now. What is that TCR doing, turning in like that? Those two GT3 cars were pretty much one train, but the TCR car still managing to split them somehow and getting right in the way, which has given Ronin a bit more breathing space. I think for the moment the more important thing is to save fuel and make sure you can make the numbers. We'll see how close people have got in about 10 minutes time, because that's when we'll next get our pit stopping from our 991 cars and our GT3 cars. That'll be the last stop for them, and then we get a clear race to the flag, and then it will be about track position and nothing else. But I think people are just too tight, Sonil, to really be fighting and making gaps right now.
As dull as it may sound, it actually makes sense. You can't be fighting too hard, you can't be picking battles that you don't need to get involved into. At this stage, you have to make sure that you're clean, you're precise, you're saving your fuel. And it sounds as dull as saying, okay kids, make sure that you eat your vegetables, make sure that you have your snacks, but it's important, it's a key element. You have to make sure that your fuel numbers meet, because at the end of the race you could be in big trouble. And now Maniti Racing, Tim Matska, why is he pitting so early?
Maniti Racing deciding they're not going to make it on one stop, and so rather than fuel save, they are going into the pits now, and then they will go flat out to the flag to the end. I can only imagine. It also takes them out of that traffic, because they were perhaps getting a little held up by Ronin Sim Sports, so puts them in a different position. They don't have to completely fill the tank, because they know that they're going to have to pit again, so that can be a short stop, and it was only 15 seconds. David, down in the pit lane, how do you read that one? You're muted.
Damn right I am. An admission of defeat on being able to go that long on the strategy. They've, if it turns out that a lot of other cars are going to have the same trouble, then pulling the trigger early probably lets them, find some clean air, not get tangled up. But if it does turn out that, Ronin Sim Sport, that maybe Bieler, that Inertia can make the numbers, then that's no good for Maniti.
It's no good, but there is only one car that we know for sure will be able to make the numbers, and they did that with a huge amount of slipstream. So now with Williams out there with Dominic Stabe at the wheel, so a different driver, they've pulled the gap down to inertia to just 10 seconds. So Stabe has been pushing hard. He needs to do a 30-lap stint to make this strategy work. If he doesn't manage 30 laps, then he will have a splash and dash to do. Everybody else needs to do that. There's and nobody seems to be going that much slower. So really curious as to how they approach this last 1 hour and 10 minutes left of action. And of course, there's also the issue of traffic right now. We know Ilka needs to come into the pits, needs to do a full service on the inertia car, and then see how they kind of shake out. At the moment, it looks as though they would fall into 5th position behind Racecraft, depending on what they're doing, because they've been a bit interesting with their strategy throughout the race as well.
Yeah, Racecraft are in the same fuel position as Inertia, but are they in the same strategy position on the tyres? Don't believe so.
No, so what would be... we think they've gone to doubles, because they did that
correction,
one trip.
I think they are. I think Inertia went single and then double, ended up at the same place as Racecraft, who went triple, and now they're both towards the end of a double.
Okay, so yeah, so they're going to do a single at the end of the race, big push, hopefully with enough fuel to be able to do that.
Well, that could be interesting.
Put them on the
dark.
Same part of track and in the same strategic position as well. So that will be interesting. And of course, no, I was about to say both same cars. They're not. Racecraft in the Audi and Inertia in the Mercedes.
It's seriously mind-blowing to think of the prospect of Racecraft getting on fresh tyres and pushing hard for the last stint. I think it'll be fun. And if the gaps turn out to be even closer, and then if Racecraft Esports on fresher rubber can close up to all the other guys up ahead, that could be a cracking battle that we get to see towards the end in the very dark. But that battle has been sent for a toss because Inertia Sim Racing from the lead are in the wall.
Sent for a toss being a cricket, which won't make any sense to anybody who doesn't understand cricket. But I know what you mean. Let's see what happened to him. Asking too much of tyres that have had too much, perhaps, with only 7 minutes left of this hour to go. Through turn 1, leaning on the rear right. Oh, no, okay, was alright through turn 1. Now through turn 3, yeah, he just asked too much of that rear right tyre and it did not stick. I thought it was pretty close going through the first turn, but it turned out it was turn 3, he's undoing, and a decent whack into the wall. That's all very much undone everything, hasn't it? Disappointing for Ilka.
It's just all the effort, all the hard work for all the last 4.5 hours. Wait a minute! Oh my goodness me! This is absolutely crazy! What's happening in the dark at Sebring? That's the Williams Esports Chill Blast team, who were also supposed to be fighting for the lead. This is, oh my, I'm flipping out in this case. It's hard to process. Bring the popcorn, ladies and gentlemen.
They've bailed. They're out. Let's see what happened. There was no lines on the track, so it was speculating that might have been a hardware issue for Dominic Stabe, and yes, it definitely was. The car hooks left and into the wall, and that's why he did not recover again. Huge disappointment for Dominic Stabe. Let's have a look on board. That wheel's just got a lock left.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's essentially 2 of the competitors for the battle wiped out in a second. Yeah, Arjuna, our producer, pointing out that the wheel seemed to die all of a sudden. The wheel was fine, and then it just locked up, and the last hour really brings up some drama, doesn't it? Just ask Toyota, just ask Williams, just ask Inertia about it.
And guess who's just on the fastest lap of their race? Ronan Simsport.
Ronan Simsport.
Hanging in a lap when it counts. It's going to be an unbelievable result if they find themselves and keep themselves at the head of their field. There they are, now leading. Williams out of the race. Drama. The winners of last round, MSI, also out of the race. And I'm not sure whether Williams will pick up even 1 point for retiring now. They may have done enough of the race with just under 5 hours remaining. Just under 5 hours remaining. Just under 5 hours gone.
You scared me by saying just under 5 hours remaining.
Yeah, forgot to tell you it's a 10-hour race. Speculation that they can tow back to the pits, but on my timing screen it says stop, which means they're out, right? Dominic has left the server.
We'll get a quick word on that rather soon, but and they said sim racing does not have technical failures.
Yeah.
It's the biggest one of them all.
And David, presumably they couldn't be able to put Arthur Leoc back in the car because he's already done all of his drive time.
Yeah, he would exceed 70% depending on if he gets in now or if he gets in with, a couple. You're right.
Martin Christensen is aboard the car. I don't know how they've done that. They've obviously taken a tow back to the pits, so they are sitting in the pits in the background, but Martin Christensen, who I don't think was due to drive this race, is there in the pits. They're doing a tow. They might... Well, I suppose they don't really need to repair because it wasn't that big an impact. They've got Racecraft coming into the pit lane as well behind. You'll see Racecraft pull into their box in just a second out of 4th position. That is 4 minutes to the bad, so they're going to have to splash and dash. Williams up on the jacks. And the problem, of course, is we are before the hour mark. So by doing this pit stop now, they don't want to go out onto track unless they're going to have to seriously fuel save for that last stint, which they've done all the hard work before. Down off the jacks now, I suppose they now can take their repair time. So if they do need to repair, this might be another minute sitting in the pits.
I mean, we commentators are a lot like teachers, aren't we? Just you have to be on your time. Just the hour mark means so much, but it does. In the world of endurance racing, at this part of the race, it really means so much to meet your fuel numbers, to be there at the right time so that you don't panic towards the end and essentially not end up having what happened in Super GT this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Very possible of that happening, I think, because Racecraft coming out of the pits with 1 hour and 3 minutes remaining. So unless they're going to seriously tour, they need to basically save 2 laps worth of fuel. I think that's impossible. So a splash and dash needed by then. And suddenly I'm thinking that Tim Matze and the Maniti Racing guys have got this right by just not rolling the dice, just taking a decision early doors. We're going to need to do fuel at the end of the race, so let's split the strategy in 2 and just push hard.
Who would have thought? We were wondering, and we were actually really thinking that, this is the wrong strategy, they're on the back foot, but it's amazing what fate can hold for you sometimes in the world of motorsport, and luck can suddenly change in a matter of seconds. And here they are, Maniti Racing, with the penalties, with the crashes that happen in the middle, all the drama, and then falling off the top 5 within a snap of a finger. And I won't say that someone has snapped the finger for the other 2 cars that had the mistakes, but they're right in contention for a podium, it seems now.
Crucially, Ronan Simsport going into another lap. Now, if they pit at the end of this lap, which I think is probably all that they can do, they would still be... Well, they'd be in the pits when the clock hits 1 hour, but they wouldn't have entered the pits when the clock was 1 hour. They'll enter the pits, I think, with about 13 seconds to go before they hit the hour mark. So they would still not quite be in the right window. Let's see if they can push to 31, but that seems very, very unlikely. And they've got traffic on this lap as well. This is our leader, 3 seconds to the good over Inertia. Inertia have pitted, have they not? Yeah, they...
No. I won't say it one way or another, but they are still just 3 seconds behind Ronan. I think they carried on after getting that damage.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there they are. They didn't pit, they spun. That's why they're in that position now. So they can effectively also potentially make the fuel numbers. They're on stint lap 30, so they're actually 1 lap longer than Ronan, which suddenly it's like, oh yeah, we can do it easy, no problems. Having all race us going, it's going to be tight, it's going to be tight. It just kind of falls into everyone's hands by the end.
And they would be the second team to go over 30 laps, wouldn't they?
I hadn't seen anyone do 30 laps to a stint until Williams did it. Now Ronan are doing it. Now Inertia are doing 31. So, yeah, agreeing with Ben there that they had us worried when they only did 56 minutes or something on the first stint, and now I know what it is. Everyone either able or more willing to save a bit of fuel. Your top three all on the lane together. That's Ronan Simsport, that's Inertia, that's Biela, all of them critically with exactly an hour to go now, starting to take fuel.
Yes, an hour to go now, but they came into the pits with 13 seconds off the hour. So it's still touch and go. It's still going to be a very slow last lap to get any of these cars. And we've got the lower end, the EFP car collection car coming into the pits. It's going to be super tight. And of course, the race clicks down to 0, and they might then have to do, well, they certainly will have to do a lap after the clock, or at least half a lap after the clock it clicks to 0. So I don't know if any of these guys are going to be good. They're going to be so very slow on this last stint. Whereas your Leo, was it Leo Racing? No, Maniti Racing, sorry. Yes, they still owe us a pit stop, but they can go flat out. They can be hitting 59s if they want to.
Yeah, Maniti now have the liberty all of a sudden. Now they have the monkey off the back. Now all of a sudden that extra pit stop seems more like an asset rather than a liability for Maniti Racing.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I think it's going to be very, very difficult final stint for all of those cars we've just seen in the pits. Anybody else still owe us a pit stop, David, or is that it for the GT3 cars?
It's Leo Racing Team, it's Biela Racing Team 46, it's Relay Sim Racing, I think.
Okay.
But for most of the big cars we're expecting to see in the top 5, I think that's all of them there. That's the Maniti car we mentioned that went early, that still owes a pit stop, but yeah.
Okay, Dominic Stave back in the Williams Esports car. They are still in pit lane actually, so they're still trying to sort out whatever problem they have technically with Dominic's car. Riley come into the pits now, so they've managed to save the fuel. That's the right side for me. That's super safe. They're all good. They can push hard to the end, but I'm not sure. We know that Maniti, so let's go through this top order then. There is our leader, Tim Madze, Maniti Racing Red. They pitted midway through their last stint, so they still owe us one pit stop. Leo Racing Team 12 also owe us a pit stop, and they are second by 3.4 seconds. Now, we then have two cars which we just saw in the pits, the Ronan car and the Inertia car. 9 seconds between them. They are on the very edge of not being safe. I think they're not safe. They're not safe by about a lap, but we'll see how that shakes out. Then we've got Sven Hasse in the Biela Team Euronics 45 car. Now, what's their situation on pit stops, David?
They just pitted the same lap with everyone. They came in from third. Fuel only, no tyres, as it was for all of the top 3. So Inertia going for triple stint on the tyres if they can make it. Just like Racecraft also.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so Inertia and Racecraft, you reckon they're triples rather than single?
Pretty sure. Pretty confident we're seeing the start of the third stint from Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto.
So that's a different strategy again then. That means that they've got to save tyres and they've got some serious fuel saving to do, because they were 2 laps. They were 2 laps the wrong side of things. So
they're learning to count. They've been doing their stint lengths 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Sven Hasse up to 4th position. He's passed Oskari Rien in the Inertia car. So Biela obviously not worried about things and pushing on. But lots and lots and lots of question marks over how things are going to play out here. This is going to be a very, very interesting last hour. So that was the GT3 situation in the top, well, basically in the guys that are fighting for it. Let's have a look at the 991 category. Ori's racing 9 seconds ahead, and then a big gap to Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com. What are we missing there in terms of pit stops?
bringing that one up. It's one stop still to go for Aurus, HM, and Inertia. Burst are on a second stint of the tyres, but they just grabbed fuel. They're good to get to the end. Speaking of, here comes your leader, Aurus, who owes the stop. Comfortably going to get to the end from here.
And
then,
usually they have to take tyres with their stops, don't they? But they do it together.
No, they're separate for this car. It just so happens that the tyre wear sees most people taking tyres every stint, except when they don't if you burst.
So let's see where they come out then. We were going through the order, but the order's still question marks over it. So Aurus is in the pits. The gap was about 1 minute 17 to burst before they came into the pits. Fuel going in right now. If the car goes up in the air, that means it's having tyres changed. Carlos Fenusa is aboard the car. No tyres, 33-second stop. They are going to double stint, and that puts them in a pretty healthy advantage, I would say, David. That's interesting.
It all depends what HM Engineering do as well. I get the feeling like maybe the battle for the win is still between Aurus and HM.
Okay.
And Burst are a bit of the dark horse on that one, but still more pit stops to cycle through in this class. It all depends on what HM Engineering do. Pit lane transit time for Aurus just then, 56 seconds, and they're 41 behind HM Engineering. So if HM take the same kind of stop, then it looks like Aurus will have a lead of around about 5 to 10 seconds, and HM Engineering will slot in between Aurus and Burst.
But they're
Inertia still owes a spot.
They're tiptoeing for the whole stint because they're running on tyres that's in a car that's hard on tyres, and on a car that's difficult and traction limited, they're running around on tyres that will have done 2 stints rather than 1.
The same as what Burst and Aurus are doing, though.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's true. Do we know what Burst did when they came into this pit? What was their pit lane time?
Well, they pitted 3 laps ago, and it was basically a carbon copy pit stop of what we just saw for Aurus. Fuel went in, no tyres, car went.
Right, okay, so Burst are on a similar situation with having to preserve their tyres. Here is HM Engineering, who go past the pit lane and carry on and put in another lap in. How many how many laps have they done on this last stint? Which will give us an idea of when they are supposed to be coming into the pits. But still question marks then over what's going on in the 991 category. But it looks as though advantage to Aurus Racing Team. Even if HM Engineering don't take tyres, they will still slot in about 10 seconds behind Aurus, which puts Aurus in the lead, then HM Engineering, and then Burst. So let's move on now to the GT4 category. And it is a 34-second advantage to SRC over the BS competition guys. So that is 2 BMWs at the head of the field. We know that BS, though, we're not sure that BS can make the fuel mileage. What do we know about the other cars around them?
Sorry, I was looking elsewhere at some of the GT3 fuel mileage. I'm not sure to what extent we need to be worried in GT4, except to say that BS competition are definitely stretching out the final stint if they are gonna make it. SRC Squadra Corsa, you remember they pitted just, what was it, about an hour 33 minutes to go or something like that. I think Squadra Corsa can do it, but then Pure Sims in third there are carrying a lap more fuel than that. Torque Freak in fourth are carrying a lap more fuel than that. So I'd say Pure Sims definitely safe, Torque Freak definitely safe, SRC Squadra Corsa marginal, BS competition questionable.
Yeah, I think BS definitely owe us a pit stop, but actually if they only do a splash and dash because of the gaps to Pure Sim, it's nearly half a minute. I think they could... it's going to be tight. They would come in and it would be tight, but the BMW seems to be the car to have. 1-2 for BMW, Porsche for Pure Sim in third position, and Torque Freak Racing there in fourth spot. They are in a Porsche as well. So not particularly close or fascinating in GT4 right now. Let's move our attention to TCR and just get an idea of where we're at with all of them. Sim RC with a decent advantage over SRC Squadra Corsa. 43 seconds to the good, relatively close between Squadra Corsa and MSI. What is that, 6 seconds between the two of them, and then Frozen Speed in 4th position. And they've all done their stops and everything, so we don't have to worry too much about strategy there. It just looks like a cruise to the flag, and make sure no GT3 cars end up in your boot. Possible. Right,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm in agreement about the stint lengths, by the way, for TCR. I think everyone here is good to just get home 50 minutes away.
Williams Esports, by the way, I think now back out onto circuit. Dominic Schreib is aboard that car. Just trying to check in that my... Yes, he is. Steib, sorry, not Schreib. Inertia EuroRC come into the pit lane, as do GTL VRT. So people who are off sequence, perhaps because they had to make pit stops. Insignificant, perhaps, in the leading battle. Euro Tuminen comes in. Actually, he comes in from what was 4th position. Inertia Sim RC, EuroRC.com. So he's given away some points there and puts Go Team Racing up to 4th and YMCA Esports up to 5th position. 1.1 seconds between Inertia Mega Auto in the Mercedes and Racecraft Gordon Much in the Audi. And a bit of traffic to contend with there. Which is kind of the closest battle we've got going on track right now, although Leo Racing are slowly nibbling away at Manatee Racing's lead at the head of the field. Finally, HM Engineering into the pits. What's the kind of pit stop time for this? We're expecting them to to double stint these tyres, we would think.
Especially how long they've gone compared to the other teams that did burst. For example, you imagine they're just going to cover off what everyone else has done and then they'll come out in between Aurus and Burst. Most likely, does look like Cooper Murray staying.
Now the timing said that it was stopped at 33, but I didn't see he was moving as Aurus Racing comes past. He is now moving now. I'd say that was a longer stop than the other guys have done. Maybe he's going to try and attack with fresh tyres whilst everybody else is struggling with used ones. We'll get confirmation of that from David in just a second. But back out onto 29 seconds. Okay, according to the graphics, he has just kept those tyres on. Matched what everybody else is doing. Comes out into P2 with a bit of traffic. Is P2 correct? Yeah, 5 seconds behind Aurus Racing. Yeah.
So now it should be interesting if they are actually on fresher rubber.
I don't think they are.
No, they aren't, right?
No, I think that was my eyes.
Now, your top 3 in this class have all ended up just following the same strategy to the end here. They're all going for a second stint on the tyres. No one has a tyre advantage over anyone else, and HM Engineering have slotted about halfway in between Aurus and Burst. The teams we are still waiting on the final pit stop from is Go Team and YMCA are on the lane at the moment as well. So that could still see Inertia end up in 4th. I think it will.
My timing screen is saying Leo Racing. Oh, what's going on here? Have got some kind of an issue. Whether it's a connection issue? Yeah. Seems as though he might have a connection issue. We're looking at the number 12 Leo Racing team. Seems to have disconnected. I don't know whether he's fully disconnected, but he's certainly not on my timing screen anymore. And that'll be a real shame. An alternate strategy to Leo Racing team number 12. But I think he may have disconnected.
Now, they did seem to have a decent race, or is that just... Oh yeah. His spin is just 3 years away from my birth year. It's 2000. 2125 actually. Far more, so.
That's milliseconds, so you can work that out at being a ping of 20 seconds. No, 2 seconds. Still pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah, horrible, unworkable, and I would suggest indicative of a different connection problem. In fact, you can almost see the headlights flashing, coming and going, as Alessandro Bico was coming and going, and now he is going.
So, both our top two into the pits, Alessandro Bico and Tim Matzke. They are kind of due to make this pit stop, slightly off sequence because they knew that they weren't going to do the fuel mileage. It would be a sensible option for Leo Racing Team 12 to get Alessandro Bico out of that car and get somebody who has an internet connection working into the machine. Although really you wouldn't want to change drivers, that wouldn't be an ideal situation so late in the race. But where will they come out in relation to the rest of the field? There goes Ronan into the lead of the race. Got some fuel saving to do, but Ronan Simsport in the Mercedes lead. They've been really at the head of the field for most of this race and now have an advantage over Biela Racing of 12 seconds. And Manti and Leo continue to drop down the order. Now they go. They fueled the cars up, and it looks like Alessandro Bico actually staying aboard. So they're risking his connection dropping out. And Matzke comes into 5th, Bico into 6th position. That's behind Racecraft of Gordy Much in 4th, Oskari Rine for Inertia 3rd, Sven Hasse for Biela 2nd, Howe and Felipe Mitreski in the lead of the race for Ronan Simsport. Going back to that, David, how for Biela Racing Team? What are they doing there? They've not been in the race at all.
I think they might have been nowhere for the first couple of hours on account of they were just trying to do the 29 to 30 lap stints. But someone's going to rewind this broadcast about 3-4 hours at some point and get you saying, Biela are often nowhere in the first hour and then just appear. And right on cue.
Did I say that? That was very educated of me.
Yeah, it was. Can I steal your crystal ball for future broadcasts, please?
Well, yeah.
And they're on the same fuel strategy as Biela in front and Inertia behind, so it's not like they've ended up here and have to pedal like mad. They're in the same boat as the car 11 seconds in front and the car 9 seconds behind.
Yeah, so all of our top 4 are on the same strategy, and they are 20 seconds apart. Then, at 25 seconds back, you've got Tim Matzke in the Maniti Racing Red Machine and Leo Racing Team 12 of Alessandro Bico, who've just pitted, and they can go flat out. Push as hard as they need to. Don't need to make the numbers, don't need to make the fuel. Let's see what kind of pace they've got. Gordy Much nearly throwing it off the circuit at sunset. I'm right in saying that the top 4 are basically doing the same thing right now, yeah?
Except for Racecraft are 2 laps worse on fuel, and you saw that was not looking good on the 3rd stint of the tyres. So I'm worried very much about the 77 here. I think just on tyres alone, Maniti and Leo are likely to catch them, and then unless they get out and push, you're going to worry about the fuel for Racecraft.
Maniti number 9 going around at turn 1. They are down in 10th position, Maniti purple, and luckily no contacts for Dylan Scrivens, but a looping. So yes, that was a reminder then that trying to preserve the tyres to the end for Racecraft, and I think Inertia as well. Pace is, I was about to use the word beginning with C, awful. 2:05 last time for Gordy Much. We did see him make that mistake, but even Oskari Reen doing a 2:03, you would expect the guys behind, who are only a couple of seconds behind, to be able to bang in 2 minutes easily. And so watch out for Matzke and Bico pushing on now. They're only a second apart themselves, but they should be able to take chunks of time out at the very least of those two and get themselves onto the podium. Then it's all about how much fuel savings going on at the head of the field.
Yeah, they've got fresh rubber on their side. They've got all the confidence in the world. They'll be scouting all the other teams, knowing what their weaknesses are, and they'll think, right, this is our chance. Time to break the window, try to put a foot in the door. This could be a big opportunity for them.
Well, you're about to break into song there. That sounded like some song lyrics.
Not quite.
No. Okay. This is not the charity race then. Serious stuff, the MAHLE 6 Hours Sebring. No singing here.
Unless someone spins and then we go, you spin my head right round, maybe right round. That's something that I always tend to do.
Is that your favourite song?
When someone spins. Yeah, now that's a good question that David's asking.
The 991 car is faster than Inertia Racecraft. Well, that's because Inertia and Racecraft have got,
not on the lap just done, but
yeah.
Inertia have been very much around about the 202s trying to conserve their fuel all this stint. Meanwhile, the leader of the 991 class has been doing 203s. So they've backed the pace off on quite a few of these cars that want to make it to the end, but most noticeably Oskari Rinner got in the car and it was 203s, 202s, 203s, 202s, 203s, 4 seconds a lap away from the ultimate pace of this car. But maybe some of that comes down to the aerodynamic damage they're also carrying on the back right hand side of the car. That'll be hurting their fuel saving as well.
Let's not forget that those top 3 991 cars are also having to tyre save. You know, they are on the second stint of those tyres, which is not something you would usually want to be doing in a 991 car with no traction control, with only the throttle to make sure you don't break traction. What is interesting though is those 2 GT3 cars, Maniti and Leo, are actually on the last lap losing a bit of time to our leader. So Ronan, Felipe Matreski seemingly happy. They've obviously put a huge amount of work into racing here at Sebring, and the Mercedes working better. Mercedes 1-3 right now. And the only other Mercedes that's in the race for Glacier Racing, we saw getting caught up in some accidents, 13th position for them.
So clearly the BOP coming in and changing things around is helping the Mercedes out. But remember folks, it's only on a track-by-track basis. So for Sebring it might be here. Who knows, the next time out the Audi could be once again back in favour. Race Control have made it very, very clear that this is on a race-by-race basis. So no advantage will stay permanently.
Now it's about this point of the race where we start to see people getting to their maximum amount of incident points. Incident points were set to 120, I think.
Yeah.
David, is there any evidence of people exceeding that?
No, not really a lot of evidence of people exceeding that. In fact, there's no one who's even fallen afoul of 30 off-track points yet either, and unless you were banging the car off every single other competitor and off every single wall, there's no way you could rack up many incident points without racking up a lot of off-tracks as well.
Actually, not an easy track to get too many off-tracks. There's only 1 or 2 places where it's somewhere where you go, oh, whoops, just ran a little bit wide, because generally the curbs are quite narrow here. It's not like a MotoGP modified circuit where all the curbs are flat and you kind of want to run them like you would find at Spa or places like that. Here, most of the curbs are so small that you don't tend to pick up too many off-tracks. Even coming through this last turn, you can give the grass a little shave on the exit there, as Ronin Simsport do, and you don't pick up any incident points at all.
But the curbs are quite high here. If you
Change
go
for
on
position, guys.
Oh, good move there by Racecraft. With some authority, they've got the move done. It seems to be paying off at last.
And it looks like it was Inertia being held up by Inertia's teammate there, because it was a Porsche the Inertia Porsche that they were getting past, and really sneaky from Gordy Much. That was lovely work. Up to 3rd position then. Hang on a second. Up to 3rd, is that correct?
Yes, because we had Maniti and Leo pit come out behind.
Yeah, gotcha. And they are 1.9 seconds behind Inertia, Maniti and Leo. So they're not actually making up the ground you'd expect. Really not.
Oh, wait, have they not? I'm going to do some digging here.
It was I don't know how you would translate what you just said. It sounded like some noise, but basically meant I'm thinking about something and I'll get back to you. 12 seconds is the gap between Matreski and Sven Hasse. I can't believe that we just haven't spoken about Biela Team Euronics at all. 45 car up to 2nd position. There they are. And yeah, I definitely haven't spoken about Lucas at all. Doesn't look to me as though they've got the pace really to challenge Roland Simsport for the win. It is just going to be about really their own race, Somil. They're just minding their own business, making sure they've got the fuel numbers.
Yeah, BR Racing Team Units, I think, had a similar one last time out in Imola only. They had a similar race, being very quiet and just quietly climbing up the positions. It's been the case for them in quite a few cases. BR Racing Team Units, they just often end up having a very robust strategy. They come in towards the end, and all of a sudden you notice and you're like, wow, okay, Bila are there. Wow. So I think their consistency is something that really separates them, that they may not really be visible, they're not very flashy in terms of the way they race, but they have a robust, strong strategy. They don't make any major mistakes, and they capitalize on what the others end up doing. So it's actually very rewarding to see them right there. It kind of goes to show that you don't always have to be the fastest or the most glittery endurance racing team. Sometimes just the most consistent one also pays off.
Looking, and I don't think the woes are over for Inertia Sim Racing. A little bit of damage was their own mistake. It'll be hurting their speed, it'll be hurting their fuel economy, and from everything I can see, they are so desperate to get this car to the end without another stop. Once they come this far, with their ways set on the strategy, aborting it would be yet as painful. So Maniti Racing, you can see, really closing up in on them. Racecraft just getting away a little bit. Every now and again you get a good shot of the twig to the rear wing and the bumper pushed in on the back right hand side for Inertia. Maniti are closing up on them, and then Leo not far behind either, just another 2 seconds.
Been some turnaround by Maniti Racing after all the penalties. They've been climbing up, they've been very slowly and steadily been there, and we projected them to be somewhere around this mark around an hour ago, considering how well they were doing it. Then came the pit stop, and then we thought all of a sudden that no, maybe just Maniti Racing will not be in the chase. But so it's the thing in the world of sport, isn't it, that sometimes there are things out of your control that really put you back in contention, and Maniti Racing have grabbed those opportunities by both hands. P4, when it really seems to be on the cards, who knows, we could see a move right about at the end of this straight, if they're daring enough.
Matze really in the slipstream. Probably enough space to dump his nose down the inside, and yes he does, and it's really not fought, but there's a little swapper and he's on the marbles, and that's going to allow Inertia to come back through. You could just see the tail start to step away mid-corner there for the Audi, and he loses the position once more. But certainly does have the pace, that's for sure. Just needs to do it without that big slide.
And for Maniti Racing, it's just about a time of regrouping for Tim Matska, getting the head in the right place. Can be a bit hard, can be a bit tricky in this situation to get very distracted, and all of a sudden there is a certain impulse flowing in your body that, okay, I've made that mistake, I need to try even harder to get that position, and that is when you're at your most vulnerable. That sort of a tunnel vision, it can either drive you to excellent performances, or you just end up making really silly errors. It's a test of character for Tim right now. What can he do after a long race when he's spent the majority of the time in that car? Does he have enough energy left in him? Can he stay calm? Look at this. He's already rather infuriated with what they've done. He wants to make sure that he channels that inertia and gets P4 for himself. He's already getting closer.
I'm sure the target's P3 really, because he's pushing on in the way that the other guys at the head of the field cannot. They don't have the tyres, they don't have the fuel, but these two can push as hard as they need to, and you've got to say the Audi looks much better than the Mercedes. As we mentioned already, the damage to the Mercedes potentially slowing them down. Maniti Racing Purple actually just going into the pit lane, so they've got their strategy all over the place. A little flash of the lights, there's no traffic to slow them down through Le Mans and onto the back straight, but Matze's got a much more settled Audi. He draws onto the tail and has the traction coming out of the turn, and now let's see if he can do a repeat performance of what he did one lap ago, but without the swapper mid-corner. Are they going to close on that traffic enough? I think it's a 991 car, so probably not. Turns in. close, and again really wide from the Audi, trying to get that little bit of a switch back and get the drive, and it's going to be into turn 1 that the pass is going to be, and there's the third place car just ahead with the BMW GT4 car in front of them. Here's the position then for 4th spots with just half an hour remaining. Maniti go into P4.
There comes the major move then for Team Maniti Racing, at last liberated, at last given the green signal. They've got free air, but no, it's not done yet because Inertia Sim Racing do not want this battle to be done here itself. They want a challenge, that's a good thing for them to see. Never letting go so easily. What can they do then? Remember,
Leo Racing Team 12 is also on a similar kind of strategy to Maniti, so expect Alessandro Biocco to be doing the same thing to Inertia very shortly. And you have to say, you would tip Madse to get onto the tail of Racecraft pretty quickly, and Gordy Much as those top 3 save fuel, save tyres to the end of the race, and still with half an hour remaining, Madse, okay, he is probably 15 seconds away from second, so that's going to be pretty hard work, and 25 away from the lead, but flashing lights furiously through the traffic. This is really starting to step up at the end of this 6 hours of Sebring, thanks to MAHLE Racing, and we're back onto the sprint again.
Yep, word coming in from our producer, that's the second Maniti Racing car, the lapped car that wants to get past the Leo Racing machine and the Inertia car up ahead. Can we see the second Maniti car causing trouble and perhaps changing things up right here too? That would be a bit odd.
Down in 10th position, just come out of the pit, so doesn't need to fuel save, doesn't need to save tyres, and actually does have Dominic pushing behind, just 1.4 seconds, so no wonder he wants to get a wriggle on. He doesn't really want to be sitting behind GT3 cars with the potential of losing 10th position.
A word coming in from Arthur LeHoux about what happened to the Williams Esports car as they go side by side. Leo Racing to the inside, Inertia push to the outside line, but then again they counter back once again. That is some will and some strength right there, blocking the Leo Racing car off so late in the race. The intent never dies, and the Inertia Racing team are doing an excellent job of keeping the position, but Leo, like a crouched lion, they want to attack. They're finding the right moment to pick the spot and bounce back with some aggression. Meanwhile, Arthur LeHoux has just posted a tweet which says that Leo Racing team are going around the outside. That's not what the tweet said, but they're still going side by side. This is an epic battle. Wow, sit back, relax, grab your Coke, grab your Pepsi, whatever it may be, because this battle is going to go on for a long time. Door-to-door action once again. The Mercedes to the inside line it goes. The Audi has the outside line, but again the Mercedes could counter back. It's all a case of who lays the power down at the right time. And now comes the Maniti, who's a lap down.
Amazing drive from that Audi, and that's tyre saving versus no tyre saving. I'm afraid the grip just not there for the Mercedes, and the Audi eventually at turn 7 being able to go all the way around the outside, being able to lean on that rear left tyre that gave him enough grip. And we've actually got a battle for 10th position in this battle as well, because Dominic Push has just drawn onto the tail of the Maniti Racing purple car. There the two are, and it's no wonder Maniti wanted to push so hard, because Riley Sim Racing, presumably on a similar strategy, remember they've just pitted also, really looking feisty too. So we've got 6th and 7th, 10th and 11th, all on the same part of the circuit, side by side for 10th position. And Maniti on the inside holding on for the moment, but Riley trying to go all the way around the outside. And of course, Riley don't know as much as Maniti as to how slow Inertia are and which line to choose.
Exactly, that's a bit confusing for Riley. Here they come then. Oh, this is risky racing. No, Maniti going down the inside of Inertia. Stay clean, guys, please. Not for position, this one. And Inertia just seem to be dropping off a cliff in terms of their pace. That's P10 and P11 going past. So that strategy has made sure that they lose so much time on a lap-by-lap basis. Oscar Rinder must be feeling that he's driving a snail right now, but he has to nurse the car back home to a good position.
Well, that's it now. 6th position, probably he's not going to drop any further down. Maniti. He's got Semi-Matti Trogan 43 seconds back, so I'm pretty sure Inertia now will stay in 6th position. Here, though, is Maniti on Racecraft. Again, Racecraft nursing tyres and nursing fuel. Maniti not needing to, and questioned whether it was the right way to go into the pits midway through the stint and just to do 2 flat-out stints and 2 short pit stops. Well, you've got to say, maybe they're not going to take the victory, but they've got a much nicer car to drive and they can push hard now, and it's almost fait accompli. Tim Matze is looking to take 3rd position from Gordy Much in the next couple of moments.
Matska has already cleared down 1 target. He's knocked down 1 flagpole. He wants to go to the 2nd one. He's been under tremendous pressure all throughout today, but Racecraft Esports, what about them? They've made a completely alternate strategy work. It's been like they've pulled a rabbit out of the hat, and all of a sudden everyone was fascinated, like, wow, Racecraft Esports, what have you done? That is incredible, and so they deserve to be here. But now this is when everything culminates. All that's happened is kept aside. It's all about the here and now. Who gets the edge here? Is it Matska? Is it Much? Much holds on to the position for now, but Matska clearly does seem to have somewhat of a pace advantage.
Well, the tyres are being preserved better on the Audi than the Mercedes, that's for sure. And that's actually kind of what you would expect, the way that the 2 different cars are built, with a front engine, the Mercedes, and the mid-engine of the Audi. You would expect the Mercedes to use up tyres more. So Inertia's really definitely fallen off a cliff and into 6th position. Gordy Much has got a slightly better pace, but not a huge amount, and Tim Matze is flashing the lights because he's got the Leo Racing team guys breathing down his neck. Very, very 2.5 seconds behind right now, but if he sits behind Gordy Much for too much longer, then Alessandro Bico will be in his mirrors and he'll start having to think about defending as well as attacking, and he doesn't want to do that. He just wants to get past and clear, and now he might even have traffic to help him do that. We've got a couple of GT4 Porsches to play with. To the outside, no space there. It's 1 Porsche to clear. That's the Lepau car. That's been done. Next car is going to be caught, so thinking just about the right place. There's a nice clear bit of track to just use the power of the Audi to stream past the GT4 Porsche. And for the moment, at least that bit of traffic was easy.
The mark of a good endurance racing driver, if they can navigate through traffic and be incredibly clean and precise in the way they do that. Matska doing well. We've seen Tim Matska in so many series, but so have we seen Gordon Much. Both drivers with incredible experience behind them. We've seen them time and again at 24H Esports. Ibra, what do we get here from both of them? What kind of a battle are we on for? Is it going to be a clean one? Clearly, the mind games have begun from Maniti Racing. Matska to the outside, you can look at the bumps. It's going to be a bumpy ride for both of them all the way through. And GT4 traffic navigated easily.
Yeah, that's good, but coming out the slipstream, having a look down the inside at turn 1, not quite close enough this time, Timo Matze, so he sides against it, but there'll be more opportunities. We've got 22 minutes still remaining in this race, and as I say, the real kind of hurry up is that Alessandro Bico is closing in on them, not by much actually. In the traffic he lost a little bit, he lost a couple of tenths of a second, so the gap is still 2.5 to Leo Racing 12, and Inertia another 4.5 back. But let's not also forget that there is, for Gordy Much, tyres, and now it's been done. Easy peasy, no traffic needed, just under brakes. Matze gets past Gordy Much, and Much down to 4th. Matze up to 3rd position. 14 seconds behind Biela Racing Team Euronics, who need to fuel save to the end, as do our leaders, and Much is tyre saving as well. So we expect to see Leo Racing go past pretty quickly, but maybe not so. Maybe not until 1 or 2 laps to go still, because his gap is 2.2 seconds. It's coming down though.
Well, Tim Matze is quite an avid Manchester United fan, and they just won today, so perhaps double win in both cases. But the fight isn't over yet, mind you.
Now, pace-wise, let's see what Tim can do without another GT3 car ahead of him. Pace didn't seem that spectacular when they first came out from the pits. They've not got new tyres on, let's remember. This is still the second set of tyres for them, but as it is with everybody else, the point is they're not having to fuel save, where we thought the other guys around would need to fuel save, but Sven Hasse last time through, a 2:08, a second faster than Matreski, which did a 2:01.9. It doesn't seem like they're losing that much time by fuel saving.
Yeah, the predictive calculator, which you can never rely on, says that when they crossed the start-finish line that time, it was 11 laps to go. And Sven Hasse was 19 laps into the stint. A plus B equals 30 laps for this stint in that case.
Wow,
for Hasse, which is definitely possible, definitely something that that can be achieved. We saw 31 out of an Audi R8 from Williams Esports Chill Blast earlier, but you know, maybe if they front-loaded the stint with a bit of the fuel saving, he can push a bit harder now, but they are still, well, someone's going to have their eye on the number, that's for sure.
And they are the guys that are most in trouble, right?
No, that's Racecraft. Racecraft are 2 laps worse than that. They'd have to do a 32-lap stint since their last pit stop to get to the end without a splash and dash.
Oh.
I struggle to see that happening. I really, really do.
And Racecraft have just lost a position to Leo Racing Team as well. Leo up to 4th. Gordy Much down to 5th position. And they have a 6-second advantage over Inertia. But with a splash and dash, they'd actually only lose 1 more position now behind Inertia. They probably wouldn't lose a position to Semi-Matti Trogan. So it was a good roll of the dice, and it was really credible to be on a different strategy, but ultimately it hasn't quite worked out for these guys.
And I think the best thing that they could do right now, Racecraft, is just stick behind in the draft, try and lift and coast as much. It may feel excruciating in this part of the race when you've done so much hard work, when you've tried something different. You can see those positions right in front of your eyes, but yeah, I guess there's a different target to meet to. Unless, of course, you want to do something that happened in Super GT this morning, which is the second time I've referenced it today, I guess.
And that was a mistake from Gordy Much, running very wide through the last turn. Didn't lose a position, because that's Maniti Racing, who are 1 lap down going past. And actually Gordy Much is getting very, very touchy with the car 1 lap down, and the GT4 car very much getting boxed in. Doesn't realise just how fired up Dylan Scrivens is in the Maniti Racing machine. Coming up to 15 minutes remaining of the MAHLE 6 hours of Sebring, and we have 12 seconds separating our leaders in the GT3 class. 26 seconds separating the top 3. Fuel saving going on, and a bit of tyre saving going on from our front 2, whereas our 3rd place guy getting his head down. Battle for 6th position in GT4 here. E-Game Racing ahead of Hellraisers, and just 0.2 of a second between those 2 Porsches. It's still BMW at the head of the field. We do still have a question mark over BS Competition, let's not forget, who lies 2nd in GT4 class, but needed to do something like a 100-minute stint to get to the end, which was seemingly very unlikely. So if they have to do a splash and dash, then that will promote Pure Sim Esports, the Porsche of Ashley Finch, up into 2nd position, and I think BS would then slot into 3rd. Tim Klassen's in Talk Freak, is 4th position right now. Stephen McGarvey in the SRN Motorsports 1 lap back from that. And there is the BS competition car of Marius Zug, 43 back from Camilo Pizzoli. It's been another absolutely dominating performance by the SRC Squadra Corsa team, who took victory in the opening weekend, or opening race, at Imola a few weekends ago. And look on course to be doing the same here this evening. Pure Sim was 2nd in Imola, and if BS have to make that pit stop, we'll be 2nd again, and Talk Freak were 3rd, and looks like they might be 3rd. So rather predictable GT4 racing. That's a bit annoying. We need something to shake that up, don't we?
Perhaps go for the American way and have a competition caution, I guess.
Competition. I as you well know, I do a VCO chat show every Monday evening on the VCO channels, and thank you very much to VCO for being the presenting partner of this particular race. And I spoke to Neil Hecken, the boss of the championship, about competition courses. I'm keen for it, but he was less so because he wants it to keep it as true as possible. And there is no need for a competition caution there's no need for a caution if there's no need for damage, if there's no need for safety, and that's why cautions get thrown. So that was his philosophy. Totally respect it. And actually, to be honest, the racing in most of the race has been good. It's just the GT4s and the TCRs that seem to have kind of spread out a bit.
Yeah. No, that's what happens with them. They're mostly pack hunters. They need the pack to be together to have really good racing. Unless, of course, there are certain battles here and there. Just like the one that we had, I think, between BS Competition and SRC Squad Recourse a couple of hours ago, that can just add in the entertainment quotient. And I wish we could have Tony Kanon donating 2K to get a caution in, as Arjuna has pointed out, on the production chat that we have right here. But to be very fair, we have another championship on iRacing that we also air on the RaceSport TV network. It's okay. Let's hold that train of thought aside for a second, because at last, as we expected, BS Competition have come in the pit lane because, of course, they could not do 100 minutes on one full stint. So that's essentially, what, 13 odd minutes for them to go? That'd be quite a feisty final stint, wouldn't it have been? Just pushing as hard as they possibly can.
But
go
look,
for leather,
only
basically.
8 seconds of fuel. That is just frustrating, and really, considering the other BMWs around them can make the numbers, I hate to be too cruel, especially to my employer, but that is a bit disappointing, isn't it? Not to be able to get the fuel numbers in and drop down behind Pure Sim. Now, is the gap only going to be 5.2? And if so, could they still get up to second position by the end of this race? We know the BMW is a stronger package. We know that it's a faster car. So that could be an interesting little one to keep an eye out, just half an eye. 5 seconds is the gap between Ashley Finch and Marius Zug right now. We've got 13 minutes remaining, which is what, 5-6 laps? And what kind of pace does he need? I think he can certainly take a second a lap out, in which case it'd be pretty tight by the end.
I think that's a good idea. Let's have a keen eye on what these folks are doing right now at BS Competition. Ryan Barneveld, an ex-Maniti racing driver, Marius Zug, who's been with BS Competition for a while, having a decent enough race, but then not meeting the fuel numbers, and must feel like pulling the head out of your scalp, basically, because you've done so much effort throughout the race, and just not meeting the fuel numbers towards the end can be excruciating. But that's the nature of endurance racing. Has he made a mistake? No, he's just going wide for the other GT3 car to go past. And speaking of GT3, Beeler Racing Team Euronics are well and truly stable in P number 2 pin. Would you have thought that they would be there? I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't have bet my money on them, but certainly learning a thing or two from the team boss, Frank Beeler, who knows quite a bit about endurance racing and nagging in some really good results.
I think the other thing is either Matreski's had a very bad lap in traffic, and suggesting, looking at the Euronics car now having to deal with traffic, it probably was that. It's a fast lap from Sven Hasse last time, a 2 minutes 0.5, whereas Matreski nearly did a 2:02. So the gap went down quite a bit, but it's now increasing because of that traffic being encountered by Sven Hasse. And really, interestingly, Matska doesn't really have the answer to the pace of the Beeler Racing Team. I have a feeling, as you were very, very quite rightly saying, they were fuel saving from the very, very beginning. And so that is why they were not starring at the start of the race. They were quite far off the pace, to be honest, and they were, I think, probably even 10th and 11th position. But because they fuel saved at the head of the race, they're now able to push hard at this point in the race, although we're still not quite sure whether they can actually make it to the end in terms of this particular stint. But it's that kind of planning, and it's that kind of research and testing, effectively, that is definitely bringing them into the picture, and is the failure of BS Competition, because there's not really an excuse for coming in and doing an 8-second stop unless something in the race tripped them up. If you followed your plan, you should have known that the car's not going to be able to make the numbers and therefore plan accordingly by saving fuel. To come in and make a stop 15 minutes before the end for 8 seconds is, in my mind, bad planning.
Yeah, that can happen. Meanwhile, GTL VRT racing team having a bit of a spin, overcommitting to the corner, carrying too much speed, classic old sunset bend accident. Yeah, tyres must be wailing in agony. Wait, he clipped the wall as well, so that's a slightly bizarre one, but later on in the race, concentration levels are dipping down, to be honest. But coming back to the point about poor planning, yes, it can so happen. Circumstances changing things up eventually, and maybe sometimes just being very consistent and very meticulously following your strategy from the early offing. Even as dull as it may sound for a team like Beetle Racing Team Euronics, towards the end, with a little bit of luck on your side and just knowing what you're doing, it does pay off towards the end, as it does seem to for them. But meanwhile, actually, just coming back to the old thing I remember early on, Arthur Lucas posted a tweet where he told everyone exactly what happened. It's that Dominic's PC froze. That's the reason why Williams had the accident. So, even with the best equipment in the world, some days really luck just isn't sitting on your side. A bit harrowing, isn't it?
8 seconds between our leaders in the 991 category. It's been pretty much that for the whole of this stint, hasn't it? Auris have just had the advantage over HM Engineering. Nice to see that they've got their brake balance perfect there. Glowing discs at the front and rear, pretty much consistent over the whole car there. And pretty unusual, actually, to see that. Usually it's the front brakes that glow very brightly, and the rears a bit less so. But certainly pretty consistent over that particular car. The gap is coming down though. Cooper Murray now 7.5 back at this particular moment in time, seesawing. Remember, they do have to get those cars to the end on tyres which are probably over where they really should be, but with only 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, the gaps are big enough to take it easy. I think there's not really anybody being pushed particularly hard. He can let a couple of seconds slide and it's not really gonna damage them too much.
Unless, of course, the intent is to dominate, and then you could just go and flex your muscle and say, hey, I won by 9 seconds instead of 7.4, but I'm quite sure that that's not what the approach is going to be like. With so much time passing on in an endurance race, I guess it matures over you the entire race. You just tend to look at things in a different way, as you would in terms of when the race begins. So the driver is obviously being very aware of the circumstance, and I think, yeah, that's what... we can actually briefly touch up on the leaders of the 991 Cup category, because they've had a bit of a troubled time early on, but they've certainly made their way through quite well in the end, haven't they? Auris Racing Team?
Yeah, it's been it seems to be a pretty clean run of things anyway.
Except for the penalty against Burst, and I think that actually put Burst in front of Auris for a point there, but I think Burst went for double stinting the tyres too early in this class. That really burnt them compared to Auris and HM Engineering. Now at the end of the race, everyone's doing it, but in the heat of the day and earlier in the race for a full double stint, not a 1.5 stint, so to speak, it just didn't seem like the favourable thing to do. And you remember that was a problem for Burst last race, where they were going up against Inertia. Inertia had newer tyres, I think, compared to old tyres for Burst.
I've just been followed by Jean-Eric Verne on my Twitter. How very odd. 6 minutes remaining left. I'm sure he's not watching, to be honest. I'm sure he's got other things to do, like testing his Formula E car today. But plenty of them do take quite a keen interest in what's going on in the world of sim racing. As we've learnt from the VCO Pro Sim series, you get very heavily interested and involved. This is our leader. Just a quick word on Auris Racing Team. Only 4 points out of the first race in Imola, so this is going to be a great haul of points for them and put them back into a really strong situation. Same could be said, to be fair, of Ronin Simsport. Only 12th position in race 1. And with MSI scoring no points and Williams scoring no points, they were our top two in the first race at Imola. and then Ronan picking up the 25, Ronan suddenly throw themselves right into the mix of things. It's going to be very interesting to see the championship standings post-race. Go to neoendurance.com pretty soon after this race to have the updated championship standings. Probably it will be Leo Racing that will be at the lead of the standings. They will have 16 points from Imola plus 13 points from this race as they sit in P4 right now. So I would expect them to be perhaps at the head of the field. Or maybe Biela. Biela with a fourth and a second. Maybe that would be enough to put them at the head. My on-the-spot maths isn't quite good enough. But this is a crucial moment now. Matreski doing a 2 minutes point 3 would suggest he's not worried about fuel and getting to the end of the race. Our leader, 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and he's pushing hard.
Yep, he is pushing hard. Certain drivers do turn the heat up on towards the end of the race and just are able to get something in. But coming back on the point that you mentioned about Ronan, Ben, we all know that Ronan Simsport is one of the top endurance racing teams in the world. Quite reputed, they know exactly what they're doing, but I was shocked to see them not having a brilliant result in Imola, and then all of a sudden seeing them in the top 2 in qualifying. I was like, wow, this is where they're supposed to be. This is the 24H Esports really materializing into its own, because now not only do we have a top team like Ronan in there, we also have big competitors like Maniti Racing up there, Williams Esports, Chill Blast, of course champions the last time out. Just turning out to be a really fun series, and the championship standings really have been thrown up in the air as we see the leaders, SRC Squadra Corsa, just not meeting their fuel numbers. Only just.
Wow. So I was talking about how I was, yes, I now apologise to everybody at BS competition. Please don't fire me tomorrow. That was, obviously that BMW didn't quite make it. And we were thinking and speculating about what the kind of the advantage of the Porsche would be over the BMW, and it looks like fuel numbers. It looks like the Cayman is better on fuel, and that has kind of given them a little bit more of a racing chance. Pure Sim Sport, okay, they're still miles behind Squadra Corsa White, but they still hold on and extend their advantage over BS competition. So a really strong performance from Pure Sim, playing the long game, getting the fuel numbers, and will be picking up a second position, albeit 40 seconds off Squadra Corsa, but still, that's a decent benefit. That's a decent prize for their work.
And also, just to come back on the BOP changes, it's even that the BMW, their fuel limits have been restricted a bit, so the Porsches have been made a bit more fuel efficient, and YMCA Esports, they'll certainly not be singing that song after that's been so late in the race. Kimmo Rovanperä having a bit of an unfortunate moment that he would hope that no one would show, unfortunately, at this part of the race.
That's an easy one, though, isn't it? Semi-Matti Trogan just behind. And nice little view. Ooh. Oh, he was lucky.
Scary.
He was lucky.
Only just. Don't know if it was as scary as what happened in Formula 1 today. I'm not going to mention whatever that is, because of course we all have to go back and watch the race, but
I haven't watched it yet.
Of course we haven't, but this one has been just as good, if not better.
You were just pretending your PC was overheating earlier. You actually went and tuned into F1 instead. No, I wouldn't dare suggest that. What I'm really curious about, though, in this final 2 minutes is the last couple of GT3 cars that might also have to make that teeny tiny splash and dash. Racecraft have carried on. Who else is really at the end of it? Well, of course, first and second we're still worried about, but I think they can do it. Will be the white flag when the leader crosses the line this time.
Yeah, they do have to do 2 full more laps. Gordon Much, has he banked on a bit too much? Sorry, I had to squeeze that pun in, but he could be losing even more positions. Not just on track, but maybe on pit road as well.
Well, they're taking a gamble. I think that it's do they get 5th or 6th, and the answer is no good at all. They can stop at the end of this lap and be safe to Leo, but if they miss the pit lane when they needed it, that is walking pace.
They've got a fuel save like an absolute miser.
Yeah.
They've got to pit is what they've got to do.
In essence. Look at the kind of speeds they're carrying, seriously. They're raced
No,
off.
seriously, they're going to get passed by TCR cars.
Seriously.
But with the gap to Semi-Matty Trojan, why not pit? You're not going to lose that much time. But maybe he can't even get to pit lane. Maybe they've made this call too late. He doesn't look like he's going very fast at all. And he's still going to have another lap to go. Where is our leader on the track? I haven't got that bit of information on me. But he really is touring. Maybe he's already run out of fuel. Here is the Ronan Simsport car then on the final lap. And if Racecraft park up now and let him go past, yes, they'd still lose 2 more positions. So it is worth them getting into pits and fueling, but looking at the timing screen, they're not. I'm not even sure whether they've got to the line yet. I think this is potentially, here they are going around the final turn, and they've gone past the pit lane.
Oh.
So they obviously they feel like they've got enough fuel to do one more lap. That last lap was a 2:23. They've got a 40-second advantage over Sami-Matti Trojan in the MAHLE racing machine, and they are still on the lead lap. MAHLE and Biela 46. So if they stop, as Much stops now, he's going to lose 2 more spots. So he needs to at least do this last lap.
Well, David coming up with some excellent piece of information. To put things into context, actually.
Either way, coming round the final turn, lots of fuel saving, lots of strategic calls, but ultimately the best pace from Ronan Simsport. Mitreski started the car and he gets the glory of going over the line to pick up the checkered flag. He holds on to the advantage of 11 seconds, and over the line with him goes Aurus Racing, who win the 991 category by just 6.5 seconds in the end. We've still got to wait for the first 2 in GT4. And the TCR category yet to finish, but BS Competition were right behind our eventual winner, and so they've picked up and confirmed their 3rd position, and they will finish 1 lap down behind our leading 2 GT4 class cars. Over the line for 3rd position, Maniti Racing, Leo Racing in 4th spot. And we're still waiting to see what's going to happen. Here's Felix Ludding over the line for TCR victory. Him and Jürgen Frank are sharing that car, and a dominant victory in TCR by over 40 seconds. And in 2nd position, we still wait to see, well, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on that lead lap. There is the GT4 class victor through the final corner. Squadra Corsa won the opening round at Imola, and even with a splash and dash at the end, they've managed to get another victory under their belts. 50 points, the maximum they could do. Emanuele Petri and Camilla Pezzoli over the line, and they will win by 40 seconds over Pure Sim Esports, the best of the Porsches in the GT4 category. Still question marks over Gordy Much. That's the kind of the worry that we still have. And he now comes over the line. There he is, and he has managed to hold on to 6th position after a lap of 2:25. So I don't know how he's done that, but he still holds an advantage of 7.8 seconds over Sami-Matti Trojan in the MAHLE racing machine. Very much drama until the very end, Somil. Super, super entertaining, and just incredible fuel saving at the end. Maybe a bit kamikaze, but they were always doing slightly strange things this race for Racecraft, and ultimately P6 isn't bad, even if they have had some strange strategy calls.
Well, at least they can end up the race knowing that they tried something different. They went for something new. Some days it works, some days it doesn't, but at least they finished. And that's a plus, if anything.
So let's take a look then at the provisional classification, with Ronan Simsport taking the victory by just 10 seconds in the end over Biela Racing Euronics. They really did a great job of just sneaking up to pick that runner-up position. Maniti Racing were much more stars of the race, up to third position by the end, followed by Leo Racing team number 12 that were on a similar strategy. Inertia faded, as did Racecraft by the end. MAHLE getting caught up in a few things in 7th spot. Bela Racing, the second of their cars, the 46, in 8th position. And then those cars that were one lap down, the 21 Leo Racing car, Maniti Racing 9 machine down in 10th position. And then Riley that were on a push by the end in 11th, Glacier 12th, EFP in 13th, and MSI number 43 in 14th position. But the big news, Williams did not finish, Rich Camel did not finish, and MSI, the winners of our first round in Imola, did not finish either. In the 991 class, Auras Racing put up a brave fight against Burst Esports and HM Engineering. The gap just 6.5 by the end. Inertia's EuroRC.com finishing in 4th position. Go Team in 5th spot. GTL, we saw them spinning late on. 1 minute and 53 back, with YMCA actually losing out to them on the last lap, down to 7th spot. 1 lap down. WOIP.com, Atlantis and Inertia Imprimo retiring out of the 991 category, along with 2 others, XVR Sim Racing and our early leaders, Williams Esport BenQ. So both Williams Esports cars, probably the most professional team in this championship, retiring out of the race. GT4 dominated by Squadra Corsa and BMW, but BS Competition couldn't quite follow up their domination, finishing 3rd behind Pure Sim Esports, that were always there as best of the Porsches. Talk Freak Racing in 4th, SRN in 5th position, E-Game in 6th, 2 laps down for Team Viking. Hell Racers, Boot Lapel we saw getting into some troubles, down 3 laps. And then the second of the SRC Squadra Corsa cars, 9 laps down, a late retirement in 10th position, with DRE also finishing 12 laps down, along with Leopard Esports. Also BMW, so fast, but ultimately a couple of them at the very bottom of the field. And then the TCR class, entertaining at the very start, by the end quite stretched out. Sim RC 55 ahead of Squadra Corsa. MSI in 3rd position, Frozen Speed 4th, and then 1 lap down Pure Sim Esports, with Team Huskebeld, Impulse giving us plenty of entertainment, Kinetic Racing, Simsa Esports in 9th, and Team Mad in 10th position. HM Engineering must have been a late retirement, down in 11th. Tank Sophisto, we didn't really see much of them, and T3 in 13th. So, very, very entertaining stuff. And looks as though there are no pending retirements either. So it's time now to chat to some of our leading drivers with David Hayes.
And we're going to start with someone representing the race winner. I called it out on the broadcast, Shinya Mishimi, working strategy for Ronin Simsport, and in the end it was a winning strategy. But how about the fuel consumption around Sebring?
Yeah, it was a tough one. From my early kind of predictions, I was thinking we were going to actually be running 2 or 3 less laps, but the pace was a lot quicker than expected. We had to adjust for that, and yeah, we barely made it at the end. It was really close. We had to fuel save quite a lot to make it for 30 laps, those last 2 stints. And yeah, I honestly have no idea how Williams was able to do 31. That's pretty wild.
Make your own luck in all sorts of competition, and I guess you're standing on the top step of the podium. It sounds like a little bit fortunate that some teams had the problems they did, like Inertia, like Williams, but that's sports car racing. What would you do the same? What would you do differently if you had your time again here?
Man, I don't really know. We pretty much gave it everything we had. I think in the end, from our calculations in the last couple stints, it was going to be between us or Williams. We didn't think Inertia was going to be there. Williams, I think, was going to be a really tough one. It was going to be within 5 seconds at the end for sure, so it's unfortunate what happened to them. But I think they might have had us covered.
And of course, it's not just the fuel the cars run on that is always a strategy talking point. The stuff you attach to the wheels is critical as well. We saw a couple teams trying to triple stint tyres. We saw some teams at the very start of the race who didn't look confident even double stinting tyres. What did you guys find?
Yeah, we were pretty shocked that some teams tried triples because we were a bit on the fence for doubles. We literally had to wait until the car came to a stop in the first stop to see what percentages they were at to make sure. But yeah, it was close, and you know, that's the fun part about sports car racing and all these long distance races. People come with different strategies, and you hope that you've chosen the right one. And I think today we've had a really good one.
It's taken you to the top step of the podium, that's for sure. Is this a maiden win for Ronin in this championship across its several guises?
It is, and I can't tell you how much it means to everybody within the team, especially Enzo at the top, and Philip's been here for forever and basically as a co-owner, so I can't say how much they're happy right now, like they can barely speak. But yeah, we're ecstatic, and we're hoping that we can continue that momentum through the rest of the championship.
Maybe that's why they've sent you. Thank you so much for sharing those insights. Congratulations to you and the team. While you're here on the broadcast 24-hour series, who are you going to thank?
Yeah, I want to start by thanking Ronin Simsport, obviously. It's a kind of newer team, but we've been able to do really well in a short time. I have to thank everybody at the 24-hour series for all their hard work putting this all together. It's a really awesome show. All of you guys in the commentary doing an awesome job as well. And our sponsors as well have been really good to us, and we hope that we can continue with them in the future. And I also want to thank Philip and Enzo. They did an epic job and listened to exactly what I told them we needed to do to win. So yeah, I think that's everybody.
Thank you, Shinya Mishimi. Going to call you crew chief for the number 78, and what a great win you've led the team to. Really put the cat amongst the pigeons in the championship standings as well. So that was our winners from GT3. I think it's only fair we continue moving down the rungs, and of course that would take us to the 991 class, where we've managed to find our winners there. It's Aurus Racing Team, and again by just the slimmest of margins. We're joined by Carlos Feneloso and Nico Varone. Well, where to start? Really close stuff in this category, and in the end, less than 10 seconds after 6 hours of racing. How does that make you feel?
Well, to start with, it was a fantastic job by all the team. Carlos did a great job, was really fast in qualifying, and the race pace was really good, so really happy and really thankful to Auris racing team and Carlos and all the guys. And then yes, the race was very difficult because, you know, it was so close, the field, also in time, but also the traffic. So probably, you know, you were probably one or two tenths faster, but the other lap you were 1 second slower because of the traffic. So it was really tough. But yeah, we managed to make the best and take the win.
Yeah, indeed you do. Continue to keep the excitement going for 991 class. 2 different winners from 2 races. Silverstone next year, a couple of months away. What have you learnt from here that you can bring to Silverstone?
Well, probably, to learn probably to drive in traffic. You know, with the TCR, it's so much slower, so you have to see where to overtake and that. But yeah, the pace was good, the setup was good, so we are in a good form to fight for the top in Silverstone.
Carlos, you're a big part of the team today, but I think the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup is a big part of you. I want to say, I guess, congratulations on qualifying for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup upcoming championship. How different is that sprint racing, single class, to these endurance multi-class racing?
Yeah, first of all, you have to be mentalized to know that you are not racing alone. That's the most important, I think. You have to manage the traffic and trying to keep the gap with the first, second, or whatever you are fighting. I think the most important here was managing the traffic to not lose many time, and also trying to save a bit of fuel, a bit of tires with the braking before, because in the front you couldn't be faster, and I think that was the most important about the main difference about running sprint and endurance races. Also, managing the tires for me was really difficult, because I was used to pushing every time with this car because of the PESC, but I think I managed great the tires at the end. I just was lifting a bit because the race was completely easy at the last lap, so I didn't push anything last 10 laps. So I think the race went perfect for us, so we are happy with the result.
Yeah, very interested to hear about the tyres, because it seemed like last round at Imola, nobody wanted to try to double stint the tyres on this car, but now at the end of this race, all top 3 did it, even if it seemed like it was difficult to do.
Yeah, I mean, Sebring has a different track. I think here there is less tire wear, because the corners are not. I think the corners are faster. There is less rear spinning, which is the most important about the tire wear in the Porsche, I think. And yeah, also helped us the temperature was lower. I don't remember which temperature was in Imola because I haven't run, but I thought it was higher than today, so it helped us to save the tires.
Carlos, Nicholas, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. Good points to put your championship back on track. What sponsors do you need to give a shout out to? Any final message?
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Short but sweet from our winners in the 991 class there. Of course, of our 4 categories, the next rung down is GT4 as we shuffle them in and out of the seats for the broadcast booth. We're joined by Camillo Pizzoli from SRC. Well, every category, it seems we want to talk about fuel, we want to talk about tyres. That is everything for the strategy in endurance racing. What about the fuel for these cars?
I guess, yeah, there is not a lot of strategy involved with the GT4s, because the tires are changed at the same time as the car is refueling, so you always change the tires basically. And about fuel, this time around, because of the BOP, it was pretty much mandatory for the BMWs to have a short stop at the end to add, I don't know, maybe 10 liters of fuel or something like that. It was impossible to do only 3 stops during this race. With the BMW, I believe that the Porsches were able to do so.
So how does the BMW stack up against the Porsche in these 6-hour races then? Because we've still seen, you know, a very strong win from you guys. So maybe what out on track makes that possible if you are one hand behind your back with the pit stops?
I don't know. The BMW is a little bit faster when it comes to refueling. Is faster on a straight line. But I believe that in terms of lap times, both cars were pretty similar this time. I don't know. Emanuele did a great job during qualifying. We started P1 and everything. We had a good race. We are very happy about our performance today. All started with qualifying, and from then on was pretty smooth.
So congratulations to you then again for a win here at Sebring.
Thank you very much.
What do you think about the championship going forwards for Silverstone and some other races coming up? Is the BMW still going to be strong on those other tracks, or just good for Sebring?
About the championship, we don't know yet. We won the first round, we won the second round. Very happy about that. Looking forward, I don't know what to say. It depends on how iRacing is going to change the car during the next update, for example. In Silverstone, I believe that there will be a big advantage for the Porsches. I don't know, but we are pretty confident. We believe that we find a way to set up this car very well, and we are feeling strong for the next part of the championship.
Well, Camillo Pezzoli, winner in the 446 in GT4. What are your final words?
Like I said, very happy about today's performance. I would like to thank my teammates Emanuele and Thomas Petitjean and Sacha Gourlet, all my teammates from SRC, and looking forward to the next round.
We look forward to seeing you at the next round then. And we also look forward to talking with our TCR winner. We've got Jürgen Frank from SimRC. And Jürgen, always the case in TCR, it seems that the first half of the race, you can't stop the TCR cars from being glued together. And then at the end, after some of the pit stops, lots of free air for you guys to roam free range.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, in the first stint it's always, or most of the time, it's about fuel saving, which we did in the 4th position. And when the 3rd positioned car struggled a bit with the tires, I decided to overtake it. Same for the P2 car, and yeah, with the penalty for HM Engineering, we could get in front and then just send it.
Tell us about that start then, because I don't know if we ever actually caught a replay of it, but a penalty for HM Engineering for the start procedure. What did you see?
To be honest, I didn't look it up yet, but I remember at the start I really had the feeling that it was too early.
Well, so long as you played by the rules, it seems like you did. You guys are the winner. But 4 classes, different from 3 last season, must be more cars all the time trying to lap you guys. Good thing they put a big mirror in the Audi RS3 then.
Yeah, you really need a big mirror. Maybe an even bigger mirror, and yeah, some reinforcements on the car maybe wouldn't be bad either.
Make it a bit of a tank. Maybe that would help you survive these 6-hour races. But I'm curious about the tyre strategy. Do you have the time to change all 4 tyres in the stop? Is that what is normally happening? Or is there a dominant change 2, change 4 strategy for TCR?
Usually when you fuel more than 90 liters in the pit stop, you can change all 4 tires. So that's a pretty easy decision today.
So no advantage to trying to keep some warm rear tyres. It's just all about fresh tyres every 90 minutes?
Yeah, at least for our setup, that's the way to go. I don't know what other teams figured out, but for us it's really good, like it is with 4 tires here.
Well, a win here at Sebring makes you guys look very, very good in the championship, but there's still a lot of hours, a lot of racing to go. We look forward to seeing you guys on the grid for those races coming up. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, at first I would like to thank my teammate Felix Luding today, who did a great job, and also Marvin Strehl, who was the spotter for us. And I won't forget my team. I want to thank it for everything. And of course our sponsors Usher Racing and ATVO.
That's the winners from all 4 categories today. All of them very deserving, and not an easy day for quite a few of them, but at the end they take the points, they take the spoils, and they take the victory.
Well, thank you very much, David, and interesting to hear from all of our winners today. It'll be a few months now before we go back to the 24 Series Esports with the next round happening at Silverstone, and that will be on the 10th of January. Thank you very much for joining myself and Somil and David, and we will join you on the 10th of January for the 6 hours of Silverstone, the third round of the 24 Series Esports. But for now, from myself, Ben Kostenjuris, and the whole team at Race Spots, powered by VCO, good night.